Wow, there's a lot of you here today. Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. How are you all doing today? Trump's press secretary proves she's willing to be a good lapdog. She's gonna go all the way to she's gonna go the way of Sean Spicer. Great to see that. Of course, of course. Why would anyone be surprised? Hey, Shard Spork. That'd be awesome. Thank you. I was actually in Brian Taylor Cohen's stream earlier. I was watching the Cash Patel confirmation hearing. There's so much going on today already. What's up, Leftist Leo? Yeah, it really has been about like a fever dream this week. And what's up, Jump J? Look, so I know that there is the Kash Patel and the Tulsi Gabbard hearing happening today, and we have a lot of other stuff that we're going to be covering instead of those. Just I don't have it in me today to do that on top of everything else, but if we can, if we have the time to, I will be going through some of the Aaron Rupar threads later for that stuff. If not, we'll have a look next stream. And if you can't, you can't. Shard Spork. It happens. It's not like uh, it's not like it's the end of the world, but it would be greatly appreciated. Now, also YouTube stream. I'm really sorry, but the latencies is set on normal for some reason, considering the stream setup like messed up. The one that I had preset isn't the one that started when I launched stream. So there's nothing I can do about that for today. If you guys want to hop over to Twitch instead, that will probably be better for the day. But still, greatly appreciate all the viewers on there. And I do have the chat bar open right in front of me so that I can see your chats instead of waiting for them to come up onto the screen. So that will at least help in one way or another. Now then, just to start off with, I really want to touch on a couple not exactly related to the United States things, but still pretty related. What happened yesterday, and this is insane, mind you, is an Australian politician, deputy opposition leader, part of the Liberal Party, said something that compared the first fleet landing in Australia, as in the British colonists coming to Australia, to the first people who will go to Mars with Elon Musk, which is insane, might I add, considering, there's nobody on Mars and there were people living in Australia for 65,000 years prior to the British colonists making their way over here. Even the Prime Minister was like, that is a bit strange to say. And by strange, I mean like incredibly insulting. But Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says comments made by Deputy Opposition Leader Suzanne Ley likening the arrival of the First Fleet to a mission on Mars was a, quote, strange analogy and disrespectful to Indigenous Australians who inhabited the land for tens of thousands of years. Yes, strange, again, is a understatement. So Ley used Australia Day in her speech to compare tech billionaire Elon Musk's SpaceX efforts to build a colony on Mars to the arrival of the First Fleet at Sydney Cove. I mean, how much clearer can they really make this? Honestly, the fact that this is even said shows an immense amount of disrespect to Indigenous Australians, but also Indigenous people pretty much everywhere. But the likening of this to Elon Musk just continues on with the trend of, well, of course, Elon Musk is a Nazi. Well, at least he did a Nazi salute. I don't actually know if he himself is a Nazi, considering I don't think he cares enough to even have that much of a belief. I think that to be a Nazi, part of that belief needs to be that your ethnic group is better than a different ethnic group, and I don't think that he thinks that. I think that he thinks that he himself is better than everybody else. So it's kind of worse in a way, whereas like it's worse in some ways. No, it's worse. It's just worse. I know it's not even a troll, or I think he thinks that he is better than everybody else. Not that like white people are specifically better than, I mean, he probably thinks that as well. I think his first and foremost uh, priority belief there, the number one part of his conscious thought, is that he's better than everyone else. So he's a bit insane. We all know this. What's up, Sister Doll? And thanks for lurking and working, Ginger Fluff. Good to see you as always. Double cheeseburger. Was never a fan of Elon Musk. He tried using Doge to cut me off for my cheeseburgers. Well, I mean, yeah, that's kind of the whole point of Doge, isn't it? Well, one of the many, many, many points of Doge is just robbing you of all your stuff. Don't know why he thinks robbing people of cheeseburgers is trolling. Well, I mean, he doesn't think it's trolling. He doesn't even think it's injustice. He just thinks that he is entitled to take all your shit. Like, I'm not sure that it's worse or not, but he's a psychopath and he's a narcissist and he is an elitist. I don't think that he extends that to everybody else, because we saw how quickly he'll drop the white nationalist shit when it comes to money for himself. And we know that capital goes above the superiority complex of a lot of these right-wingers. And so capital being their fundamental incentive and everything else coming second already tracks along the lines with all of the other ones. He's just even more so a narcissist. So I think even above capital, his own ego goes above that. Because again, why else would he start, the lies in regards to him being one of the best video game players in the world or whatever? Like, that stuff's not Nazi stuff. That's insane narcissist stuff. And I mean, realistically, you can just be all three. It doesn't really matter which goes above the other ones. It's kind of all of them. But it's ridiculous to even give this any kind of I don't know. It's ridiculous to consider anything he says important besides like the consequential effects that it'll have on other people. Important in the sense of it has any value, any meaning or worth beyond his evil plans to take over society, I guess. So this is the actual clip of it.
Those ships did not arrive, as some would have you believe, as invaders. They did not come to destroy or to pillage. In what could be compared to Elon Musk's SpaceX's efforts to build a new colony on Mars.
They did not come to destroy or pillage. Maybe that wasn't the, goal when they came, but nah, that's absolutely what they did.
Men in boats arrived on the edge of the known world to embark on that new experiment. A new experiment and a new society. And just like
a new experiment in a new society built on top of someone else's society.
Astronauts arriving on Mars, those first settlers will be confronted with a different and strange world, full of danger, adventure and potential.
Here's a challenge for you. Find someone who finds that as a good analogy. I thought when someone said that to me yesterday, they were making it up. There aren't people that we know.
I would too. Honestly, I would too. Even with all of the crazy shit that we see all the time, even I'd be like, no, you're making that up. There's no way that anyone's saying that, right? I mean, not in Australia. Maybe like in America, sure, but here, no. Of course not.
Australia was not terra nullius when Captain Phillip and the First Fleet came through Sydney Cove. And I thought that was a very strange analogy to draw, and one that was disrespectful.
Deeply
the fact
disrespectful.
That there were people here.
Deeply
of
offensive.
Course, First Nations people here for tens of thousands of years.
Again, the oldest continuously existing culture and society on the planet, 65,000 years.
And that we have a great privilege of sharing this continent with the oldest continuous culture on Earth.
I don't know. I don't have too much to say on it because, I mean, it's pretty clear that this is A, both dick riding of Elon Musk, and B, just racist people being racist. It's the same thing everywhere, honestly. It's not like there's too much of a difference between the right wing in the United States and the right wing in Australia versus the right wing anywhere else. And the other thing I wanted to touch on is I still haven't seen this. A friend of mine sent this to me on a TikTok the other day, and I found the YouTube link. This is Caroline Kennedy, who is RFK Jr.'s cousin, and her remarks regarding the Senate confirmation hearing.
Throughout the past year, people have asked for my thoughts about my cousin Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his presidential campaign. I did not comment, not only because I was serving in a government position as United States Ambassador to Australia, but because I have never wanted to speak publicly about my family members and their challenges. We are a close generation of 28 cousins who have been through a lot together. We know how hard it's been, and we are always there for each other. But now that Bobby has been nominated by President Trump to be Secretary of Health and Human Services, a position that would put him in charge of the health of the American people, I feel an obligation to speak out. Overseeing the FDA, the NIH, the CDC, and Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services,
Pretty horrifying.
agencies that are charged with protecting the most vulnerable among us, is an enormous responsibility and one that Bobby is unqualified to fill.
Deeply, deeply unqualified.
He lacks any relevant government, financial, management, or medical experience. His views on vaccines are dangerous and willfully misinformed. These facts alone should be disqualifying.
I love how even his family members say willfully disinformed. Infallible Fowl, yes, I do know about the hearings. We're going to have a look at some of the Aaron Rupar threads if we have time later in the stream. And yes, we will also be covering the crash that happened in DC.
Has personal qualities related to this job, which for me pose even greater concern. I've known Bobby my whole life. We grew up together. It's no surprise that he keeps birds of prey as pets, because Bobby himself is a predator.
Yeah.
He's always been charismatic, able to attract others through the strength of his personality, his willingness to take risks, and break the rules. I watched his younger brothers and cousins follow him down the path of drug addiction. His basement, his garage, his dorm room were always the center of the action, where drugs were available, and he enjoyed showing off how he put baby chickens and mice in a blender to feed to his hawks.
Jesus Christ, that I didn't know.
It was often a perverse scene of despair and violence. That was a long time ago, and people can change. Through his own strength and the many second chances he was given by people who felt sorry for the boy who lost his father, Bobby was able to pull himself out of illness and disease. I admire the discipline that took and the continuing commitment it required.
That's impressive, you know. He deserves credit for that. Getting off of heroin is not easy, but I mean, that doesn't discount literally everything else.
Courage down the path of substance abuse, suffered addiction, illness, and death, while Bobby has gone on to misrepresent, lie, and cheat his way through life. Today, while he may encourage a younger generation to attend AA meetings, Bobby is addicted to attention and power. Bobby preys on the desperation of parents of sick children, vaccinating his own kids, while building a following hypocritically discouraging other parents from vaccinating
theirs. He even said so
theirs.
yesterday.
Even before he fills this job, his constant denigration of our healthcare system and the conspiratorial half-truths he's told about vaccines, including in connection with Samoa's deadly 2019 outbreak of measles, have cost lives. And now we know that Bobby's crusade against vaccination has benefited him in other ways too. His ethics report makes clear that he will keep his financial stake in a lawsuit against an HPV vaccine. In other words, Bobby is willing to profit and enrich himself by denying access to a vaccine that can prevent almost all forms of cervical cancer and has already been safely administered to millions of boys and girls. During my time in Australia,
Like, as we said, he's not going to ban vaccines. He's just going to contribute to them being A, unaffordable, B, he's going to remove restrictions on being able to send your kids to school when they're unvaccinated, and this combined will lead to less vaccinations. Leftist Leo, quote, any dead animal carcass in America, chances are RFK has touched it. I forgot which late night host said that. You're the late night host that said that, I'm pretty sure. Seems to be a common theme in the right at the moment, that the need for attention, no matter how insane their toutings are. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the entire point of the Republican Party at this point.
Australia, I worked on the Quad Cancer Initiative, and I
Bunch
learned
of
that cervical
insecure,
cancer
weak
is among the
people.
top 3 forms of cancer among women in a majority of countries. Tragically, every year, more than 200,000 children lose their mothers. They are orphaned due to a lack of vaccines and screening. Those are the real-world consequences of Bobby's irresponsible beliefs.
In the United States, we like the HPV vaccine has done quite a lot to reduce the rates of cervical cancer. Like, it's not like we don't have the entire anti-vaccine debate is so stupid for a lot of these reasons. Like, we've known for decades and decades and since the last century that this stuff works. We got rid of polio, and they're bringing it back. They're bringing polio back. That's the level of insanity we're on. These people are anti-human.
We are a close family, and none of that is easy to say. It also wasn't easy to remain silent last
She's
year
lighting him on fire
when
here.
Bobby expropriated my father's image and distorted President Kennedy's legacy to advance his own failed presidential campaign.
Make polio
and
great
then
again. Yeah.
groveled to Donald Trump for a job. Bobby continued.
I still have my doubts on groveling to Donald Trump for a job. I think the entire point of RFK running for president in the first place was to be a spoiler candidate, and they wanted to have him draw votes away from Democrats, and the reason that he ended up dropping out was because he was drawing votes from Republicans. We know this based on the leaked telephone call that, I believe it was actually his own son that posted the video, in which you can hear them on the phone. They're talking about working together very clearly with the language that they're using, and it goes even further to really just hammer down how likely that is the case, because how hard did they fight to get RFK off the ballot in swing states? Because they knew that it was generally people who were on the right who would have voted for RFK, and that would have taken too many votes away from Donald Trump. So I don't believe that this was a last-minute switchover. I think it was the plan the whole time, but beyond that, it doesn't really matter at this point.
Continues to grandstand off my father's assassination and that of his own father. It's incomprehensible to me that someone who is willing to exploit their own painful family tragedies for publicity would be put in charge of America's life and death situations. Unlike Bobby, I try not to speak for my father, but I am certain that he and my Uncle Bobby, who gave their lives in public service to our country, and my Uncle Teddy, who devoted his long Senate career to the cause of improving health care, would be disgusted.
Well, I mean, everything that he did is about to get undone, so of course.
The American healthcare system, for all its flaws,
I don't know
is the
exactly what he
envy
did, but
of the world. Its doctors and nurses, researchers, scientists, and caregivers are the most dedicated people I know. Every day they give their lives to heal and save others. They deserve a knowledgeable leader who is committed to evidence and excellence. They deserve a secretary committed to advancing cutting-edge medicine to save lives, not to
it hits pretty hard when you have a couple working brain cells to rub together, doesn't it, Leftist Leo?
rejecting the advances we have already made. They deserve a stable, moral, and ethical person at the helm of this crucial agency. They deserve better than Bobby Kennedy, and so do the rest of us.
We all
I
do. We all do.
urge the Senate to reject his nomination. Sincerely, Carolyn Kennedy.
I still think that they're going to confirm him. She would absolutely better make a better Secretary of Health and Human Services than he would. And literally anybody at this point would. Honestly, Kash Patel probably would at this point. Like, not that he would be good in any way, but yeah, literally, you would too. We all would.
Sure.
We all would. A dead possum would make a better secretary, yeah. And I mean, realistically, you guys do understand that the point of this administration isn't to function well. It's to do the opposite of that. It's to not function well. Speaking of not functioning well, so I'm sure you've all heard of the crash with the plane and the military helicopter that happened in Washington, D.C. last night. So, if you haven't, by the way, no survivors, unfortunately, but an American Eagle Flight 5342 collided midair Wednesday evening with an Army Black Hawk helicopter near Reagan National Airport, and it fell into the river, Potomac River, which was frozen over, because, you know, it is incredibly cold. So, like, even if there were survivors, there was no way of getting them out of there quick enough that the hypothermia wouldn't have set in. I mean, I say there's no way. There would have been in a real country. At least some of these people would have survived, but, you know, in a real country, this wouldn't have happened at all, considering the entire reason this happened. Or, you know, this can be argued, but, I mean, people like this FAA employee who is saying that the agency, which was already lacking sufficient air traffic controllers at the time, even before the FAA's officials, as well as the TSA officials and several other federal employees were fired, can tell you that when, you know, the agency whose job it is to monitor flight paths, to, I don't know, reach out to pilots while they're flying, while they're coming into the airports, while planes are taking off, directing traffic, you know, in the sky. That's kind of the entire job. A job that is both so crucial and so it's so crucial and so valued by every other administration and by every other federal legislator up until recently, that these people would have very strict rules over not being overworked, over having enough breaks, over being able to come into work fresh, because, you know, one distraction when this is your job equals a collision a lot of times. And, you know, a collision, when your job is to make sure, you know, that planes flying in the air aren't colliding, well, that leads to people dying. It's shocking, I know. It's no one could ever have possibly predicted this. What's up, Batgaz? And no, it wasn't two military aircraft. It was one military helicopter colliding with a commercial jet. And so this happens just a week after this executive order, in which, you know, as you can see from the wording, President Donald J. Trump ends DEI madness and restores excellence and safety within the FAA. This sure does look like excellence and safety to me. So people being trans caused this crash? Yes, actually. Trans and Black and Hispanic and women, actually, considering white women are the largest, or rather were the largest recipients of DEI grants. Yeah. But it doesn't matter whether that's real or not, doesn't matter what the truth is, because they are actually blaming DEI for this. Here's Donald Trump. Thanks for the link, Infallible Foul.
To put diversity into the FAA's program. Then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration. This was before I got to office.
Back as if anybody's being incompetent, it was the people flying the Black Hawk helicopter, and I'll tell you why in a second.
Recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out
We
on
are.
the agency's
So
website. Can
cursed.
you imagine? These are people that are, I mean, actually, their lives are shortened because of the stress that they have.
That actually is true. That is how difficult it is to be someone who works for the FAA, a flight traffic controller. It is incredibly stressful.
Brilliant people
Oh, it
have
was
to
a training flight for the Black Hawk, was it?
be in
Okay.
those positions, and their lives are actually shortened, very substantially shortened because of the stress, where you have many, many planes coming into one target. Office.
That it being a training flight, it does kind of put a damper on my theory, which was that, I mean, it's not really a theory. I was more thinking if anybody is at fault here outside of Donald Trump and his administration for firing all of these people, that the people flying the Black Hawk helicopter should have been the ones that moved, considering they can not only go forward, but also up and down. But beyond this, that it's not like you have the FAA when you're, on deployment out in Afghanistan. You should have some kind of situational awareness beyond that. But no, it's not the fault of the pilots in either case, honestly. Here is Fox News's thoughts on the subject. I mean, yeah, they did something wrong, clearly, but there is levels of blame that you can place on them, but there's levels of blame significantly higher that you can place on people who were not on those planes.
Is there any reason to believe
plane in the helicopter, rather?
there was any foul play here?
Well, at this time, you hate to jump to any conclusions. Obviously, we'll look at everything, check all the boxes. I had just taken off from D.C. Before the crash, and of course, it came across my cell phone, and I saw it and was horrified. So prayers go out to all those impacted. But, to your point, I think you have to look at this with eyes wide open, see what happened. Human error, was it some sort of equipment failure? Did DEI play a role in this type of thing? So I think you look at it, you go into it with,
They had their transponder turned off? Why? Why the hell would they be doing that, flying over DC airspace, coming in towards the airport?
Eyes wide open and make sure that something like this never happens. It's been a number of years since we've had an aircraft collision such as this. And so, again, prayers for all those impacted.
Absolutely. Is there any reason to believe?
I mean, honestly, Simply Steve, I don't blame you. DEI at the root of all evil. DEI literally just means anything that is anything that could be attributed to Donald Trump and the Republican Party is DEI. Any problem that you can blame on anybody that is in the current administration or on the right or any influencers or any job really, anything that goes wrong in the country is DEI. Everything. The fires in LA are DEI. This plane crashing into, the helicopter crashing into the plane, that's DEI. The egg prices are DEI. They're blaming Biden for this as well, I've seen some reports of. Not sure, but it's something that they can do. It might have been part of the training exercise, but coming in towards the airport is that's a really stupid place to be doing that. Military aircraft aren't required to have their transponders on even in American airspace. I do know that, but why? Especially when you're going in for a landing. It's just mind-bogglingly stupid. I mean, there is or should be air traffic controllers updating aircraft. There were. The air traffic controllers were trying to tell the aircraft, hey, do you see the aircraft? And then immediately after the crash happened. It's just, there's A, not enough of these air traffic controllers, and B, they're likely overworked when they, are already understaffed, and some of them got fired, and their bosses got fired. And on top of this, do you really think that the people that are in the Black Hawk helicopter really care? I'm sorry to say this, and no offense to any, veterans in the chat right now, but I do see a type of attitude that could be present in people in the armed forces, especially in today's America, of, well, like, that's not my job. Make the civilians move. I'm part of the military, especially like someone on a training flight, one of the newer recruits, not necessarily, our older veterans that have experience, but I don't know. I can see some variation of this because they had been contacted. They were aware that they were at least close to the plane, maybe not on a collision course.
That the helicopter was on, is that a common flight path, and is it normal for helicopters to get clearance to cut across busy footpaths?
Hold on.
That the helicopter was on, is that a common flight path, and is it normal for helicopters to get clearance to cut across busy footpaths?
So, again, this helicopter was given clearance to cut across a very busy flight path, which in and of itself is probably an issue here because it's a busy flight path, it's at night where there's lower visibility, and again, there are less people doing the job. That is the entire point to preventing this exact thing from happening.
So,
what fucking DEI are you talking about, male rights? What DEI? Their DEI had nothing to do with this. And again, you know what? DEI could have prevented this, considering this wouldn't have happened if there were more flight traffic controllers and a bunch of them got fired. Do you want to know when the last time a civilian aircraft collided with a military aircraft was? It's in 1970. Oh yeah, the standards Biden lowered. How about the standards Trump lowered? By firing TSA staff, by firing FAA staff, by firing, the people whose job it is to prevent this? It's Biden's fault. Sure. You people literally have like 3 brain cells that you think you can rub together and create some... Raise them by firing the workers that would have prevented this, sure.
I don't know if you all could hear the question. It's a question about the flight path of the helicopter. I don't want to go into too much detail about the information we have from the FAA, but...
Yes, again, look, the standards that Trump raised included giving this helicopter a flight path through a very busy flight path with very little timing, where the flight... Like, the air traffic controllers are already messaging, reaching out. There's audio logs of them saying, hey, you're headed towards a plane, but this still happens. It is objectively not the fault of Biden or DEI in any possible way that this happened.
Obviously, it is not standard to have aircraft collide. I want to be clear on that. But
no,
prior to the collision,
that wouldn't work in the United States.
The flight paths that were being flown from the military and from American, that was not unusual for what happens in the DC airspace. And as this investigation moves forward, we will be able to provide more information.
What would have made this, easier to fix would be that military aircraft in U.S. airspace still need to have their transponders on, for one. And secondly, I don't know, not firing a whole bunch of people whose job it is to literally prevent this from happening would have also definitely helped prevent this from happening. And again, commercial airplanes have never collided with military aircraft in American history. It's not actually correct. It actually was in the 70s with the Hughes Air West Flight 706. But 10 days ago into I'm going to fire everybody, then you get this happening. It's not rocket science, guys. Here's a aviation expert, an air traffic controller, audio being played. Let's have a look at some of the facts from actual professionals.
Joining us now.
Well, I say facts. I haven't watched this yet. This is CNN, and they have kind of bent the knee, so who even knows anymore?
Here on the scene, Mary Schiavo. She is a CNN aviation analyst, former Inspector General for the U.S. Department of Transportation. We also have Cedric Layton. He's a CNN military analyst, retired Air Force colonel. Thank you both for being here with us on this morning as we cover this unfolding tragedy. And I do just want to reset for everyone who's waking up here on the East Coast. Mary, help us understand what happened here. We know these two planes collided. It's not something, thank the Lord, that we see very often in this country. What happened last night?
What happened last night is American Airlines being flown by PSA Airlines, a Canadair regional jet, 700, holds up to 70 people with 64 on board. It was coming into land, as happens, every few minutes, all the time. There were several planes in the air. It was a busy airport. I landed here myself at 7:30. It was very dark.
I mean, look, you can see what happens. First of all, the helicopter is headed directly towards that flight, like on a perfect collision course. And again, we're about to hear the audio from the air traffic controllers. This was the helicopter's job to give way, A, because they have more mobility, and B, this was the administration's fault for firing the air traffic controllers.
Minutes all the time. There were several planes in the air. It was a busy airport. I landed here myself at 7:30. It was very dark, very cold, a little bit bumpy wind, but weather wasn't really a factor in the accident. Also operating in the area was an Army helicopter. It is reported that it was a training mission. There were lots of helicopters in D.C. ferry around VIPs and all sorts of folks. But this was a training mission. The air traffic control tower specifically asked. It's reported, did ask the helicopter if the helicopter had this flight, this American Airlines flight, in sight. That's very important. That's very telling. It is very important piece of evidence because the aircraft, the commercial passenger service aircraft, are always under full air traffic control and what's called instrument air traffic direction. So that was flying exactly as the tower, or should have been flying exactly as the tower instructed. There's no indication it was not. So the helicopter was doing what's called see and avoid. The tower said, do you have this aircraft?
This is standard operating procedure. It's not like we don't already, and by the way, I've seen posts on Twitter saying like, oh, well, they should have said something like, they should have done something more than say, did you see it in your sights? No, that's not how it works, Mail Rights USA. J.D. Vance benefited from DEI. That's how he got into law school. So actually, you know what? That maybe did lower standards a little bit. You know what else? You know who is the largest recipient group of DEI grants? It's white women. Again, it is about ensuring that people who still have the same qualifications. Again, if you apply for a job and you have the same, or if not even greater qualifications than a white man, and you are not a white man, you're less likely to get that job. All DEI did was make it so that if you are a company or an administration or an institution or whatever have you, and you are hiring, then you have to at least consider a few more not white men for that position, and if they have those qualifications, hire them. It has nothing to do with you hiring people that don't have the qualifications. Literally, this entire administration, the Trump administration, is doing DEI right now. RFK Jr. is DEI in your sense of the word, of lowering standards. He has no experience in that position, but he's been put forward for HHS secretary. That's DEI the way that you think it is. But that's not how DEI works. Not in the past, anyway. Not under Biden's administration.
Get in line or fly in behind it.
Nothing ever will haunt him.
Find this aircraft in the air, see it, and then fall in behind it.
And of course, we can hear the helicopters overhead right now. And just to give everyone a sense of where we're standing, we can also see the lights from the boats that are part of this search and
make no mistake, like, this is a tragedy, but it's a tragedy that could have been avoided.
Waiting to see at what point this may become a search and recovery operation, because again, we know that no survivors have been pulled from the water. But Cedric Layton, this river, it's.
And by the way, how could DEI have caused this if DEI is over? Because again, Donald Trump put out this executive order, 8 days ago. 8 days ago, all of the DEI hires were fired. So how is this the fault of DEI? Explain that to me, mate. Could you possibly point out how that possibly works? If all of the DEI employees got fired 8 days ago, and this happened last night, how is this DEI? How is it the fault of that at all? Explain.
Incredibly beautiful stretch, right? I mean, behind us also, I doubt the viewers can see it, but we can see the Washington Monument, the United States Capitol. At the other end of the mall is the Lincoln Memorial. This is a beautiful approach. If you're oftentimes, these small planes will take this absolutely beautiful approach down the river, past all of these gorgeous DC landmarks. The other thing we also know, Cedric, if you live here, is that there is constant helicopter traffic over this segment of the river. It's often extraordinarily low. I know when I sometimes have visitors in town, many of them are taken aback by how loud the
infallible
helicopter
foul.
noise is,
I
how
just
many
want
there
to
are,
hear
how low
the
they
person claiming that this is the fault of DEI explain to me how that's possible if all of the DEI hires got fired 8 days ago.
fly. Tell us a little bit more about what this specific helicopter does, what the unit that was flying it does, what they may have been training for, and how this could have happened.
Yeah, Casey, this helicopter, the UH-60, which is a Black Hawk helicopter, belongs to the 12th Aviation Battalion, which is located at Fort Belvoir, Davidson Army Airfield, to be specific. And what the unit's mission is to fly VIPs and other necessary things around the various posts and bases here in the DC area. They fly a lot of people in and out of the Pentagon. They fly a lot of special missions for various entities in and around the National Capital Region. And they also provide a service, a logistical service for the Pentagon and for other military units. So it's a critical unit.
No, so I do stop giving trolls so much rope to walk on, but Mailright says at the very least he is a troll, but he's one of the lesser ones. At the very least, I do see him often try, and sometimes he'll admit when he's wrong.
And it has had a very good safety record.
I don't care what you're arguing about. Answer my question. If all of the DEI hires got fired 8 days ago, how is this the fault of DEI?
Until this particular incident.
No lessons will be learned at all.
There have been a lot of
none.
aerial activity in the last week to 10 days out of Davidson Army Airfield and several other installations. So there's been a lot of practicing going on for these pilots. We don't know exactly what the nature of this mission was. It almost certainly was some kind of a training mission. We don't know whether the pilots were familiar with this area, if they had just been newly assigned to the unit, or if
I don't
they were
think that
experienced pilots in this
I really don't think that any of that would have been a factor that mattered if we had more air traffic controllers that were constantly doing their job, that were on the payroll, that were not fired. I also think that maybe having officials that are above the general air traffic controllers, the people, who are the organizers, the people who run the FAA, the TSA, also might have improved conditions that prevented something like this. Again, this hasn't happened since the 1970s, a civilian aircraft colliding with a military aircraft. I wonder why that is. 1970 was a long time ago. Hasn't happened at all.
Particular areas. So these are things that are going to have to come out, but it is one of the
not in the United
premier
States
units that ferries VIPs around. Luckily, no VIPs on board the aircraft, the helicopter that crashed, but that is always a big risk. And you mentioned a lot of helicopters around here. Go down any of the interstates in this area, and you will see the helicopters come in and out of some of the locations here. And we get used to it by being here, but there's always a danger in aviation, and that's something that we're seeing right now.
In relation to your point, leftist Leo, I don't think you realize that you're being racist. This is the case with a lot of people. I do say this often. Most Americans who are racist don't think that they're racist, because the reason that they think that they're not racist is because of a lack of understanding between the differences of interpersonal racism and systemic racism. There is significant amounts of systemic racism that's rampant in this country, but interpersonal racism is still looked down on. Even on the right in some cases, not it depends on how far to the right that you go, but most Republicans don't necessarily like most Republicans, I say, but most centrist-ish Republicans, the 6 that are left, don't want to be racist towards other people. They just have these thoughts in their mind because they've been ingrained societally through systemic racism. And they don't recognize that systemic racism in institutions is a consistent problem. They don't understand how that can work because racism hasn't been taught in a way that explains what systemic racism is. We ignore that. We don't get taught this in school. We get taught about interpersonal racism in school.
Well, and let's not forget that for the family members of those crew members, they are VIPs. These deaths, every single one of them, an enormous tragedy. Again, we should say there's been no survivors pulled out yet so far, but we are waiting on word of the condition.
There are no survivors as far as I'm aware.
Planes. Cedric, you mentioned something to me earlier last hour about what it's like and how you focus when you're flying a helicopter and why that might have impacted things because, as Mary noted, the pilots were asked, do you have visual confirmation? Can you see this plane? Where are helicopter pilots normally focused as they're flying a mission like this?
Normally they're focused, and this may not be something that's logical to people who don't fly, but they're normally...
1970, Batcaz was 50 years ago. Yeah.
Normally focused on the ground, because one of the things that a lot of helicopter pilots do, especially in the military,
55
is they fly
actually.
what's called nap of the earth. They fly right along the surface of the earth, at very low altitude. So they're used to looking down, not necessarily looking either sideways or up, and that is one of the key things that is.
I don't
really
think that's a valid
important,
excuse.
to note that they may not have seen the right aircraft when they were told by air traffic control, did you see this particular aircraft? Did you see it?
I think interpersonal would be the one that matters anyway because of an individual. Yeah, see, but that's the thing. The interpersonal racism is influenced through systemic racism. And you can be non-interpersonally racist and unaware of systemic racism, yet you are perpetuating systemic racism. And yet you still haven't answered my question, Male Rights. Are you going to? If all of the DEI hires got fired 8 years ago, 8 days ago, then how is this the fault of DEI? Genuinely, I'm gonna get mad. Give me an answer. The answer can even just be, I don't know. That's a valid answer, but give me an answer. Reply to me when I ask the question in response to your claim.
They said yes, they replied affirmatively, but they may not have seen the correct aircraft.
Right, and for people who don't live in this area or perhaps don't fly into this airport,
that makes a bit more sense, I
that
suppose.
the traffic is pretty constant. It's an incredibly
I still
busy...
think that it is insane that they had their transponder off. We need to make it so that military aircraft flying in U.S. airspace legally should have their transponders on, because it's kind of insane otherwise. Like, I understand that we do test flights and stuff and test classified air technology and shit. I don't know. Who cares? I don't care. It's not like the military isn't breaking the law constantly anyway. It's not like they're going to be held accountable. Make it at least part of the law so that when something like this happens, we can point to that.
Airport and even for this particular type of jet, this CRJ, there's a number of them that fly because of the nature. This airport services a lot of, it's honestly here because members of Congress want to be able to fly. There's all these small flights coming from small cities across the country that use these jets.
Exactly,
as a political campaign reporter, I've flown to, all over the country to all sorts of small cities on these planes and taken this exact approach myself many times. Mary, I want to play what we have from the air control tower from the FAA.
There we go.
The interaction between them, and then we'll talk about it. Let's watch that.
Patch 25, CRJ in flight. Patch 25, pass line is CRJ. Q017. I don't know if you caught earlier what happened, but there was a collision on the approach in the 33.
So there you could hear the air traffic controller instruct the helicopter
Well, if they all got fired, the damage was done. I do think that they would have been able to go and find... You see, the thing is, the one thing that counters that argument is that there's no plans to hire new ones to replace them. They're not looking to hire new ones because, again, you know, cutting costs from government agencies that they deemed as unnecessary was also part of the plan. Now, I'm sure after this they will, but in that executive order that was, like, we didn't read through it because I don't care enough, but I've read it. It doesn't actually say in here in any way, shape, or form, here, I'll link it, that they are going to hire new ones.
Pilot to fly behind the plane, and then you could hear him react when he figured out what happened. What did you learn when you listened to that?
Well, I learned, several things. One, that they were flying with at least communication with air traffic control. The air traffic controller was certainly trying to keep all the traffic separated, as is the job of an air traffic controller. The aircraft from the transmission clearly had priority, was going into land. It would have priority.
Look, you can hear from the actual correspondences between air traffic control that there were absolutely attempts to try and at least notify to change course. And again, a helicopter is much easier to change course in than when flying a commercial airline. It's pretty simple. And again, thank you for the link, Infallible Fowl. You are awesome. FAA administrator quit on January 2nd after Elon Musk told him to resign. The Federal Aviation Administration's leader stepped down on January 20th, months after Elon Musk demanded that he resign. The move by Michael Whitaker means the FAA has no Senate-confirmed leader for one of the biggest crises in American history, in its history, because he quit before Donald Trump took office. So, again, there's no boss here. Is this guy, is this DEI too? He ran the FAA for just a year and then announced that he would step down. Did I hear right that the military aircraft have priority over commercial aircraft? Yes, they do. They do, but also they should be the ones that move, because they, like, in that case, you need to let's say, take this as an example for boats. If there are two boats on a collision course, the boat that is faster and more mobile is the one whose responsibility it is to turn to prevent collision. That's their responsibility. It's quicker to move, it's quicker and easier for them to do that than, let's say, a slower boat. And again, in a helicopter versus a passenger jet, which of those is the more mobile? Well, it's the helicopter, quite obviously. This isn't rocket science. And what standards? Because, again, open that link that I sent. There's no standards of excellence that are being described here. Apparently, severe intellectual disabilities and psychiatric issues is being claimed. Cite me an example, because I don't give a fuck that, like, Trump claims this. I have yet to see any instance of an example of that, any proof of that, any single person who was fired that had any kind of, I don't know, intellectual disability or psychiatric issues that would have qualified for a reason to fucking fire somebody. Interesting ink on your arm. It's a wolf howling at a moon. I like wolves. Now, here's Pete Hegseth. By the way, this is Pete Hegseth on Fox News while this is happening. This is moments either before or after or during, at some point in the night, very close to the actual crash, but I believe this is actually before, at least before the news was announced.
What's happening with DEI? How's that going at the Defense Department?
Well, DEI is not going well at the Defense Department because it's dead. We will, as the president said in his inaugural, we will be merit-based and colorblind, and that is the case at the Defense Department. DEI is going to be ripped out root and branch.
That was already how the Defense Department was. We were merit-based, at least with, you know, how you rank up in the military. No one's getting a higher rank because of their ethnicity, their gender, their nationality. Like, none of that shit even mattered. Colorblind, but not sex blind. That's true, at the very least. But again, like, Pete Hegseth is in charge of the DoD. This guy served in the Army and was a Fox News host. Lloyd Austin was the previous head of the DoD, and Lloyd Austin had medals of just medals after medals after medals. He was infinitely more qualified than Pete Hegseth was. Again, I feel like the DEI, in at least the way the right sees what DEI is, in their definition of it, applies much more to people like Pete Hegseth and to RFK Jr. than it does to literally anybody that was hired under the Biden administration.
Because we want everyone treated equally, with high standards, and held accountable with warfighting, lethality, and readiness.
Well, then you shouldn't be in this job, should you?
Front and center. We don't
you
have time
no
for
qualifications to do this job.
Jesse, one of the dumbest phrases in military history is our diversity is our strength. Our diversity is not our strength. Our unity and our shared purpose is our strength. And the Pentagon is excited to get back to
I'm not
that
even
core
going to.
mission.
I don't care.
It's happening rapidly. The services are responding, and those that don't want to respond can work somewhere else. So diversity, equity, inclusion will not be a part of the defense.
That's what you get. All of the, you know, let's get rid of DEI. Let's get rid of DEI. Look what happens. In one moment, he says air traffic controllers are not to blame, and then he swerves and says because DEI, because serious deficiencies, it is Obama and Biden and Buttigieg's fault. Literally, exactly that. Sorry, Tracy. YouTube does not like anything, really. Nightbot on there just continues on the way that it goes, even though I've turned off every kind of moderation that it has. DEI to them is hiring someone more qualified that's not white because they were less qualified and they're mad because of their skill issues. I mean, it's not just that, but again, also, like, remember the video of Asmongold we watched yesterday, in which he's talking about how he would never support anything that doesn't directly benefit him, but benefits another group, even if it has nothing to do with him. Like, let's watch that again, because this is how they see DEI. No, they're all lying, Tracy Thomas. You can be pretty confident that pretty much every word that comes out of their mouth is a lie. I mean, I posted the video of the RFK hearing yesterday, which, by the way, I didn't realize was really long. It's like a 5-hour video, and it's just lie after lie after lie after lie. You think that sex blind means an entirely different thing, but sure. This is what, like, DEI means to the right wing.
And I'm sorry, but I'm never going to vote for a person who's going to categorically put me at a disadvantage. Like, any time that somebody is providing advantages to an identity group that I don't belong to, I will never support that. Never. Why would I actively support somebody who's trying to...
Mate, warm white men have been chosen for every job in American history since the very beginning of the country. Nobody is crying bigotry when a white man gets hired. We cry bigotry when not white people get fired for not being white.
To disenfranchise me and hurt me. It's insane. So he's totally right that it's the policies. And it's also the messaging. The messaging is...
Like, this is how they believe. Everything is it needs to personally make me feel better, even if this has nothing to do with me. Again, he's talking about voting for anybody that introduces policies that benefit any identity group, in his own words, as Asmongold said, that is not applied to him. But again, Asmongold is a live streamer. None of this affects him anyway.
It's patronizing. It's rude. It's aggressive.
Tracy, Trump just lies like 30 seconds into the press conference. 5 minutes is honestly, if he didn't lie for 5 whole minutes after he started speaking, that deserves more like credit than being called out. That's impressive. That's probably the longest he's ever gone.
It's awful. It's common sense. It's voting against your best interest. Yeah, people are obsessed with identity politics. Yeah, exactly. But how are you being hurt? Well, for example, like if somebody provides a benefit or a promotion that's available to a group of people that I'm not a part of, that would be an opportunity that I wouldn't have access to.
You don't have a job where someone's gonna do that for you. Work as a live streamer. What the fuck does this have to do with you? And again, that's the entire mindset. That's the point. All of it is exactly like that. Provide an example says the most generic shit. Again, because they don't have any. It's all feelings. It's all, I feel uncomfortable. I don't like seeing other people getting, you know, a leg up in society. And again, like, everything that the Trump administration is doing right now is just exactly how the right wing views DEI, but for white men. People like RFK and people like Hegseth being given the roles that they are, being put forward for the roles that they are. Hegseth obviously having been confirmed already, and not so for RFK, but he will be, are DEI hires. Joe Biden was a DEI hire. Because again, Obama was a black guy. Why do you think they picked Joe Biden? They were pretty clear about it too. It's not like they even tried to hide it. When Kamala Harris started her campaign, the reason that they picked Tim Walz, I mean, in fact, not even just Tim Walz, they had openly said they were looking for a white man to be the VP. That's DEI as well. Trump mentions there were Russians on board. They were ex-Russian skaters with the Boston Skating Club, along with 16 U.S. skaters and family. Of course he will blame the Russians when it has nothing to do with them, but anytime the Russians are actually fucking with our country, oh, well, you know, Russia, you guys are always complaining about Russia. It is an obscene double standard and hypocrisy, which is, I mean, par for the course here. There's also Kristi Noem, who's not a man, but got brownie points for killing her dog. Yeah, she literally killed her dog because it was annoying, too. And so, like, by the way, while all of this is happening, they're taking away the rights of people, specifically queer people. So I'm sure some of you have seen this already. Just yesterday, actually, is this yesterday? No, yeah, 2 days ago. Because my time is a bit weird compared to you guys. The Idaho State House passed this 46-24. State finding of the legislature and calls upon the Supreme Court of the United States to reverse its decision in Obergefell, I couldn't read this last time, v. Hodges, and restore the natural definition of marriage, a union between one woman and one man. They want to get rid of gay marriage. It's almost like, you know, we were screaming this for, you know, months and months and months and months and actually years, that after they went after trans people, they would also start going after gay people. The reason they started going after trans people was because gay marriage being legalized made it quite unpopular to go after gay people. Trans people were an easier target. And now that, you know, pretty much 70% of the country has this frothing at the mouth hatred of trans people, although a lot of them not even really, they only hate the image they have of trans people in their head. Most of these people will see a trans person in real life and they'll be perfectly fine with that person as long as the trans person, you know, fits into gender norms and is somewhat passable. It's pretty different. And by the way, on that subject, we've got quite a lot of anti-trans stuff happening this week, so I guess, you know, first and foremost, really, Erin in the Morning, great resource. She's basically my primary resource for getting news on trans-related issues in the United States. She does excellent fucking work. So, Republicans attempt to remove trans people from the Civil Rights Act, classifying them as disabled. Again, why the fuck are disabled people not included in the Civil Rights Act as well? That's a big question to start with, really. I don't know why that's an issue to begin with, but whatever. On Friday, not one. Geez, I can't talk today. The activist group One Iowa Action announced on Facebook that Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds plans to introduce legislation that would remove gender identity as a protected category under the Iowa Civil Rights Act. By the way, if anyone starts posting transphobic shit in here, mods, just send them to the hole, please. I don't care if they're a regular chatter. I don't care if it's in good faith. I don't want to deal with it today. I'm not arguing whether trans people deserve to have rights or not. If passed, the legislation would allow businesses and government institutions to discriminate against transgender individuals. The proposal appears to echo House Bill 2082, which we'll also have a deeper look into, which was introduced last year, which sought to classify transgender people as disabled. You're seeing this over and over and over again right now. Does AutoMod even work well on here, Shardspork? Because it tends to just like I see it block a lot of stuff that's unrelated, which is why I had it turned off. But I mean, you guys are the actual mods, so you're at least there to have a look at it. It remains, but sorry, never mind. So disabled is what I was talking about. We've been seeing this a lot everywhere, including like Meta making it so specifically including the definition of, well, you can harass queer people if you call them disabled and call them mentally ill. That is the tactic because they also don't like disabled people and they also don't like mentally ill people. You can see, actually, really, if you look and zoom out a bit, where the line for, to where the camps are at the very least is, it is queer people, it is immigrants, it is brown people in general, really. And after we get through the queer people and the brown people and the immigrants, who's next in line? Well, it seems to be disabled people and mentally ill people. It's almost like, I feel like there was another country once upon a time in a different part of the world that went after specific groups like this one by one, like leftists and queers and brown people and disabled people and mentally ill people. And, I feel like they focused a lot more on religion to start off with, but I'm not sure. Pretty sure there's an issue on YouTube is with Nightbot, not YouTube mod settings. Yeah, I can't turn it off. I tried. I'll have a look at it. But yeah, I don't know. This feels like it's pretty clear. It's not, I mean, it is pretty clear. They're not even trying to hide it. It remains unclear if Reynolds' pending bill will include the controversial classification. If enacted, this legislation would mark the first time a state repealed anti-discrimination protections for an entire group. Wow, so even if they don't ship me off for being trans, I'm fucked? Yeah, kinda, leftist Leo, but I mean, hopefully not. Hopefully we can manage to stop a lot of this. Now, I'm not exactly confident that the courts will do anything, but we did see that at least with the blowback that they got after freezing all federal funding, that even just within one day they backed down on it. And what that says to me is that they are testing the waters of how ready the public is to have this new level of fascism being applied to their lives. And it didn't seem like we were, as a public, ready enough to fully just lay down and accept that just yet. And I mean, no one cares about trans people, but people do care about gay rights and gay marriage. In fact, there's quite a lot of gay Republicans. So a good way that I would think to try and protect trans people here would be to try and really tie the argument together of, well, they're also going after gay rights. If you it is LGBT. I know that a lot of these people are drop the T LGBT types, and they're disgusting for that, and they're stupid because they think this will save them, but maybe showing them that this isn't saving them, that they are also being currently attacked, might produce some more solidarity. I mean, again, Stonewall was started by trans people, by trans women. And so, I don't know, as the queer community, I feel like we need to start tying that in more and not just telling TERFs to fuck off and try and at least convince them to, like, it's not like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I don't believe in this shit, but the enemy of my enemy is still my enemy's enemy. And that can be useful in some contexts. And you're not wrong, Shardsport. Most of the rights that we have as queer people are directly credible to the efforts of trans women throughout history, especially trans women of color. Yeah. Now, Chris Mall, a transgender resident of Urbandale, Iowa, said to the Iowa Public Radio in 2024 in response to HB 2082, which is which was the one that created the distinction between gender identity and disability being, actually the lack of distinction rather, got rid of the distinction and said that gender identity is a disability. Went on and said, quote, I probably would have met the criteria for gender dysphoria many years ago, but I don't currently meet the criteria, so I am not a transgender person, so I am a transgender person, but I don't have gender dysphoria diagnosis. I wouldn't be eligible nor seek that diagnosis today, so I'm going to lose protections under that. Which is pretty fucked that, like, that's even a possible case. There's plenty of trans people who don't have dysphoria, and there's plenty who do. I don't really think it matters, blah, blah, blah. But the fact that, like, that was a requirement for civil rights protections was just a step towards this. Every single step that they take is a step towards eradication. I've been saying this for a while, and especially before the election, I did get a lot of the sentiment of, you are being too extreme, that you are being too dramatic, and that you are fear-mongering by saying that the Republicans want to genocide trans people. But, I mean, they do. Like, everything they say indicates this. It's not being extreme when you can evidentiate it. I mean, here is an example that I like to use, because it makes it really, really clear. But this rhetoric is very much exterminationist. I call it like I see it, guys. You know, like, I don't lie. I don't like to narrativize. If I'm narrativizing something, it's to, I make it clear that I don't know that this is the case and that I'm narrativizing anytime that I am. This is just objective.
So to the trans activists over there claiming that this is all about the rights of children, I say again, yes, you're right, it is. They have a right to be protected from you. Children have a right to be protected from all of those people over there who want to harm them and damage them and destroy them. And they will be. They are going to lose. They are losing right now. We are not going to let them harm our children. This case is just the beginning of the fight. It is not the end. We are not going to rest until every child is protected, until trans ideology is entirely erased from the earth. That's what we're fighting for.
Again, like, that phrase right there.
Ideology is entirely erased from the earth.
What else can that possibly mean? And, like, that's just one guy. This has been going on for a very, very, very, very, very long time. This has not gone anywhere. This has not changed even remotely to be any more, I don't know, non-eradicationist. It's only gotten worse over time. If you could prove it, you would win any election. Motherfucker, we can prove a whole bunch of shit. It's not like you care. I can prove that Donald Trump and Epstein were best friends. Do you think that that changed anything? Like, genuinely. If that doesn't change anything, then why would it? The fact that, like, you even think that you can listen to that clip and think that's anything but eradicationist and genocidal is mind-boggling to me. I really need you to take a minute and to just think about that. They literally do. They want to kill all of the trans people, and they also want to kill all the queer people. They want all of us dead. A fraction of the general public is in support of genocide, not a fraction. I think it's more than a fraction. They're just unaware. They're unwittingly in support of that genocide at the very least. There's quite a lot that are very willingly as well, not to say that there isn't, but again, there is a distinction between people like Matt Walsh and his ideology, people like J.K. Rowling and her ideology, and people who don't like trans people because from the moment they wake up till the moment they go to bed, they open up Fox News or they're looking on their phone and they're hearing about how their children are being snatched away in school and being operated on and like bullshit that just isn't true, that has no basis in any kind of evidence. They see this every day, all the time, from the moment they wake up again to the moment they go to bed, and it inundates their entire life. No matter whether you're looking at politics, whether you're someone who likes comic book content, whether you're just looking at fitness content, whether you're talking about sports, whether you're talking about education, whether you're talking about bathrooms, all of this is everywhere and all of it's tying together. And people who don't have the ability to do critical thinking because they're not taught to. In fact, they're incentivized to do the opposite, which critical thinking is something that we talk about a lot on this channel. How are they supposed to think otherwise? I can pull it up, but it's 67% for trans people that don't get access to medication. Trans suicide rates, USA. I mean, here's according to Statista. You open. Considered and attempted suicide rates for transgender people in the United States from the year 2000 to the year 2022, with a forecast from 2023 to 2030. As you can see, those rates have gone up, not down. Considering, you know, the amount of hate has gone up, the amount of harassment has gone up, therefore the amount of suicide attempts have gone up. To clarify, I was talking about members of Congress, not individuals. Well, I mean, Nancy Mace, at the very least, is fully and entirely devoted specifically just to harassing, like, the one trans person in Congress. That's like, there's a report that came out recently. It's on Twitter somewhere. I don't care to actually look for it, but that her and Nancy Boebert literally ran to the bathroom because they thought that, what was her name? Sorry, I can't remember the trans senator's name. Sarah McBride was using the women's restroom, and she wasn't, by the way, which goes all the way into the other point of all of these laws and restrictions affect cis women as well, because people can't tell someone's trans just by looking at them. Like, the vast majority of Americans wouldn't know that if a lot of trans people, do try very hard to hide the fact that they're trans to avoid harassment. And a lot of people, don't even really know what to look for. It's like, it's difficult to notice for a lot of people, including me. It's not like I would know everyone just because I see their face that they're trans. But no, like, that's their entire goal. They're not doing anything else, by the way. They've ignored every aspect of their job and made it their personal vendetta to go after Sarah McBride. And that's awesome, Leftist Leo. I'm glad. Now, again, according to the Center for American Progress, 56% of transgender people reported to experience discrimination within a year leading up to the survey. A study by the Williams Institute found that 22% of trans and non-binary people faced outright workplace discrimination during the same period, which now, by the way, all of those workplace protections are gone. And so, you know, it's not even just discrimination, they're just going to get fired now, while 26% reported harassment in the workplace. So that's almost certainly a lowball number because, again, harassment and discrimination don't get reported anywhere near as often because for fear of retaliation, just like how sexual assault doesn't get reported nearly as often as actually happens for fear of retaliation. Yes, we support the queer community in this channel, and that very much includes trans people. And by the way, if you hop in the Discord, I do have some resources for trans people in there already. Aaron Reed's like this website in and of itself, Aaron Reed, Aaron in the Morning, great resource to follow up on trans related news. She also has some maps that you could look into that are useful. As for organizations that assist with getting trans people both access to medication, but B, getting them out of red states are things that I'm looking into. There is one organization that specifically helps with getting trans people out of red states and into blue states, is a link that I already have in there, but they are a small organization and they are definitely oversaturated with requests right now, so it's kind of difficult to find really anything to do to help here, you know. But like, as your responsibility as a human being in the United States, whether you have, you know, money, whether you have power, or you're just a random person, if you see a trans person being harassed, help them. If you see people saying genocidal shit about trans people and you are someone in a position of privilege, call them out. In fact, in the Discord, I also have in the resources section of how to confront a fascist and how to speak to somebody who is trying to solicit violence from you, who's trying to escalate to violence. There is a very long video on that, as well as, you know, how to do first aid, how to build a first aid kit. Now, on top of that, we need to keep talking about this stuff. We need to not ignore it when it happens. And if you know somebody who is trans, holy shit, Michaela, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Wow. But again, if you know somebody who's trans and let's say they are passable, you don't know somebody who's trans, you shut the fuck up about that. Just like how if you know somebody who is an undocumented immigrant or even a documented immigrant, no, you don't. They were born in that country. You've seen their birth certificate. Doesn't matter. You don't know any of these people being trans or illegal or immigrants. None of that. They are straight up American patriots. You just lie. Who gives a shit? It's for protection reasons. You need to be the person that housed Anne Frank. You need to be the person that shout La Migra if you see ICE in your community. Go warn people around your community if you see them. And again, learn how to defend yourself. Buy a gun. You have a Second Amendment right for a reason. I know it's difficult and it might be scary. And of course, if you're not, you know, in a mental capacity that you feel like you can have one safely, then don't buy a gun. But also, if you don't feel comfortable going to the range to learning how to shoot, look into groups like the SRA, the Socialist Rifle Association. They also are a much better, you know, group than the NRA, considering the NRA is very right-wing, and the SRA does community outreach, they go do disaster relief, and they are not a political group. They don't do politics in that group. You're not allowed to talk about anything like that. It's just they will teach you gun safety, and then you can go and help your community with them. So consider those as possibilities. Back as, for the days when people are so confident in who and what they are that they don't feel the need to harass or impose their beliefs on others. No matter what your beliefs are, live and let live. Live, let people live. Live the lives that they want, not the lives that you say that they should. Well, that's the bigger point here, actually, Bad Gaz, because every single person who is militantly anti-trans calls trans people, and really queer people broadly, groomers, right? They call them groomers. They say that they're trying to poison the minds of children and pedophiles and child molesters and whatnot. But every person that makes these accusations is significantly more likely to fall under those categories than any trans or queer person I was going to say that I've ever met, but really in general, because the people who call like the LGBT community groomers, they are the ones that groom children the most. They are the ones who want to groom these children into being religious, into being subservient to gender roles, into being quiet little, you know, soldiers that follow along with the great, like, lovely superior leaders thought, like, it's all bad think, you know, they want to stop bad think, and you have to go to church, and you have to dress in a nice skirt, and that men shouldn't, you know, have to compete with women in the workplace, and that women shouldn't vote. These are their beliefs that they try and push onto children, and then they call them pedophiles and child molesters, whereas the entirety of the elected Republican Party is pretty much the Epstein Party. One second. It is all projection. I do often say this, that every accusation is a confession from the right. Every time they accuse the left of doing something, they are confessing to something that they do. Not 99% of the time. But every time they confess that they've done something, that is an indication of what they want to do in the future, what they plan to do. You have to learn how to listen and read between the lines in a context like this, where the media will cover for them more often than not, including any, like, Rachel Maddow seems to be the only, like, actual person left who wants to stay with some sort of idea of their own ethics and morals in place in the news media. And I know I'm going off topic because we have a lot of news about anti-trans laws to cover, because we've had so much going on that I haven't really been able to do it for a hot minute. But I mean, this, we saw this the other day, and I still get goosebumps listening to it, but there's very few people left in the news media that have any kind of journalistic ethics, and the ones that do are leaving like this, or
end today's show by thanking all of the wonderful people who work
fired
behind the scenes at this network. You may have seen some reports about me and the show, and after giving all of this some careful consideration and weighing an alternative time slot CNN offered me, I've decided to move on. I am grateful to CNN for the nearly 18 years I've spent here doing the news. People often ask me if the highlight of my career at CNN was at the White House covering Donald Trump. Actually, no. That moment came here when I covered former President Barack Obama's trip to Cuba in 2016 and had the chance to question the dictator there, Raul Castro, about the island's political prisoners. As the son of a Cuban refugee, I took home this lesson. It is never a good time to bow down to a tyrant. I've always believed it's
never a good time to bow down to a tyrant, and yet most of the media has.
Job of the press to hold power to account. I've always tried to do that here at CNN, and I plan on doing all of that in the future. One final message. Don't give in to the lies. Don't give in to the fear. Hold on to the truth and to hope. Even if you have to get out your phone, record that message. I will not give in to the lies. I will not give in to the fear. Post it on your social media so people can hear from you.
Still gives me goosebumps. You know what, male rights? Do you want to like debate me on this? Maybe not even a debate. Do you want to come on and have a conversation with me on this subject? I would be very much willing to talk about your views, because, like, okay, you say that everyone has equal rights. I disagree. You add that women have privileges that men lack. I do agree, but also men have significantly more privileges than women lack. And I don't want you guys to argue in the chat over this. And it won't be today, but would you be willing to come onto stream, with or without a camera, but with at least a microphone, and have this discussion with me, like, one-on-one? Because if you genuinely have these beliefs, and you think that, like, they need to be discussed, and again, like, I can see where you get these beliefs from. It's not like they're foreign. And I do agree that there are parts of that you're just somewhat correct on, but so wrong on the vast majority of it. And I don't want this to be like, I'm not trying to attack you, because again, you do act in a civil way here. You do, I don't know, you act in good faith, you learn, you've admitted to being wrong. when I've proved you wrong at least once in the past, I'm pretty sure. If you're willing to come on and talk to me, we can have a conversation about this. You can air your thoughts, you can share your beliefs in full, in detail, and we can discuss why. You already prep for this debate? I mean, no, I actually won't prep at all. You can just come on. I already know exactly what you're going to say and what I would say because I've heard this argument about 50 billion times already. I don't need to prep for this debate. I don't even need sources. Like, I can pull them up on the spot. You can make a claim and I'll pull up the sources. But yeah, like if you want facts, I can prepare some sources for you if you want. But if you want this conversation to happen, it's not going to happen with you chatting in my chat and me answering you like this. It'll be in actual conversation discussion scenario. You can come on, put your camera on. You can have no camera. It doesn't matter to me. But the interaction just doesn't feel useful when it's me just chatting into chat, arguing with you on this. I want you to prepare. I want you to bring me sources to try and back up your claims. I don't want you to just tell me your opinion. I want you to prove it. If you think I'm wrong, then prove it. And if I am, then I'll say I'm wrong. Now, I know I'm not, but that's what I expect here. I expect a discourse with all of you in a way that's if I'm wrong, prove it to me and I will say that I'm wrong. Any of you, on anything, please. And if you say something incorrect and I prove to you that you're wrong, I expect you to also concede that you're wrong. And we move on. And we can come back to that conversation if something new comes up. That's how community works, you know? I don't want to fight. I don't want to have to drag, and I don't want drama. I just want functional discourse that leads to positive outcomes. That's all I want. And whether I should or shouldn't doesn't necessarily even matter. I want to and I will, but I will only do it in a call. You can call in on Discord. You can jump on stream and we can do a multi-stream. I don't care how you want to do it, but if you want to talk about this, that's how we need to do it. Okay. Now, back to what we were talking about. I'll, continue on as we go. Contrary to what the desires of politicians may suggest, anti-trans bills in Iowa are incredibly unpopular. They're unpopular in every state. Now, again, during the 2022 midterms, Republicans got eviscerated because trans issues were their primary objective. That was the thing that they were running on. And we thought, not we, but the Dems thought they had some hope that maybe seeing how much of a failure that was, that it would die out and that it wouldn't be a major issue come 2024. But again, it's exterminationist rhetoric. They don't care whether it's useful or not. They will be quieter about it when it suits their purposes and when they want to drum up hatred and vitriol, and when they already had succeeded in doing so for immigrants, then they brought the anti-trans ads up over and over and over and over and over again. Well, so you did not provide something yesterday with factual evidence that I dismissed. You provided a propaganda channel, but if you bring up that, link me that again. We can have a look at it again if you want to. I proved to you that channel, not using the link you sent because I didn't want to dismiss the link you sent in a way that didn't relate to the actual context of that video. So I picked a different one from that channel to dissect and show you how it is consistently a channel that is lying to you. Oh, the proof of God. I don't care to have a debate on the existence of God. I don't care to have a debate on the existence of God. It was a different thing that you had linked me that we were going to look at, and then we looked at how that channel is filled with lies by looking at videos about the 2008 financial crash and shit. Sorry, the 2000 election, actually, with Al Gore and George W. Bush. That was why we moved on to that video, is because I didn't think it would be right of me to try and disprove both that video and why that channel is filled with lies at the same time. It wouldn't have been productive. Anyway, look, again, this law is pretty fucked. It removes civil rights. That's what's happened here. Now, if we move on to a different state here, then we have Montana. Montana lawmakers' bill would charge parents of trans children with child abuse. Overruled a healthcare ban in 2023, but it's making a comeback in the latest state Republicans' war on the judiciary branch. Yeah, look, again, I feel like maybe this adds into this is exterminationist rhetoric. Because this now is affecting the parents of trans kids for just having trans kids. For the 5th time in 3 years, Montana State Senator John Fuller introduced legislation targeting transgender youth. The state Supreme Court overturned a similar law sponsored by Fuller in 2023, and its renewed form may indicate the GOP's plans for restructuring Montana's judiciary branch in favor of conservatism, which they absolutely do plan to do, and they absolutely will. That is part of Project 2025. It is part of gerrymandering and rigging elections. I mean, like, again, we talked about this before in that I don't care of any discourse of how this election may have been rigged by, like, voting machines and this and that. This election was rigged because every election is rigged in Republicans' favor because they own all of the media. They own all of the, like, Vosh said this the other day, and I agree with him on this, that if all of the, like, right-wing media influencers, take Joe Rogan, take, you know, Tim Pool, Matt Walsh, Tucker Carlson, all of them, if all of the news channels like Fox News and CNN and MSNBC were as militantly leftist as they are, you know, pro-right wing, then the Democrats would have won by a landslide. It's not difficult. We only have Fox now. You own the media. Literally, you own all of independent media. The billionaires that own TikTok, that own Twitch, that own YouTube, that own Facebook, that owns Instagram, that own Twitter, all of them are right-wingers. And also, like, just because the MSNBC and CNN are still not considered right-wing doesn't mean they haven't been. They bent the knee long ago. They're not even talking about any of the stuff anymore. They're not even reporting on the executive orders. But again, are you gonna answer my question on whether or not you want to come on stream and talk to me about your claims, male rights? Or are you gonna just ignore that and move on to a different claim that you're making that I could also disprove? Joe Rogan was a liberal, but the left canceled him? No, Joe Rogan is an idiot who has no beliefs of his own. He just mirrors whoever's on the other side of him. If you go look at him and watch any video of Joe Rogan, which I don't really recommend you do because, you know, you'll get a little bit dumber every time you do, he just mirrors the personality and the ideology of whoever's sitting across. He has very interesting podcasts on occasion, sure. I've never actually, like, watched a full one, but I've seen clips and bits of it, and he does seem interesting, but he doesn't have his own ideology. Like, if you put Bernie Sanders in front of him, which he has had Bernie on, he was screaming about, like, he used to scream about how billionaires should pay more taxes. But if you put someone who's a right-winger in front of him, then he'll immediately parrot right-wing talking points. If you put Putin in front of him, he'll be pro-Russia. If you put Xi in front of him, he'll be pro-China. If you put Claudia Sheinbaum in front of him, he'll be pro-Russia, pro-Mexico. Like, it doesn't matter. He doesn't believe anything. What the rigging is voter suppression, gerrymandering, it is the ownership of the media. Like, all of those things go into it. It doesn't matter. Like, don't take the wrong idea from this. Like, the election being rigged is like every election being rigged. The entire system is rigged in their favor. The entire electoral college, for example, is rigged in their favor, because the entire reason the electoral college exists was because it was DEI for the slave states. That's what it was. He's been anti-marginalized communities for 8 years. We need to stop putting gutting his agency. Well, I mean, I suppose now, because he's been radicalized now, but like, I can see your point there, Infallible Fallon. You know what? I'll take that. At this point, he does believe the right-wing stuff. He's been fully radicalized. But up until a point, what I said was true. Now he's fully a right-winger. I gotta pee, and then when we come back, we'll continue on with this horrific news. I'm having a hard time just getting into it today because usually, like, when we're talking about horrific news, at the very least, it's something that, like, we can do something about. But no, this is just like like, this feels like I'm talking about Israel. That's how depressed I feel talking about the anti-trans legislation. It feels like I'm talking about Israel. I'll be right back. God, I have to drink so much water because it's so hot and my throat's so dry. We can help you with our tech stuff if you need help. Aw. That's nice of you. Are you gonna come on or not, man? I really want to know. You're making claims. I want to talk to you about them. I want to hear you out. I want to listen to your perspective. I'm not gonna, like, argue with you. If you watched my debate with Quibbles, I let him talk every time he was saying, like, genuine nonsense. I let him finish the sentence. It's not like I'm going to be aggressive and cut you off every 10 seconds. I'm just gonna have a conversation and show you that you're wrong, or at least show you what I believe, and you can show me what you believe. And I know that I'm right, but I'm not gonna discount the fact that, like, I might be wrong on one thing, one tiny little insignificant thing. I know my shit, man, and you clearly don't. But if you want to try and prove it, you want to keep making these claims, it's your job to back them up. I can back up the claims that I make. Can you? That's how conversation works. If you provide a claim that something is real or true, then you have to back up why. Just that simple. I don't know how we're, like, still discussing any of this. And no, like, we wouldn't have won this election unless A, there was a massive media apparatus in our favor, or B, they ran on economic populism. You don't want to do a debate. Again, it doesn't have to be a debate. It could just be a conversation. I have to search so many Twitter likes and, well, it doesn't have to be right now. I don't actually want to do it today. We have a bunch of shit to go over. Like, it could be next week. We can schedule it. Pick a day next week. Because, you know, I'm off for the next 2 days anyway. How about in 2 weeks? Yeah. Schedule it with me. Genuinely. I would very much give you, like, every opportunity that you need to find your resources, to find and research and to study, do whatever you want to do, whatever you like. It doesn't matter. If you're going to make a claim, I want to have a conversation. Anyway. They're going after the parents of trans kids now. So, introduced on Wednesday, January 22nd, the bill, Senate Bill 164, rather, would criminalize gender-affirming care, such as surgeries, puberty blockers, and hormone replacements therapy for trans patients younger than 16. This is also even worse now because we had Trump put out an executive order that we're going to look into in a second. Excuse me. Every major medical association in America endorses the provision of this type of care. Quote, says the ACLU of Montana's executive director, Akila Earnose, and quote, this bill would mandate the government overreach into private decisions that should remain between families and their treating care physicians. Again, like, that was one of the things that Kamala Harris said during the campaign. Actually, I believe this was actually Tim Walz who said this, that really did resonate with a lot of people, including a lot of people on the right. And that's that the government doesn't belong in A, your bedroom, and B, in your doctor's office. Bill's sponsor has a lengthy track record of trying and failing to enact anti-trans laws. Again, because these laws are not popular, nor are they constitutional. But again, the Constitution just kind of doesn't matter anymore because the president said so, I guess. On to the president, anyway. Chilling line Trump just crossed with trans people. Now, this came out just yesterday. The stroke of pen issued an executive order targeting trans people being dismissed from the military. While the order itself is nothing new, he signed a similar order in his first term. Many expect it to return. The rationale behind this decision marks a chilling escalation and a major line crossed. For the first time, directly in a piece of policy to be enacted, the justification for such actions taken against trans people is not about the faulty arguments laundering falsehoods as science. The pretense has been dropped entirely. Instead, Trump justifies his attacks on the trans community by directly attacking their honor and worth as human beings. In the executive order and bills passed through legislative bodies, a section known as the purpose is often included. This section allows lawmakers to elaborate on why they believe legislation is necessary. While purpose sections typically carry little to no weight in actual enforcement of the law, they often serve to justify the frame of the legislation's intent. Many anti-trans bills in recent years have included such purpose sections. I have had notable displeasure in witnessing the evolution of anti-trans bills and the reckless attacks on transgender rights over the past 5 years. For much of that time, Republicans buoyed on anti-trans organizations funded by billionaires and amplified by media outlets like the New York Times, and have operated under the guise that their efforts were not anti-trans. Instead, they claim to be just asking questions, or questioning the science, or engaging in debate about trans people, as if these debates were somehow divorced from the rampant anti-trans animus that is undeniably pervasive in these circles. Obviously, that was never true. It was never about protecting kids. It was never about questioning the science. Again, all of the science that they cite is pseudoscience and is easily disprovable. Take the Cass report, for example. But they still continue on with that anyway. But now they're dropping the pretext. They're dropping the euphemism. And if you know history, that you know that when a euphemism is dropped, the reason that that euphemism is dropped is because it's no longer needed. And that is incredibly scary. Once they stop pretending, then you know that they have the support to do it without pretending. That's where we're at now. This is why when reading the original Arkansas trans care ban, you won't find overt charges that trans people are lesser human beings who deserve to be erased in purpose section. Instead, you'll encounter pseudoscientific statements like, quote, the risk of gender transition procedures far outweigh any benefits. Untrue. And the majority come to identify with their biological sex. Untrue. But are demonstrably, which are both are demonstrably false, obviously, but carefully crafted to carry a veneer of scientific credibility. That all changed yesterday with this new one. So from the executive order, we can see the quote. Consistent with the military mission and longstanding DoD policy, expressing a false gender identity divergent from an individual's sex cannot satisfy the rigorous standards necessary for military service, as in, you're just not good enough. Beyond the hormonal and surgical and medical interventions involved, adoption of gender identity inconsistent with an individual's sex conflicts with the soldier's commitment to an honorable, truthful, and disciplined lifestyle, even in one's personal life. As in, trans people are liars, of no honor, and have no discipline. And a man's assertion that he is a woman and his requirement that that others honor this is a falsehood, is not consistent with humility and selflessness required for a service member. So as in being a trans woman and asking other people to respect you is selfish and inhumane to other people around you. As in, you as a trans person are harming other people by existing. That you are, again, not worth as much as a regular human being. For some reason, again, there's distinction between a regular human being and a trans person that they are making. The lack of discipline, the lack of honor, the lack of being able to tell the truth. Again, every accusation is a fucking confession. These people that say this shit are not people like you and me. Anyone who believes this fundamentally, not because they read it, but I mean like the people writing these legislation, the people enacting this legislation, the people who attempt to enforce this legislation are not people like you and me. They are human beings, of course. I don't dehumanize, but you know my stance on what makes a human being a person. Humanity requires empathy. And to be able to say something like this is just anti-human. It is a lack of humanity, a lack of empathy. It makes you not a person. It just makes you a soulless ghoul in a human suit. I mean, it's not like I don't think that we should take away their human rights or anything. I just think that they're not like us, as Kendrick Lamar says. And again, it's not like we don't already know that the vast majority of people who say these things and people who want these kinds of bills passed and these the people who want these methods to be used, it's not like we don't already know that they want to groom children. This is grooming children. It's really disgusting, and it will ruin a lot of people's lives. It'll ruin a lot of people's lives that aren't even just, directly targeted by this, because this is, again, just a step. This is the executive order just to remove trans people from the military. But there's so much more to it than this, because we add this in with the criminalization of parents of trans children by saying that they are child abusers. Add this in with the bans in certain public places, like, bathrooms. It is a fundamental attempt to step by step by step remove the rights and like the lives of trans people. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. They want trans people dead. And after trans people, they're going to go after gay people. They're going to go after gays, lesbians. They already don't even think bisexual people don't exist, so they hate you and they're not human. Sorry, they're not people. This is anti-human behavior. So we have this one as well. Just released a memorandum from the OPN. Federal facilities will now have a bathroom ban for trans people. This will go into effect on the 31st. It also has a slew of effects that puts into place the first anti-trans EO policies for every agencies. This will have a ton of impacts really, really quickly. So this memo is pursuant to the authority of the U.S. Office of Personnel Management. Steps to end federal funding of gender ideology. In light of defending women, each agency should prompt actions to end all agency programs that use taxpayer money to promote and reflect gender ideology. They're talking about defending women, but also this means that, trans men who are objectively A, men, but B, look like men, or their body hair, they're strong. Have you guys seen what a fucking trans man looks like? That they now have to use the women's restroom. Now, again, I'm making this specific point narratively because obviously, like, this is so much bigger than this, but just because right-wingers often neglect trans men, they forget about trans men very, very often with their hatred focused solely on trans women. You want this guy to go into the women's restroom and then you call it protecting women. Like, it's just kind of silly, you know? You want these people in the women's restroom, and then you're saying this is about protecting women. It's not only nonsensical, but it goes against the points that they put out there, because those points that they have put out there are not the point. There's nothing to do with that. That's all just narrativizing. You can point out pain is the point, suffering is the goal. It's always the point, it's always the goal. They are anti-human. It's so easy to disprove every single claim that's made by these, like, monsters, these ghouls that pretend that this is for, like, any purpose other than just suffering. Trans people don't harm anybody. Trans people are a tiny, tiny, tiny portion of the community. He's not going to answer Shard's fork. He's not.
You could not.
He's not. You want to know how many trans people exist in the United States?
You could not watch a single NFL football game all election season without seeing a barrage of ads.
They're all like
constant
this.
About the scourge of trans people and their alleged domination of American culture, thanks to Kamala Harris. Republicans have now run multiple campaigns in congressional, statewide, presidential, playing up fear of, for instance, trans women playing sports and trans youth seeking medical procedures with their parents', consent, obviously, or simply seeking to use a public restroom in privacy and dignity. And given all this, given how much emphasis there has been on this, I think it's worth asking, what is the scale of the issue we are talking about? Why are we talking about it? Republicans don't...
Of course leftists do. They put those on during football games for a reason. So going after them and hating them is easier. Well, it's easier if you pretend that it's for a different reason, but also they are step by step dropping the euphemism as we go.
Don't have an answer.
I'll be right back. I need to
West
grab
Virginia
something.
Senator Jim Justice in 2021, as his state's governor, he signed a ban on trans students in school sports, but he couldn't tell Stephanie Ruhle that it solved any real-world problem.
Can you name one example of a transgender child trying to gain an unfair competitive advantage at a school there in West Virginia?
Well, Stephanie, I don't have that experience exactly to myself right now, but I will tell you this.
Not yourself, your state, sir. Can you give me one example of a transgender child trying to get an unfair advantage? Just one in your state. You signed a bill about it.
You know how stupid all of these, like, arguments of trans people in sports are? That the national or like the international chess league, chess, banned trans women from playing against women in chess. You think about that for a second and tell me what advantage a trans person, like a trans woman might have over a cis woman in chess. It's literally just saying that men are smarter than women, and that's why. That's what they're saying. But it's every single anti-trans argument is at its core misogyny. That is what it is at its core. Every argument of, well, of course, which is false. Every argument of against trans people is based on the belief that what makes a woman is the ability to carry a child and give birth. By that same argument, which every time, you use this as a counter, it just gets ignored of, well, then what about, like, women that are cis but aren't, like, unable to give birth? Does that mean that they're not women? And then they just ignore that. This is, like, a ridiculous argument if you really take a second to consider where all of these talking points come from. They're all false, and they all come from just hating women. I think the bigger issue is chess having different tournaments for men and women. Yeah, well, that too, absolutely.
No, I can't really tell you one.
This Republican moral panic has given most Americans a wildly incorrect notion of the scale of just trans life in America. So in 2022, YouGov polled 1,000 Americans, found they really tend to vastly overestimate the size of basically every minority group, including the proportion of people who are transgender. Respondents guessed more than a fifth of the country was trans.
Basically, yeah, Schwartzborg.
The true
They
estimate
thought a fifth of the country was trans.
is 0.6%.
It's probably about 1 because there is underreporting because people are afraid to say that they're trans because obviously, you know, you'll face harassment if you do. You're much more likely to be faced with verbal harassment, cyber harassment, and also to be assaulted in like a lot of cases on the street if you're open about being trans, and therefore we do have underreporting, but 21% is a joke.
Oh, but they're taking over women's and girls' sports. Another just lie. As the head of the NCAA,
Like 6
told
trans
the Senate
people that
last
play like high school level sports that are trans.
month.
How many athletes are there in the United States in NCAA schools?
510,000.
How many transgender athletes are you aware of?
Less than 10.
Less.
I literally made up the number 6 just as like a joke, but less than 10, I'm probably right.
Than 10 out of 510,000?
Yep.
Less than 10. In other words, less than 0.02% of college athletes are trans.
I'm that good, by the way. Like 6. I guarantee you that less than 10 is 6 because I'm just that good. I don't care whether it's true or not. That's true now. I didn't realize they thought there were that many of us. No, they think that like trans people are overtaking the U.S. They think that. You know why though? Because all of this is based off of the idea of social contagion theory. It's Nazi ideology that you can make other people trans, that your degeneracy can be spread like a virus to other people. Whether you're trans or you're gay, whether you're, you know, a leftist, like, and that's what they believe. And to be fair, I mean, you can spread leftist ideology. It's just, it's not a virus. There's no such thing as it's like a social contagion theory. That doesn't exist. People don't become trans because other people are trans. That has never been the case and never will be the case. Gender is not real. It is a social construct. It is real to you. It's real to the person who experiences gender, and it is real in the context of that person engaging interpersonally with another person in which their gender is relevant to the conversation, but outside of it, it has no physical, tangible reality. It is in your head, just like it is in their head. You being a man or a woman or non-binary is all a social construct. Now, does this make it invalid? No, of course the fuck not. We have lots of social constructs, but they act as if this is like a physical thing that you're like, because they don't understand the distinction between sex and gender. And you can see that even in some of the executive orders that come out, where they even are trying to say like, oh, we need to make a distinction between sex and gender, which we've been yelling at them for like years now that they just tend to ignore. It is a concept that is so it's kind of like the interpersonal versus systemic racism for the right wing. It is they can't conceptualize the difference between a physical characteristic that is like determined at birth versus a social construct that is fluid and can change based on A, your internal factors, B, the material conditions in which we live and how we exist with them, C, your external social factors. Gender changes over time. Sexuality also can change. People can go from being cis to being non-binary to back to cis to being trans. Like, it doesn't tend to happen quickly. You know, you're not jumping all over the place and you don't get to make a conscious decision to do this. It's not anything that's conscious. It is a mix of several factors that are impacting how you feel about yourself and how you want to engage with society and how you want society to engage with you. That's it. It's literally just, how do I feel? I feel like this. It is the norms and roles associated with a sex that would be sex, like a assigned sex at birth, and which of those you want to engage with, and how you want to be engaged with by others according to those roles and expectations that are generally associated with a sex. That's it. That's gender. It has like such a simple way of existing that it's too complicated to have it be that simple for a lot of these people, if that makes sense. Like, its simplicity complicates it for the people who don't understand it.
But thousands of American children are being brainwashed and altered with puberty blockers. Also just not true.
Like,
We've got a new peer-reviewed study.
It's like, you don't have to show them the studies because they don't care. It's not about the information. It's not about the facts. It's that they feel like this is like, did we not cover just like a week or two ago where there was this argument about a guy who slept with a trans woman, and then his friends found out, and then he and a bunch of other people went and stabbed this trans woman like 16 times, and the claim was that it was this was in the UK. The claim was that she sexually assaulted him because she didn't like tell him that she was trans, that she didn't make it clear, which, by the way, it doesn't, A, whether she did or didn't, I don't care, and B, the guy 100% knew, because this happens all the time, where guys sleep with trans women, and then their friends find out, and then they pretend like, oh, she lied to me, because they get embarrassed and they get angry and they want to, you know, look cool in front of the boys. And so they pretend like that they never knew. Like, it is a constant thing that happens. If you remember, you know, back when Pornhub wasn't banned in half the states, if you look at the stats of red states and the type of porn that they watch, trans porn is quite high up there. It happens a lot. Republicans like to sleep with trans people. They just don't like people knowing that they do. It's also the fact that at the RNC, Grindr's servers crashed because of the amount of people at the RNC who were on Grindr. It is all hypocrisy. It is all a method of trying to obfuscate themselves and to try and... They have a lot of guilt and shame that they internalize, that they try and put onto trans people, so that they don't have to feel that guilt or shame, that they can feel anger at somebody else for their guilt and shame. Back as, oh no, I'm autistic, so I better isolate myself, don't want to be infecting other people. Yeah, actually, well, you know, they have started with that one too. But like, no one's becoming autistic by seeing other autistic people around. It's ridiculous. Every argument here is ridiculous.
Study looked at more than
because
5 million health
The
insurance
point is
claims
just
by
that they hate you.
adolescents. As one study organizer told NPR this week, there were less than 1,000 youth that accessed puberty blockers and less than 2,000 that ever had access to hormones.
This is the amount of people that are, you know, impacted by these laws officially, right? Wait, do people really think you can catch autism? Absolutely. People think that vaccines give you autism, corn cob. Like, there are such a small amount of people that are openly trans in the United States that it is almost like, it is more likely than not that you have never met a trans person. At least, you know, one that's openly trans. Because a lot of people are either repressing it, or they are in the closet, or they're stealth for safety reasons. Regardless of that, there's a really high chance that you've never met a trans person. There's a higher likelihood of you meeting someone with red hair than you are of meeting someone who's trans. But we've made this such a massive, massive, massive talking point issue because the point isn't about trans people like doing anything. It's just existing. It's just the first scapegoat. It is the easiest target for them to go for because, again, it is more difficult for them to go after gay people, and they want to get the entirety of LGBT out of the discourse. They want to kill every single one of the members of this, you know, I was gonna say this group, but like anyone who's queer, they just want us dead. All of us, they just want dead. I'm trying to be nice here. I'm trying to word this in a way that isn't angry and screechy, because I want to make this into a video and I want to put this up so that like people can watch it and at least get some rational discourse on the subject and can be confronted with like a conversation that doesn't just rely on studies and that doesn't rely on numbers, but that explains why things are the way that they are. But it's so difficult to do this without getting incredibly frustrated and wanting to just scream at the fact that all of this is nonsense. Disposed of is the right word that you might use. I mean, disposed of is still a euphemism for exterminated. That's what they want. They want extermination. I honestly, I don't care. At this point, I'm not going to try and sugarcoat this. Also, like, at the same time, if I'm going to be honest with my, like, genuine opinion on this, it gets kind of depressing for the trans people that are watching me. And I really don't want to incentivize a doomer outlook, because trans people, it's even just in the United States, like we talked about earlier, Stonewall, are the crux of queer rights in this country. And it's not like this type of discrimination didn't exist before. Now, the entire country wasn't as militantly exterminationist before, but like, queer people aren't going anywhere. Queer people will always exist. Trans people will always exist. Trans people have existed for all of time. There's records dating back to pre-biblical times all over the world. India, Malaysia, Europe, everywhere. Native Americans, Australia, with the indigenous population. Like, you can, like, even if under the most depressing worst case scenario possible, if they killed every queer person in this country, there would just end up being more, because you can't get rid of that because it's natural. There are queer people that will always exist. People will be born, and some of those people will be queer. Some of those people will be trans. You can't erase a fundamental part of not only just human existence, but I mean, even in the animal kingdom, there are examples of like gay animals that have gay sex, and there are examples of trans animals. Just a couple weeks ago, no, I think this was last week, I showed a clip of a bald eagle, a male bald eagle, who was just sitting on a rock like he wanted to hatch an egg, and then the zoo gave him an egg, and he sat on the egg until it hatched and became both the mother and father of this little baby bald eagle. Like, it's not something that you can make go away. So, hold on, I'm going to put this over here because we got to get through all the other ones first before we break down the one from yesterday. It's a pretty bad one, so. Okay. So yesterday, Trump's executive orders crossed the new line. No longer are in the New York Times op-eds within the veneers of pseudoscience. Yeah, okay, we read this one already. Sorry, there's just too many of them for me to keep track of. I've been spending too much time here with Visora. Your conditioning of being female is infecting me. I've been feeling very feminine of late. Rushes to the doctor. Well, I mean, you live in the UK, so you're gonna have a bit of a hard time. Damn, I'm transing people's gender just by being hot. See? Like, trans people will always exist because you don't even, you can just look at women and be like, God damn, And honestly, women can look at men and be like, God damn. And turns out that those weren't women and those weren't men. Oops. By the way, again, I still will fundamentally stick by the belief that not only is gender not real and fluid, it can go from, you can move from any part of the spectrum into any other part of the spectrum. It's just not a physical decision that you make. It's not conscious. It just happens based off of several factors impacting you. But that also sexuality is fluid. I've gone from straight to bi to like queer, like to just like general, like I'm not gonna like make a distinction, to a full-on lesbian, and back to bi. Like all of this shit is based on internal and external factors in your life. You need to stop worrying about what people do in their personal life and start worrying about how the government's taking away your rights. So, this is the newest one, a national under 18 trans care ban. It's actually under 19, I believe. So let's read through this specifically, right? Oh, okay, hold on, there's two. Jesus, there's so many. So this one goes after teachers in schools, after it goes after social transition and threatens arrest. I'll go through this line by line, so let's have a look at that. So in the purpose section, Donald Trump frames being trans as an anti-American ideology and designed to sow distrust and undermine family values. So already we have like fully dropped the euphemism because it is both now anti-American, designed to sow distrust and undermine family values. Great. This is literally just the definition of every accusation as a confession. But parents trust America's schools to provide children with rigorous education and to instill patriotic admiration, rather, for our incredible nation and the values for which we stand. I don't care. The practices not only erode critical thinking, which is quite funny to hear from them, but also sow division, confusion, and distrust, and undermine the very foundation of personal identity and family unity. They hate you. This is literally the first step, imprinting anti-American, subversive, and harmful and false ideologies. The word subversive here. How often do you see the word subversive used? In what context do you often see it used? You often see it used in things like ideology that is to promote, I don't know, things like radicalization, like terrorism, like insurgency. These are all not even remotely coded ways of building up to an ability to just arrest trans people for being trans. We're not there yet, but they're building all of the pre-required justifications for it through these kinds of bills and through using this kind of language, through normalizing this kind of language. Going back up to this section, such environment operates as an echo chamber, talking about parents who, okay, whatever. In recent years, parents have witnessed schools indoctrinating kids in radical anti-American ideologies, citation needed, while deliberately blocking parental oversight. Anytime they say parents' rights, they just mean that parents should have the ability to, own their children and that children have no rights. So again, parental oversight is a code word for I want my children to be my property. It really does say a lot. And that this environment is an echo chamber in which students are forced to accept these ideologies without question or critical examination. Literally, like, the entire opposite here is what happens. No queer person in existence is trying to make other people like queer in a not like, okay, you know what? I will say trans women do have a bad habit of calling everybody an egg and like saying like, oh, you should be trans, blah, blah, blah. Like, cause I've seen that pointed at like several other content creators, but that's in like a live stream setting, in a joke setting, in a meme setting. It's very different than what they're saying here. And that is the closest you can possibly get to anything remotely close to what they're saying. And yeah, it is projection out the ass. In many cases, innocent children are compelled to adopt identities either as victims or oppressors solely based on the color of their skin and other immutable characteristics. Again, does not happen. People are I'm an egg. Am I a man now? Does that mean I get privilege? Can I just like say that and get privilege? That'd be cool. But like, understand, right, that the idea of, so what skin color here mentions is that they're tying in the idea of anti-white racism into the idea of the existence of trans people because they want all of it tied together. That makes it, again, easier. All of these leftist ideologies, whether it is racism or whether it is misogyny being a issue, like, doesn't exist for anybody outside of white people. Actually, misogyny just doesn't exist to them. But then those ideas of the left of like, hey, you guys are being racist, you guys are misogynist, you guys are being Nazis, are tied to the existence of trans people. And they want that tie in there because you see how right-wingers react to, like, let's say, calling Elon Musk a Nazi. If all of these ideas are interconnected with each other, then it's much easier to not allow any, like, conversation around the idea of trans people that can go beyond the fact that it is oppressive to other people to have trans people existing. That's the goal. That's the long-term goal here. No, you're too amazing to be a man. Sorry, chat. That's funny. Nothing against men. I'm just curious. You know, I was gonna say, like, now on top of this, again, bringing it back to subversive, both of these are tie-ins. They are going to use the radical left as the target for military operations. That's why when we have like a big protest or anytime that there's going to be violence that happens, which will eventually happen, again, please don't do any violence. I don't support any violence, but they're going to blame the entire left, and they are already begging for a trans like shooter, because every time someone does like a mass shooting or school shooting or tried to assassinate Trump, they all immediately try to frame it as a trans person because they want these ideas tied together so that they have the justification to just take all of the left wholesale and put us in camps. They don't want distinction. They want the idea of the existence of trans people and the existence of like a socialist and the existence of any violence that, honestly, let's be honest, it'll probably be a right-winger committing, being all tied together, and that all of us are subversive, harmful, anti-American, and that we are harming America's children, not only violating outstanding anti-discrimination laws in many cases, but this usurps basic parental authority. And again, parental authority being, I want to own my children, and anti-discrimination civil rights laws is such a projection, considering everything they're doing is literally attacking anti-discrimination, civil rights laws one by one by one from the moment that they took office. What they want is the way that we are angered around oppression of any group by people in power. They want that to be framed as specifically directed at white people, and then they want to remove any idea of any group being oppressed or controlled other than white people. They are the internal victim complex, constant snowflake crying. They are literally like 13 years old, 4chan trolls at heart, every single one of them. Children should not only exist as property, makes sense, to be used as slaves until they're old enough, otherwise sold into sexual slavery, aka marriage. Well, I mean, yeah, that's what they want. The idea of a child having autonomy, it makes them angry. Like, if you say, and I will, by the way, say, that I think that a 14-year-old not only should have access to puberty blockers, but should have access to hormone replacement therapy, if they want to or not, without parental consent. they're old enough to make that decision for themselves. I genuinely believe though. I don't care of any argument that they make. And you know what? I will add in, yes, your brain is not fully developed until you're about 25. And I don't care. Children deserve rights. They deserve to be able to make their own mistakes if they want to make mistakes. This, theoretically could be. There are what, like 1% of trans people detransition? It's less than that, probably even. Okay, that's fine. You can make that mistake. You can make the mistake of, I don't know, getting addicted to drugs when you're a child. You can make the mistake of, I don't know, stealing a car and getting into an accident. That's all, they're mistakes. They have consequences. And I think that children should be free to make choices that are generally good for them, considering even children as young as 14, 13, 12, 11 tend to know what they want and what's bad for them. And sometimes, they don't. And oftentimes, let's say they try and do something that they want to do, and it's not good for them. They often stop when they realize it's not working. And this isn't to say that there shouldn't be, parents shouldn't try and teach their children. We shouldn't have, some safety rails of like, PSA, here's some information, make informed consensual decisions. But that would also mean, increasing funding for education and getting kids to actually be able to fucking read. So, I don't know. At this point, the argument of parents' rights is a lack of kids' rights, and the argument of trans people's existence being somehow subversive and an attack on the United States, no. And, I did an entire video on that yesterday. No, I'm not gonna do that today. We have a lot more to get through after trans people as well. I don't have the time for that today. But if you link me a clip, sure. You know what? Link me a clip. I'll have a look at it because it's Bernie. Just because it's Bernie. Now, definition section is the only applying to trans youth. That's a mistype. Sorry, Aaron. But it is a doozy. It says that social transition is going to be a big part of the executive order, stopping it, and this includes using a different name, pronouns, and in the bathroom. It is a modern-day crusade. It's a genocidal intent. Social transition means the process of adopting gender identity or gender marker that differs from a person's sex. This process can include psychological or psychiatric counseling and or treatment by school counselors and other providers modifying a person's name or pronouns, calling a child non-binary, using intimate facilities. Intimate facilities is such a weird way to put bathrooms, and accommodations such as bathrooms and locker rooms specifically designed for a person of the opposite sex, quote unquote, and participating in school athletic competitions. Social transition does not include chemical or surgical mutilation. Again, so this right here is genuinely this is genocide. Getting rid of a person's ability to even socially transition. We saw the rates of suicide earlier. That's going to make this skyrocket. Have a lovely day, Shardspork. Thanks for sticking around. I know this one has been a pretty depressing stream. I did try and warn you guys that this one wasn't going to be fun, especially for the trans folk. There's just been too much. Yeah, just a link like that in chat. I'll have a look at it as soon as we're done with this segment. Now, here we go. Section 3A says the policy to eliminate federal funding for any school that supports gender ideology. Given the definition sections around social transition, this will likely mean schools that let kids use not only just the bathroom, but just use their preferred name. You can just cut funding to the school if they use the preferred name. Although I'm kind of curious as to why we still have the Department of Education, because I thought that was going to get cut immediately. But this does fall into the Project 2025 goal of just dismantling the American education system and privatizing it anyway, so it is what it is. It's all right. It all follows the same track. Section 3B says that it will pull funding from any schools that does not forcibly out its students, so any school that supports the social transition of their trans students. By forcibly out, this means that any school in which a child is known to be trans and the teacher doesn't report this to the parents is not only they're trying to criminalize the action for the teacher, but also will cut funding from the school. And again, there is a reason why we have this ability to, as a teacher, to not tell a student's parents about their preferred name, their preferred pronouns, their sexuality and or gender, because it is dangerous to the students. The vast majority of A, sexual assault of children happens through the family, but B, the vast majority of like trans people that don't want their parents to know is because their parents will abuse them. This is going to increase suicide rates by like orders of magnitude. This is going to kill a lot of people. This is what they want. And again, how is that not genocide? They are one by one implementing systems to eradicate trans people. Hold on. Oh, while that loads. Go. What is genocide? Killing members of a group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of a group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction, in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Now, these are only some of the definitions of genocide. Some of the things that fall in to the definition. Genocide is a very broad term. This is a genocide. This falls into any definition you can give of a genocide, because it isn't just the killing. It is so much more. Again, it is the causing the bodily harm, the mental harm, to bring about conditions of harm and destruction and pain and misery to the group. That's the whole point. The AG directed the state AGs to go after teachers that allow for sexually exploiting minors or practicing medicine without a license. Again, so this is just teachers that say it's okay to be trans and that your identity is valid and that your beliefs matter and that your feelings matter and that you shouldn't not exist. Like you should. Yeah, you have the right to exist in the way that you feel most comfortable in society. I don't know how to say anything else because it's just genocide. It's hateful. It's meant to destroy communities. It's meant to destroy lives. And again, this isn't just trans people's lives. They're going after parents. They're going after teachers. They're going after schools. They're going after doctors. This is eradication. Policy 1 of this new protecting children from chemical and surgical mutilation, which doesn't happen, calls for the purpose of trans people care, calls trans people care maiming, and states that children will soon regret being trans. Detransition rate is rare, 1 to 4% in most studies. That 4% is a very fucking high end. Real quick, Vizzy, while I'm on my 15, I noticed your comment on my stream, was kind of surprised, never thought another streamer would find my show. If you ever want to do a show together, talk about it. Yeah, join the Discord. I only checked out a bit of it because it was while I was getting ready for stream today. But, I mean, like, you were based. I very much enjoyed it. I would happily do, like, a show with you and talk about something. This, and you can hit me up on Blue Sky. Cool. Absolutely. Drop your Blue Sky link for me, and I'll hit you up because... like small streamers like us need to work together. We need to boost ourselves. The entire like independent media apparatus, aside from maybe like 5 or 6 or 7 names on the left that are not any, like Hassan is really the biggest streamer on the left, and then everyone else is kind of small. I wouldn't mind setting up a time to do a stream. Hell yeah. Now, again, detransition is not 1 to 4%. It's significantly lower than 4%, but she's being generous here considering she's a professional journalist and not a live streamer like me who will yell and scream at people that are dumb, she tries to appear much more professional. So that's being charitable. No, like, the idea that trans people are being maimed by given puberty blockers or hormones and that they will regret it soon is A, bullshit, but B, easily disprovable. But again, they don't care about facts. They never have cared about facts. What is this? Hold on. Jesus Christ. Countless children soon regret they have been mutilated and begin to grasp the horrifying tragedy that they will never be able to conceive children of their own. Again, not how that works at all. Like, yes, if you are on hormone therapy for a long period of time, or rather, like, longer than a year, you might have some trouble in reproductive health, but also, as far as I'm aware, you are A, very much informed of this beforehand, and you are B, incentivized to freeze an egg or freeze some sperm in case you want to have genetic children later in your life. So, like, that's just not true. Again, this is the demonization of not only trans people, but again, of parents, doctors, and teachers. How's it going, Ethoslob? Depressingly. This is I feel like I'm talking about Gaza right now, but with trans people. But other than that, fine, I guess. Yep. Oh. Now, definition 2 includes that people who are legal adults of 18 years or older set the attempt to ban at those under age of 19. It also says that the federal government will call gender-affirming care chemical and surgical mutilation from now on. I don't understand why people like Hassan never have small streamers on their channel. Like, I guess social... Yeah, well, like, the thing is, people like Hassan don't have small streamers on their channel because most of the time that they have tried that in the past, the people they've had on have been mind-numbingly stupid. It's also why Vosh doesn't tend to... Vosh has a rule of he won't, like, have a debate with anybody on the left anymore, because not only do they think that they agree with, like, him, but then they are also dumb and don't know what they're talking about, and then they argue on semantical bullshit. And I can see that for someone like Hassan, who has millions of followers and gets, like, 40,000 views on his stream. I think that, like, that's wrong, and that they should try and have smaller streamers on more often, that they should try and engage with smaller streamers, especially now. But, like, it's not about the idea of socialism. The criticism of socialist streamers never practicing socialism is so incredibly silly. Yeah, absolutely. Like, they give shit to Hassan because he lives in a nice house. He lives there with his family, and he has, like, the money. Again, using the tools of capitalism under capitalism while you live in that system, while advocating for a better system, is not immoral nor unethical. Like, you use the tools that you have and advocate for better. This shit's getting bad. So, in regards to what we can do, like I said, I have some resources in my Discord, in the resources for safety section. If any of you have resources that are helpful for trans people, that are institutions or organizations that will help them and get access to medicine, or get them maybe moving out of a red state into a blue state, or help them find housing, anything of the sort, please drop them in the Discord. Would be very happy to both look into them. And if you know anybody who's in danger, you should try your best to help them. If you, in your community, start to see this kind of rhetoric, go out and confront these people. Again, in the section that I have the resources, I also have a video on how to talk to and confront a fascist, someone who is trying to perpetuate violence. And use these methods, learn self-defense, and protect your community. It is your job as someone who is aware and able to protect the people in your community who are unable to protect themselves. And no disrespect to the young folk, this is what you get for sitting around watching instead of being out doing. They can come out to Colorado, but we forewarned, we expect you to fight for the state. Look, again, like, that's bordering on Fed posting, unfortunately, although, like, it shouldn't be. That's the thing, you know, like, you should be out there. You should be organizing. You should not be trying to organize big protests right now, though. I don't think that that's the way to go. I think right now they want us to do this so that they could have the little army of 1,500 fucking terrorists that got released from prison go do some violent shit and then blame it on us and then use that as an excuse to come after all of us by calling us, you know, radicals and terrorists. They've already said, you know, that they will use the military against protesters. They've already declared that leftists are the enemy from within, and they'll declare fucking Hassan a terrorist organization if they wanted to. If he went out there and started advocating for you to organize and go out into the streets. I don't want you to organize and go out into the streets. I want you to go and talk to your neighbors. I want you to organize in your community. I want you to, A, get people aware and involved that are around you, and get them to not only learn and educate themselves, but go and educate others. Not forming big protests, not going out and screaming, because it's too late for that now. We've passed that time, that we had that chance, and like, that's gone now. Now is the time for preparing for the assault that's coming. You need to make sure that you can protect you and your community, that they are aware of the risk that exists to their life. And again, this isn't just trans people. Again, look at with the immigration stuff. ICE is going after American citizens. They're going after Native Americans. They're going after literally anybody that they want. You can have your papers on you. They'll just take them, and then they'll say, "No, sorry, don't have papers," and then they'll arrest you. They are building concentration, like they apparently we're building a bigger concentration camp in Guantanamo. We're expanding Guantanamo Bay to 30,000 for the worst of the deportees, which is I mean, that kind of sounds like a death camp to me. Remember, the Nazis didn't build the death camps in Germany. They built the death camps in Poland. And they built the concentration camps in Germany. They were killing them outside of the country, so because it's easier to control people that way. It's easier to control the flow of information. But as simply Steve said, you have the Second Amendment. You have the right to self-defense. If they come into your community, you can defend yourself. You can defend the people in your community. Go learn how to. Go watch the video I just made on building community and how important it is. And don't expect the courts to help you, because this is what the courts this is the basic gist of how helpful the courts might actually be here.
But the right to freedom of expression is guaranteed by the Earth Constitution.
Maybe so. But I know a place where the Constitution doesn't mean squat.
First off, I love Futurama, but like, the courts aren't gonna help you. The fact that word is being used to tell me, tells everything I need to know about Trump and MAGA. Well, I mean, yes, you know what is being, like, planned here. You know that they're going to come for us all. You know, but most people don't. And again, the vast majority of these people don't watch the news, you know? Quick comment on Guantanamo Bay. Well, the Democrats had... No, you're right. We should have absolutely closed ages ago, but wanted to leave it for themselves. And once Trump takes power now, it is an issue again. It's not that it's an issue for... Like, you're misunderstanding my point here. A, I was always in favor of closing Guantanamo. Hate that place. The issue here is the difference in why it's being used. What Guantanamo was used for is to harbor terrorists that we arrested. Like, people who were a danger to the United States. What Trump is saying is that they want to use Guantanamo to house immigrants, quote unquote, people in the United States that are not terrorists, but they consider the dangerous, radical, illegal immigrants. Again, this is the combination of all of the things that we just discussed. It is the combination of No, I know, but they're like they've been in this chat for a while, Prop PBG, and we're engaging in good faith here. It's not just terrorists here. It's people that are in the United States that have not committed terrorism, that are not part of terrorist organizations, that are being labeled as the most dangerous, being labeled as illegal immigrants, again, which we already covered. You know, not all of the people being arrested and deported by ICE are even immigrants, let alone illegal immigrants. They've got veterans, they've got Native Americans, and they are calling trans people subversives now. They're, you know, they're just going to send people there that don't have any, like, the reasoning in why Guantanamo will be used is the issue under Trump. Do you understand the distinction there? I mean, again, I think Guantanamo should have been closed down ages ago. Obama said he would do it. He never did it. And that's fucked. But that's fucked for a very different reason. And that's just what I want to get across. And good to see you, Rob PPG. Now, let's see what you sent me about Bernie. Because I'm curious. As promised, once that segment is over. RFK just called Bernie out. By the way, Bernie, the problem with corruption is not just the federal agencies, it's in Congress too. Almost all the members of this panel are accepting, including yourself, are accepting millions of dollars for the pharmaceutical company. I'll have a check on that. But Bernie received over millions of dollars from the healthcare industry. Really? Did he? Let's see. USA vision. Remember what the website was? Yeah, Open Secrets. Let's look at Open Secrets. So this is saying that all of these are donations that Bernie received, yes? Oh, I know. I know. Don't worry. I'm very used to proving people wrong. Excuse me. They'll eventually start shipping people who don't fit their vision of a utopia. Like, that's the point. That's money that has been given to Bernie Sanders. Sorry, from Bernie Sanders. I want to see organization. Where's this money coming from for Bernie? Okay, so 9 results. PACs for Bernie Sanders in 2016. Friends of Bernie Sanders in 2024. Let's have a look at that PAC. Grant County for 2016, Monroe County for 2018. Don't really care about any of those. Let's see modern. The only PAC that he's associated with is Grant County for Bernie Sanders. He didn't receive from super PACs, only workers who work on that field. Yeah, no, I know. I'm trying to like break it down as simply as possible to actually see. What? Okay. Bernie Sanders got $2,000 from Friends of Bernie Sanders PAC. I don't know where these numbers are coming from. Right? So the thing is, this tweet, right? We'll watch the video in a second. There's no source for this. And I don't know where these numbers are coming from, but these are the only PACs that have existed for Bernie. These are the only, I don't know, ways that he has gotten money. But let's say I want top recipients of PAC money. I want to go industry breakdown, because you said healthcare industry, right? So let's look at healthcare. Oh, fuck it. I'll just type it out. All right. Health. Okay, here we go. So pharmaceuticals, health profession, health services, and HMO. Let's see. Where's Bernie Sanders on any of these lists? So Bernie, no records matching. This one is for pharmaceutical industry. 2024. Let's go back to 2022. Is there anything for Bernie back then? Nope. How about 2020? No, nothing from the pharmaceutical industry. Guys, be civil. Proud PBG, don't be mean, because like male rights is actually trying here. In fact, like, I mean, you still haven't answered whether you're going to come on and debate, like, have a conversation with me on stream next week or the week after, but, like, you are trying. I do see it. And I'm trying to show you that, as Leftist, you actually said, do you see that they manipulate their posts because they know they won't fact check? Or rather, they don't, like, most people don't even know how to fact check, and that's what I'm trying to prove here. Don't be mean to him right now. Like, if he was fully, like, in the non-good faith type of right-winger, I would have banned him already. Banhammer came down much harder. He's a chatter in your Discord, and he's literally a troll. I mean, he's been listening, but, you know, if he's a chatter in your Discord, then you can bully him all you want. That I'll give you the right. Again, I'm not finding anything from Bernie Sanders in 2024, 2022, none of that. So this is untrue, but this is the viral
So let me
clip.
ask Mr. Kennedy again. If we want to make America healthy, will you assure the American people that you will fight to do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to every single American?
I'm going to make America healthier than other countries in the world right now.
Will you guarantee do what every other major country does? That's a simple question.
And by the way, Bernie, the problem of corruption is not just in the federal agencies; it's in Congress too.
He's right, by the way. Again, we talked about this yesterday. He's infuriating because sometimes he says something remotely smart. He just never actually has. He never follows through.
All the members of this panel are accepting, including yourself, are accepting millions of dollars from the pharmaceutical industry.
Oh, no,
and protecting their
Not
interests.
him, but everyone else on the panel.
Oh, I thought that would come. No. I ran for president like you. I got millions and millions of contributions. They did not come from the executives, not one nickel of PAC money from the pharmaceutical industry. They came from workers.
In 2020, you were the single largest
because I had
receiver of pharmaceutical money
from workers all over this.
You can literally just look this up, guys. You know, you can just Google like donations for the 2020, 2016 presidential race, and then like look at the candidates, look at where they're coming from. Like this is, it's not like this doesn't exist. But again, who gives a shit about reality?
This country, workers.
You were the single.
AOC is the, like, I believe she has the least money out of anyone in Congress. Crockett also doesn't take any PAC money. She's not rich. Bernie, they talk about Bernie. They're like, why do you live in mansions? How do you have millions of dollars? Man wrote a book and has like money that he got from writing a book.
A nickel from corporate
Bernie,
tax.
you were the single largest acceptor.
Yeah, guys, I don't want like drama in the yeah, please listen to Shardsport. Keep it civil. You can be like harsh, but I mean, come on. There's a level of interaction in here that I would like to keep at some degree of, I don't know, cooperative.
Pharmaceutical dollars.
No, from workers in
1.5 million.
Yeah, out of 200 million. All right, but you have not answered. Last question. You have not answered my
After
question.
this one, I'm going to give us a little bit of a palate cleanser.
Mr. Chairman, we're 3 minutes.
Ask you a question.
How do we make America healthy if you don't guarantee health
Chairman,
care
we're
to all
literally
people?
3 minutes over here now.
Well, so are other
how long
people.
does it keep going? At some time, you're just battering the witness,
Not
Bernie.
battering the witnesses. I'm
Yes,
trying
you
to get
are.
an
And
answer.
you're getting upset at him. You're going at
And I'll batter the witness. Let me have a go. Not physically, obviously. Okay, so little palate cleanser first. Got some rough stuff. So this little cute, this is in Turkish, but like this is a cat, and it was his birthday. And it's like we have stray cats all over Turkey. They just wander around, they come into stores, they hang out. And this is a store clerk just bringing the cat a little bit of a birthday cake.
İyi ki doğdun minnak.
That's
Minnak
happy
sana doğum günün kutlu olsun. Şu da hediyen. Bu da senin hediyen.
He's like, this is
Hediyene
your
bakacak
present.
mısın?
You want your
Bak,
present?
bu senin hediyen.
And look how happy this cat gets.
Evet, bu senin hediyen. İyi ki doğdun.
He's like, oh my God, this is your present. You want some? You want your present? Cat's like, what? Food? Ah! Falls off the thing. I love like seeing cute little cats as a palate cleanser. I don't know. It makes me feel not like I want to scream and shout for 45 minutes. And this one's still, I'm going to count this still as a palate cleanser, even though this is kind of infuriating, but it's also just kind of funny. So, Newsmax host taunts people complaining about migrant deportations while eating a taco on air. Literally complaining about Hispanic people while eating tacos. This is the level of, like,
what are you gonna do?
Discourse
You
we're
gonna
on.
come take it out of my ham? I'm gonna eat half this plate during the break. Maybe I'll call the ICE hotline. I don't know if I'll have enough time. Sure.
They're all
All
children.
kidding aside, it was actually really good taco.
Yeah, you're deporting all the good food. This is what they're taking away from you. I'm telling you, the Republican Party is taking away all of your good food. They're taking away all of the hottest women. All you men that are complaining about being lonely in America, you should blame the Republican Party. They're deporting all the hot Latina girls. Sorry. They're deporting all of the good food makers. They're getting rid, and then they're going to go after your Chinese food too next.
These people broke the law.
No.
They broke the law to get here.
It doesn't matter, like, what's real and what's not. They're children. They have the mentality of a 14-year-old who spends his time on 4chan. I just can't with this guy. His arguments are just as well as Biden did this, Biden did that. I don't give a rat's ass. Biden did what? That's not what I'm asking. Show me some facts and support some arguments. I mean, true. Who's doing that right now? Are we still arguing in my chat? No, it doesn't look like we are. I think we're done. I think we're done with the argument there. I think we might have scared them off. But this is the news about Guantanamo.
We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people. Some of them are so bad we don't even trust the countries to hold them because we don't want them coming back, so we're going to send them out to Guantanamo. This will double our capacity immediately, right? And tough. That's a tough place to get out of.
Again, let me remind you that the Nazis didn't do the death camps in Germany. They did them outside of Germany in Poland. Now, I feel like if we're going to get to the death camps, that's a good place to start with them.
Today's signings bring us one step closer to eradicating the scourge of migrant crime in our communities once and for all.
The language that they're using is pretty fucking similar too. It's almost like, you know, they had a 900-page booklet showing their plan, and if you follow that plan from start to finish, you can kind of, I don't know, figure out what comes next. I'm happy to produce videos and esports that support my statements. Why can't they? Because they don't care about information. They don't care what's real or not, simply Steve. The reality is that American politics is not based in facts, it's based in vibe. Your, like, reports and your statements and your videos, even like me showing Trump talking, doesn't matter if the vibe isn't right. It's because they don't, there's a filter in most of America's brain now. Actually, most of the world, I would say. I call it the woke filter. And if it doesn't pass the woke filter, they don't care. They don't listen. It's not real. And if you push them, they'll double down. Well, there was some shit about condoms for Gaza, or like $50 million being spent on, like, I have no idea what any of that shit is. I don't give a fuck. That's the thing. Nobody, even I, don't care about small things like this. What I care about is the fact that they're gearing up for, not only the eradication, their own words, of several groups of people. And I mean like ethnic groups, I mean like religious groups, I mean social groups, I mean sex and gender. They just hate everybody. I voted for Obama twice, thought he was a good president, but I had no issue calling him out on some of his policies that I thought were not good for the country. Exactly, Simply Steve, because you're rational. I told everyone to vote for Kamala Harris, but I also told you that she wouldn't have changed anything for you and that, she was going to be shit anyway. I told you to vote for Kamala Harris because she is the easier opponent to work against and that Donald Trump will destroy the country. And I mean, I was right. So, and I'll wait. Like, Obama was not a good president. He was all right. He was all right for our standards, but like he did a lot of bad things. We called him deporter in chief at one point, which he's on his way to doing. Yeah, I mean, look, threats to elected officials.
Pivotal moment in our nation's history. At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, RFK will sit in front of the Senate Finance Committee for his confirmation hearing to be our nation's next Secretary of Health and Human Services. I urge everyone to call their U.S. senators over the following days and demand they vote yes on Bobby's nomination. He is more than qualified. He's proven, principled, and prepared to lead. I'll list
all of these are untrue, obviously.
I'll share a list below of key senators. If they represent your state, they need to hear from you. If they don't, please call your own senator and ask them to vote yes.
You're absolutely right with the crystal knocked thing. In fact, let me find it while you watch this video. I'm pretty sure I've seen like.
We need as many votes.
I'm not gonna say it until I can find it.
So. This hasn't been widely reported, but in 2020, I cut large checks to Chuck Schumer to help Democrats flip 2 Senate seats in Georgia from red to blue. The 2 candidates I helped elect, Senator Raphael Warnock and Senator John Ossoff, please know I will be watching your votes very closely. I will make it my personal mission that you lose your seats in the Senate if you vote against the future health of America's children. And more than that, I also want to say to Senators Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, Bill Cassidy, Tom Tillis, James Lankford, Cory Booker, John Fetterman, Bernie Sanders, and Catherine Cortez Masto, this is a bipartisan message, and it comes directly from me. While Bobby may be willing to play nice, I won't. If you vote against him, I will personally fund challengers to primary you in your next election, and I will enlist hundreds.
Literally, this is A, the same thing that Elon Musk did, and B, this is a threat. This is, we own the country. There are no more fair and free elections, that you don't live in a democracy anymore. That is what they're saying. Like that is the entire point here. You understand that. Jesus Christ, my grandparents fought tooth and nail to defeat the Third Reich, and now we have the Nerd Reich in America now.
Hundreds of thousands to join me. Big Pharma and Big Ag have exploited us for far too long. It ends now.
Retard socialism is what they're teaching people. That's how they get people on board, is you're being fucked over by the corporations while they increase the amount that corporations can fuck you over in every conceivable way. We talked about how they're deregulating the food industry yesterday. Again, I've made a video on how disgusting the food industry already is and historically was. Next week, we're going to do an entire segment on, like, I'm thinking Tuesday next week, I want to do that whole stream on a research of the Gilded Age, including all of the labor protests of the time. No, it is really the Nerd Reich, because it's all owned by the tech billionaires. And all of them are fucking extremists, so, you know. And they all believe in Nazi ideology. They might deny it as much as they want, but, you know, they do, and there's lots of evidence that they do. Zuckerberg's lawyer literally quit his job last week because he said Zuckerberg went down a Nazi misogyny rabbit hole. By the way, Trump is making some really dumb fucking decisions here. Can we please stop giving government handouts to Elon? Can we just not give him any handouts? The man is a government contractor and is a national security threat. Like, first, like, regardless of the H-1B stuff, I don't even care about that. He's a national security threat. He wants to build a factory in China. He works with the Chinese government. This is all open information. Steve Bannon's fucking saying it. I'm agreeing with him here. Literally, I'm agreeing with Bannon here. So he's a literal security threat. He should be stripped of any kind of government contractor role. He was honestly, like, He should be in prison, first of all. But secondly, you know he's also an illegal immigrant, right? The Nerd Reich is pretty good. I heard Dork MAGA when Elon wore the black MAGA hat. Yeah, I mean, it is. It's the Nerd Reich. And the Nerd Reich exists by being able to teach the people who think that, you know, that they're good, retard socialism. I don't care if you don't like me using that word. I'm autistic. You deal with it. I don't care. It's true. It's true, and it's functional. Again, passing that woke filter is important. Here's Donald Trump, like, basically saying he's going to destroy the economy. Though, again, how likely this is to happen, who the fuck knows? Because the tariffs come on, they come off, they come on, they come off, they come on, they come off. He started a trade war with Colombia, then he ended the trade war with Colombia all in a day. So...
In the future, we're going to be placing tariffs on foreign production of computer chips, semiconductors, and pharmaceuticals to return production of these essential goods to the United States of America.
Okay, so first of all, we were already doing this with the CHIPS Act, which, you know, was building the foundries for us to be able to produce these advanced semiconductors in the United States. That's already in the process of happening. I am usually against protectionism. I was not with the CHIPS Act. I was actually in favor of the CHIPS Act. But what this does is we don't currently have the ability to build these things because we're still building the factories and our workers are literally learning how to do it. Making these chips is incredibly fucking difficult. I water it down to fucktards. I like that, Oxpecker. That's a good one. But we don't currently have the ability to make these chips. And on top of this, we are already in the process of A, getting workers in America trained in how to do it, B, building the facilities. But we already need these chips. They're in everything. And so by doing this, while we don't have the ability to domestically manufacture for at least another 2 to 3 years, because this was announced in 2023, and it was said to take 3 to 5 years. I can check on the progress of, you know, the foundries at some point. I'll look into that later because I don't even really know what to search. I'll be here for like 10 minutes looking into shit. But having this enacted does nothing. We already had protectionist sanctions on this. We had sanctioned China from being able to buy U.S. chips, like NVIDIA chips, like the chips that they used to create DeepSeek, their AI that crashed Silicon Valley's, you know, parade, that crashed NVIDIA $600 billion in a day, that erased $1 trillion from the U.S. economy. We had already had those protectionist policies that they weren't allowed to buy those chips. But also, U.S. companies still sell them shit under the table, and they did it anyway. Now, this just makes it worse for us because we are still working on being able to build them. We can't make them. We are already trying to do it. So this is doubling down on a policy that already exists, but too early. Like, if he did this after we built the foundries, that one wouldn't be that bad. The pharmaceutical stuff, I think, is bad, but for the semiconductors, it's just the wrong time to do it, which is what makes it stupid.
They left us.
And because we can't make them, and because they are critical for literally every part of our economy, if this goes through, this will crash the economy.
Of these essential goods to the United States of America. They left us and they went to Taiwan, which is about 98% of the chip business, by the way. And
oh yeah, game consoles are going to be like, you're going to be paying like $1,000 for the Switch 2.
Want them to come back, and we don't want to give them billions of dollars like this ridiculous program that Biden has. Give everybody billions of dollars. They already have billions of dollars. They've got nothing but money, Joe. They didn't need money. They needed an incentive, and the incentive is going to be they're not going to want to pay a 25, 50, or even 100% tax. They're going to build their factory with their own money. We don't have to give them money.
We've been already trying to do this.
They're going to come in because it's good for them to come in. They're giving them money. They don't even know what they're going to do with it. I had people tell me, we have no idea. We didn't need money. They don't know if they're probably going to use the money to build in other places.
Even if the tariffs haven't hit, just him saying this makes prices go up.
Other countries, it's a ridiculous plan, very expensive and ridiculous. The only way you'll get out of this is to...
Your new phone, your new TV, your car, your microwave, your dishwasher, your washing machine, your refrigerator, all of these use like microchips, semiconductor microchips. Now, like some of the more advanced ones are used in things like electric vehicles, are used in things like military weaponry, are used in computers. But we also have basic ones that are used in fucking everything else. All of this is going to make everything more expensive. Again, if he did this after we had built the factories, which we are already doing, it's not, you can't just build the factories, and the precision to make these chips, like, do you understand how small these things are? They're cutting grooves into these tiny little bits of silicon that are the size of strands of DNA. That's the level of precision required to make these DNA-sized cuts into it.
Build your plant. If you want to stop paying the taxes or the tariffs, you have to build your plant right here in America. That's what's going to happen at record levels. We're going to have more plants built in the next short period of time than...
Well, the thing is, we already did it. And it's cheaper to buy foreign, except 96% of the world's advanced microchips, and non-advanced ones, about 64%, come from Taiwan. A country that is constantly being threatened with invasion by China. And the rest of them come from South Korea, which is collapsing and constantly being threatened by also North Korea. And in the outbreak of a war between China and the US over Taiwan, North Korea and South Korea will also go to war. If we don't have the ability to build these chips domestically, then we lose. Because we buy all of our shit from there. This is the issue with sending factories overseas. And I thought you were just talking about how we need to hire more American workers. Were you are you in favor of having factories overseas make shit because it's cheaper, or are you in favor of American workers building shit? Because, you got to pick one. You can't jump back between them. But again, regardless of it, it's a national security threat to not be able to have these built in our country. We invented these, by the way. So that's the issue there. This is critical to not only military, civil, commercial use, but also to the literal functioning of the government. Like, we need these things. Actually, wait, no, not that one just yet. That one's a little
Fresh off winning the
rough.
presidential.
So, give me a second for that one. You favor American workers. That's why you think the tariffs are good to encourage local production. Yes, but we can't produce them yet because the factories are going to take a couple more years to build, and the workers that can do it are being trained to do it currently. We can't do it right now. So if you put the tariffs on the critical goods for our entire infrastructure that we are already working on building and training American workers to be able to do, but will not be ready for at least 2 to 3 more years, and 96% of these are made in a country right next to China, which is constantly being threatened with invasion, do you see how this might be, a terrible idea or not? Like, do you see how those things don't work together? How this actually, more than anything, reduces the ability for us to build these, to finish building the factory, to be training the American workers. It makes things harder because everything costs more and everything runs on these chips. Our entire world runs on these chips and we can't make them yet. Like I said, if he put these tariffs on these chips in a couple years, that one I wouldn't even really care about. But we have to have the foundry here first. We have to have the workers that have the ability to make it first. They're not Chinese, they're Taiwanese. Taiwan makes all the chips. I think our difference is theory. I believe that tariffs will increase the motive. But we're already doing it. The motivation's there. It was already manufactured and, like, it's in the process of happening. It's not like we're doing it slowly. It's a priority one. The CHIPS Act was a national security level act. That was the justification for it. Biden even said, this is a national security issue. We need these built in America. And so we put in place this act. We are building factories currently, and we are training workers. You can't make it go faster because this is not like, it's not a simple thing that you can just finish doing. This is years of education that are required to be able to do it. Jennifer, you are so conspiracy pilled. And I know what Pine Gap is. You think I actually live in Pine Gap? I put that on my fucking thing because it's funny. We watched a video of Australian YouTubers trying to break into Pine Gap on this channel, and we talked at length about it. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Do not come in here with that conspiracy shit. Genuinely. You have literally no idea what you're talking about. Male Rights has more of an idea of what he's talking about than you do right now, which is pretty fucking insane. Yeah, but you're saying that I don't, and that I'm CIA. Watch my fucking stream. Watch my videos for like 10 seconds. And yes, I know it's NSA, and also it's not just American, it's joint with the Australian Defence Force. I fucking live in Australia. You think I don't know what Pine Gap is? Jesus Christ. Oh, by the way, we're manufacturing consent to have a war with Mexico now, just so you know. Well, we say joint, but really the Americans are in charge. The Australians are kind of just door defense there. We watched the video. Here, you know what? You want to watch it? Here, let me link you the video that we watched in case you haven't seen it. I know what Five Eyes is. Again, I'm more educated than you are. Here, you can watch that video. We covered this on stream. Now, moving on. Just in, U.S. Border Patrol agents suspect cartel gunmen exchanged fire at the southern border with Mexico. There's no evidence of this at all, but this is manufacturing consent to start a war with Mexico. Yep, sure, I'm CIA. Cool. You know what? That's fine. My handlers are telling me to not argue with you. Sorry. So yeah, we're manufacturing war with Mexico. And that's pretty bad. I did say, as soon as he declared the cartels a foreign terrorist operation and sent 10 to 15,000 troops to the border, I did say we are. Yeah, I just got promoted. We're basically doing what Russia did with Ukraine by just amassing troops at the border and then trying to find little, like this one blew up. It got 2.3 million views. And from the comments, it seems like most of the MAGA right are pretty in favor of going to war. They believe this. We are fully just, I mean, look at this. Kyle Kulinski breaking U.S. government manufactured consent for illegal war. By the way, follow Kyle Kulinski. He's also a great, like, he's one of the few on the left that actually make good content as well. So another great resource. But Kyle, what would you do when fired upon by the cartels? Just curious. Me personally, at least my answer to this would be not to fire back, because you don't get rid of, like, that's not how this works. Do you think that us going and invading Afghanistan and Iraq after 9/11 made less extremism? Do you think that that made America safer? Of course not. If we start a war with Mexico, you're all going to starve. You do realize how much food we import from Mexico. Now, I understand the point here is that they want to colonize and take parts of Mexico, but they're also not competent. And this will, A, reduce food production even more, right as we're at the crux of a global economic and food crisis due to bird flu. Why do you think eggs are going up to $15, $20 a carton? Sounds exactly what a CIA agent would say. It sounds like an agent to say that we are, manufacturing war, eh? God, it disgusts me when you guys call him daddy. It's so cringe. You guys are so weak. I know you were. I know, Welshie Jim. I'm laughing. But, like, fucking Jennifer believes that shit. Again, no one's going to be using nukes. Nukes don't exist to be used. Nukes exist to be threatened to use. You guys are so dumb. Breaking. Tensions are reportedly rising among Trump staffers who say they can't get the president to read anything, and he still doesn't understand how bills become laws. Now, if you remember during his first administration, we're getting raided by a bunch of right-wingers is what's happening right now. But, like, if you remember during the first administration, Donald Trump was so unable to read that his security briefings, which remember Obama was getting 8-9-page daily security briefings, had to be reduced to a single page, include graphs and pictures in it, and people who were in the administration were consistently reporting that he would not pay attention unless the paper, like, they would have to add his name every now and again into the security briefings just to, like, grab his attention again. They would be like, oh, well, you know, this economic crisis happening in this part of the world could be mitigated by Donald Trump, and then have the important information immediately following his name so that he actually reads it. The dumbest president we've ever had. It's really sad. It's actually quite depressing, but it is the exact same thing that we had last time. We had so many reports last time. We believe in the Constitution as our founding document, not as a flexible document, but as our enduring covenant, unless Donald Trump wants to tear it up, blah, blah, blah. I don't care about this. Where's the, oh, it's his agenda. I want to see more shit on reports of him being unable to read. Whatever. I need to go pee real quick, and then we come back. And, we'll continue on. I have a couple more interesting stuff to talk about, and I do want to do another, alt-right, playbook video today, so... because there's a new one and I haven't seen it yet. I'm excited. I'm your daddy now, Jim. Mods, can you put this man into the hole? One day. And also, I don't use Snapchat, because Snapchat is literally brain damaging. I fucking hate social media. Alright. You get one chance. One chance. You get one chance, Red Die. Because, I actually kind of would like you to see this next video. So, you get one chance. Piss me off and you go in the hole. By the way, like the stream on YouTube, because that definitely helps. So, let's talk about how, Saudi Arabia is deeply, deeply involved in government policy now.
Fresh off winning the presidential election, Donald Trump appeared at a UFC event, flanked by bullet-headed UFC CEO Dana White, and Elon Musk, who had just spent $270 million electing Trump. But there was another person there who wielded as much influence and wealth as pretty much anyone alive. Yasser al-Rumayyan, the head...
What's in the hole? It's a nice little comfortable living space for the people that like shouldn't be part of our society. It's the place where God puts the people who are naughty. It's timeout space, you know? The shadow realm.
Of the Public Investment Fund, the Saudi state-run sovereign wealth fund, which controls about $930 billion.
So, this is
Al
very,
Rumayyan could claim some degree of ownership.
By the way, this is very like overt. Like they don't even try and hide this. You can like look up any amount of data to prove this, but like this video is just kind of a nice compilation. Just Google Saudi and Trump or Saudi Elon. Go for it.
Of practically everyone and everything around him that November night. From UFC, which was planning some splashy events for Saudi Arabia, to Elon Musk, whose companies had long been recipients of Saudi investment capital, and Trump himself, a stalwart Saudi ally whose political, economic, and family interests had come to depend on Saudi largesse.
It's clear that Saudi Arabia has been investing in Trump and Trump world for a long time.
I love the Saudis. Many are in this building.
Lobbyists representing the Saudi government paid for an estimated
own an entire floor of Trump Tower.
I love the Saudis. Many are in this building.
Lobbyists representing the Saudi government.
Oh, come on, I just wanted to read that headline. Don't go too fast. Come on.
I love the Saudis. Many are in this building.
Exclusive. Donald Trump made millions from Saudi Arabia, but trashes Hillary Clinton for Saudi donations to the Clinton Foundation. By the way, that's really clear evidence that the Saudis have been infiltrating our government for quite a long time. This is when I say, when I talk about foreign interference in our politics, in our government, and I say, you know, Russia, China, this also includes Israel, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Turkey. Like, we are not functioning outside of foreign interference in any way, shape, or form. Every country gets to just buy a piece of America.
Yes, representing the Saudi government paid for an estimated 500 rooms at President Trump's D.C. hotel.
The Live Golf Invitational.
The Saudi-backed golf tour.
At the Trump National Doral.
Have a good time, everybody. They buy apartments from me. They spend 40 million, 50 million.
Trump Tower.
Lines up to put up a brand new Trump Tower in Saudi Arabia.
Jeddah.
Am I supposed to dislike them? I like them very much.
And foreign governments, they understand. They're dealing with the transactional president.
Crown Prince, thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
And now, as we head into a second Trump administration, the question is, what more do they want?
How would you describe the relationship between the United States and Saudi Arabia?
I think it's fine, but with me it will be G-R-E-A-T, great.
Just, it sounds to me like he's kind of just sucking the Saudis off here. I'm happy for you, Leftist Leo. That's awesome.
The host of the FIFA World Cup 2034 will be Saudi Arabia.
What we're seeing with Saudi Arabia is unprecedented because of the sheer amount of money that they've put in.
Kareem Zidane is an investigative sports journalist.
They're investing in absolutely everything.
Al Rumayyan's appearance at the UFC fight wasn't just about Trump. Sports have become a key part of Saudi Arabia's investment and influence peddling strategy.
And by the way, this is how Red Bull got big, by the way. Like Red Bull, no one thinks of Red Bull and thinks about like how good Red Bull is. But Red Bull got popular because it invested a lot of money in sports, specifically like alternative or extreme sports, to give them the reputation of, you know, this is a sports drink, that people who are active drink this kind of stuff, and that worked. Sports is an excellent propaganda tool.
Kareem and his colleagues at Play the Game mapped over 910 sponsorships from Saudi entities in 2024 across the globe. There's the ownership of the Premier League's Newcastle United, the creation of Live Golf, a competitor to the PGA Tour.
Saudi-backed golf tournament announces $200 million investment in sports.
Sponsorship for the Women's Tennis Association, backing Formula One's Aston Martin. There's MMA, esports, equestrianism, wrestling, cycling, billiards, and a potential new venture into boxing.
As a matter of fact, it might be
All of this is an easy way to build up an audience base that consistently watches and doesn't question things because, you know, sports. We're not thinking about politics here, and it's an easy way for them to codedly slip political messaging into sports.
Easier to list the sports that Saudi Arabia hasn't invested in. Honestly, I can't think of one at the moment.
The Saudis would call it investing. Others call it Sports washing.
Sports washing is the deployment of sports as a means of reputation laundering. When countries use sports and major sports events, for example,
Leftist
to
Leo.
distract from human rights abuses. When Saudi
You know who was also involved in some of that? The Saudis.
Arabia invests in sports, it's really looking for geopolitical influence. It's looking to recraft its own global image. It might not reap the most significant monetary
Well,
return.
I mean, human rights are good, but the Saudis are trying to buy out all the sports all around the world so that they could use their political influence to help reduce human rights, Khalid.
Returns. But I don't think that's what they're interested in from sports. They're looking at influence, and I think they're doing a damn good job about it, as much as I don't want to say that.
And this is happening with other Saudi investments too.
What's your take on the unabashed expansion of the Saudi investment fund into Silicon Valley?
In 2016, then Deputy Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, or MBS, made a well-publicized trip to Silicon Valley. By 2018,
Well, maybe you keep watching. I could probably guess that you were Saudi, and realistically, we're talking about how the Saudis have bought Donald Trump and how they're trying to influence America. By the way, they've also been doing this well before Donald Trump too, because, you know, Hillary Clinton was also involved. The Saudis have been involved in U.S. government policy and have been investing in the United States for a very, very long time. There's a reason why Saudi Arabia never came up after 9/11, even though Osama bin Laden was a Saudi-born national and, you know, his family was secretly spirited away out of the United States after 9/11 by the United States back to Saudi Arabia so that, you know, they didn't get hurt.
2018, Saudi Arabia was the single largest investor in US startups. But where was that money going and what was it doing? Let me give you an example. Twitter. When Twitter was a public firm, the Saudi Kingdom Holding Company was its largest outside shareholder, owning a bigger part than even co-founder and longtime CEO Jack Dorsey. But it wasn't just a financial relationship, as I've covered in my reporting. Twitter has long been an important place for the Saudi government to propagandize on behalf of MBS's economic program, flood Saudi-related discussions with posts from pro-regime trolls, and track and harass dissidents, some of whom have been doxxed, arrested, and tortured. In 2014, Twitter's leadership learned that a key MBS advisor was running a spy ring inside Twitter's San Francisco headquarters. Twitter never publicly accounted for its role in fostering
We
the
talk a lot about Russia, we talk a lot about China, we talk a lot about Israel, like influencing US politics. We do not talk enough about Saudi Arabia.
Saudi spy ring. Jack Dorsey enjoyed a chummy meeting with MBS just 6 months after the Twitter CEO had been told by the FBI that his company had an espionage problem. They weaponized their investment, used it to spy on, target, and harass critics. And they did it all without any consequences. And their investment...
Like, there's at least a 50% chance that Khalid here is working for the Saudi government. Now, I'm not saying that you are, but, I mean, there's a decent chance. You can't deny that.
Continues today.
Let's fight.
So back to the fight. And another guest, Elon Musk. When Twitter went private under Musk, Kingdom Holding Company rolled its shares into the new private entity and became its second largest
No, it's not unfair. I'm not even claiming that you are. I'm just saying, based on the information of they have money, they're influencing tech companies, and they still are. It's not just Twitter. They have invested in all of Silicon Valley. And so Twitch is a part of this. There is a real chance that this could be a thing. It's not my fault that reality doesn't, like, line up with what you want it to. I'm not claiming that you're a Saudi spy, but I can't say that you're not. No, I'm not. I'm talking about where did I say casualties from 9/11? I'm saying that we literally spirited Osama bin Laden's family away from the United States back to Saudi Arabia. I said nothing else about 9/11 there. That's all I did. All I said is we brought them home. Yeah, that's all I said though. Exactly. You're not even listening. All I said was we removed the people that were here, that were related to Osama bin Laden, put them on a private jet, and sent them home. All I said. Said nothing more than that. You are making shit up in your head. You're arguing with a version of me that doesn't exist.
Investor after Musk. But Twitter wasn't the only tech giant receiving backing from the Saudis. In April 2023, Sanibel, the venture capital arm of the Saudi Public Investment Fund, did something surprising. It published a list of dozens of American venture capital and private equity firms it had partnered with, showing just how widely the kingdom's money was being spread around.
Basically everything.
Tech, AI, surveillance, media. But the influence purchasing campaign doesn't end in Silicon Valley.
I would like to bring up the CEO of Affinity Partners and former senior advisor to the White House, Jared.
Okay. See ya, Saudi spy.
Kushner.
That's Jared Kushner, the husband of Trump's daughter, Ivanka. He served as a senior advisor in the first Trump administration and was everywhere. And by all accounts, he had a lot of influence on his father-in-law. But he's known
Does that mean, should I not have banned him?
for one thing above all else.
It seemed as if from the get-go that Jared Kushner was charged with cultivating the relationship with the Saudis.
Virginia Cantor is Chief Ethics Counsel at Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington.
It appears to be that at the end of
I
the
thought you were going
administration,
Shardsport. Why you be back, are you?
the payoff was a $2 billion investment in this investment fund.
Just months after leaving the White House in 2021, Kushner's newly minted investment group, Affinity Partners, secured a $2 billion commitment from the Saudi Public Investment Fund, or PIF.
Again, like billions of dollars are being invested in the United States, being invested in like organizations that are directly connected. Well, directly connected to members of Donald Trump's extended family, members of the government, because again, the Saudis own an entire floor of Trump Tower, and investment in Silicon Valley, which is the tech ghouls who literally own all of the media. So there is a large amount of influence that they are building. And that influence is being weaponized in smaller ways, but it will be weaponized more and more and more the more solidified and consolidated their power gets.
The news raised a lot of eyebrows.
Some next level sleaze and grift going on right in front of our eyes.
This is just putting a price tag on American foreign policy.
I've been in this business 40 years. This is extraordinary, unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it.
The reason it was so egregious, he had no experience in that field.
The panel responsible for screening potential PIF investments reportedly voiced serious concerns about Kushner's lack of experience. But the board was overridden by MBS, the de facto leader of Saudi Arabia. That news raised even more eyebrows.
Isn't that a nice story of friendship? Things you do for your bros?
MBS proved to be a close ally to Kushner in the first Trump administration.
Oh, I know. Thank you, guys. I was just wondering if it was mean. Because, like, I don't know. I like to be fair.
Working closely with him on various Middle East diplomatic negotiations. They worked so closely, in fact, that MBS reportedly told others he had Kushner in his pocket.
It appears to be a payoff based on Mr. Kushner's dealings with the Saudi government and particularly MBS during the Trump administration.
A Senate investigation found that Kushner's fund raked in $157 million in management fees, all while generating no return on investment for his clients.
Do you understand, like, the level of corruption that it takes to be able to openly do something like this? For a foreign company to invest money in the son-in-law of the president of the United States and then have it collect $157 million while generating no return for investment on its clients. Directly.
Clients. Jared, of course, sees no problems with the $2 billion transaction.
For my critics, what I say is point to a single decision we made that wasn't in the interests of America.
Okay, I'll point to one. How about letting an ally kill a Washington Post columnist, Jared?
True.
What was really troubling about the assassination of Jamal Khashoggi, there was every indication that it was carried out by the Saudis. Basically,
Turkey was losing its shit over this one.
you know, Kushner and President Trump gave MBS a pass by virtue of not, you know, calling them out.
Why are you siding with the Saudis over your own intelligence?
You guys understand how much the Saudis own Trump, that he's begging them to increase oil production right now? Because they're the reason why it's part of the reason why gas prices are high. The other part is all the tariffs that he's putting down. But he's literally begging OPEC to increase oil production because the domestic companies, the domestic gas companies, Exxon, our fossil, the drill baby drill shit ain't happening. They don't trust him enough to do it because they know that he is connected to the Saudis and that if they start drilling, then he might fuck it up for them by doing something the Saudis want when, I don't know, Saudis start losing money because American production went up too high. Yeah, I thought he was going to drill baby drill. He wants the Saudis to drill baby drill now because the American companies are like, nah, fuck that.
Because it's America first for me.
Well, they won't openly say anything. They're cowards, of course. And they also, own him. He's just going to reduce regulation for them so they don't have to worry about how they do things, but they're not increasing oil production. We already produce the largest amount of oil and natural gas in the world in this country. Like, no one else produces anywhere near as much as we do. But the gas that you get at the pumps is crude oil that we import from overseas because we have the world's best refineries. It's cheaper that way. But it doesn't matter. They don't trust him. I wouldn't either.
That definitely set the tone for how they were going to deal with human rights violations by the Saudis. And it wasn't just that, there were other incidents.
And the list is a long one. There is the use of his second presidential veto,
a resolution putting an end to the U.S. military involvement in Yemen,
allowing continued U.S. support to the Saudi.
I could probably think of like 10 if you gave me a minute. Oh yes, the war in Yemen. We continued that. To be fair, that wasn't just Trump. That was pretty much all of us. But again, they've owned a lot of America for a long time. This goes back like before Obama. This goes back to before Bush era America.
Military involvement in Yemen,
allowing continued U.S. support to the Saudi-backed war in Yemen. There's his abandonment of the Iran nuclear deal.
The United States will withdraw from the Iran nuclear deal.
Saudi Arabia views Iran as one of its biggest enemies.
That is the reason why Iran has a nuclear weapon now, by the way. I'm certain that they currently have one because we had reports from 2 years ago saying that they would likely have one within 6 months. From like Netanyahu even. At the UN, there were several other experts that were estimating that February of 2024, they would have developed a nuclear weapon. They almost certainly have one. Now, are they going to use it? No, of course not. But that's the reason. They were still secretly trying to develop one during the deal, but it was much harder because they were doing the things that were required of them. We had international inspectors coming and checking on them. There is a big difference, you know?
Deal.
Saudi Arabia views Iran as one of its biggest enemies.
Now, every time they whinge about Iran's nuclear capability, it's Donald Trump's fault.
Very much adverse to the Obama negotiated Iran nuclear deal. And, that was disrupted as part of the Trump administration.
There's the $110 billion Kushner negotiated arms deal between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia.
There was a blockade involving Qatar.
The president today citing...
we have been saying that Saudi Arabia commits human rights violations. We should stop sending them weapons for like a decade now.
With the Saudis, the crisis critical to the U.S. Qatar, home to a key U.S. base with 8,000 U.S. service members.
And so this
also,
unprecedented
Qatar,
closeness is being interpreted in a new light since the 2021 investment from the Saudis to the one person who always has Trump's ear.
Is it both a reward for how Kushner guided the Trump administration's foreign policy regarding Saudi Arabia in the past administration? And does it look like a payoff for how he can influence President-elect Trump in his future dealings with the Saudi Arabia?
Kushner has said he won't take a formal role in the second administration. but reportedly is looking to be an informal advisor on Middle East matters. And the investments in Trump world haven't stopped.
And the primary financial backer of Leave Gulf is the Sovereign Wealth Fund. And
it's just because Americans are just, I don't know, it's American pronunciation. It's Qatar.
In deals with the various Trump golf courses. And it's pretty clear, you know, when you have his sons going overseas in this transition period to lock down deals, it's a way of signaling that Trump is open for business. And if you want to be favored, you better be first in line.
When you have someone like Trump, he tends to take the existing corruption in Washington and just turns it up to 11.
Yeah.
Matt Duss is executive vice
That's
president.
What he did the entire time during his last administration. Remember, how much money did Donald Trump make in his last administration? He, what was it? About $2 billion that he stole from the government? Threw me off so much when I first saw the vid. Yeah.
At the Center for International Policy.
Mohammed bin Salman, when he visited the Oval Office and Trump pulled out that famous poster with all the different weapons that were on sale as if it was, you know, the side of a good humor truck. Here are all the various ice cream and delicious treats that are on sale.
$3 billion.
That's such a good description.
$533 million. $525 million. That's peanuts for you.
And that was funny, but it was also, I think, a great demonstration of how Trump thinks about this. It's just a relationship based on, okay, what are you going to buy from us? What are we going to get from this?
Since 1945, the Saudi-U.S. relationship has been defined by a superpower's willingness to overlook pretty much anything its
like I
oil
said, it's been a long time.
Rich ally did. The U.S. got another military foothold in a sensitive region and influence over global energy markets. But this alliance between an unmatched global hegemon and a repressive theocracy has corrupted both sides.
I mean, there were problems with this relationship going back many years, just as there are more deep-seated problems in the way our foreign policy and our policy in general is formulated. The various avenues of influence that
Everyone keeps talking about how Israel owns the U.S. Oh, AIPAC owns America. Oh, AIPAC is making a... AIPAC ain't shit. AIPAC, first of all, again, if you don't already know, is not run by Israel. It's an American PAC that is run by right-wing Christian evangelicals. It is like almost nothing AIPAC lobbies for has anything to do with Israel. They lobby for right-wing, authoritarian, Christian nationalist stuff inside of the United States. Nothing to do with Israel. The name AIPAC is there to obfuscate. But again, they're nothing compared to Saudis. They're still playing on like the easy mode, the child's level. The Saudis have bought the government like before any of us were born, most likely.
very wealthy interests have. And I think the influence that the Saudi regime has been able to garner is a reflection of that much bigger problem.
And they are exercising that influence, especially in their efforts to secure a U.S.-Saudi defense pact.
Securing an agreement in which the United States committed...
That would be really bad, but I don't see it like as an unlikely thing to happen. This would be really fucking bad, though.
...guaranteed to protect Saudi Arabia. It's a sign of approval from a global superpower. It's a kind of normalization, of Saudi Arabia to say that you're just another normal country, and this is how normal countries behave.
Saudi Arabia.
There's a reason that you don't hear anything about the Saudis growing up. You know, that's the kind of the point.
Worked hard during the Biden administration to secure a defense pact with the U.S. Despite Biden's promises to get tough on the Saudis.
Fox News doesn't talk about them, so your dad wouldn't hear about it.
With the U.S. Despite Biden's promises to get tough on the Saudis.
Make them pay the price and make them, in fact, the pariah that they are.
They came close to getting it.
And I think we're going to see that kind of approach continuing, essentially trying to bid up the United States to get as much out of the United States in terms of commitments and support into the future. Would the United States get anything that's remote?
The United States is just a big shopping mall for other countries.
Worth a commitment of sending young American women and men to defend this regime? I think the answer is clearly no.
As the second Trump administration begins, with all of its financial
Sky Mall,
ties
yeah.
to the country. What more could be on the table for Saudi Arabia?
Certainly, we should be aware of the acute danger of Saudi influence in a Trump administration.
Again, the oil companies refuse to drill because they know that Trump is bought by the Saudis. They don't trust him to not fuck them over if their oil production starts to harm the Saudis, bottom line.
But ultimately, if we really
It's
want to solve
Saudi
this
Arabia
problem, we
first,
need to
really.
understand that it goes much deeper and is much more long-standing than just with Trump.
These billions pouring into sports leagues, entertainment companies, tech firms, what does it actually buy?
We've become very good friends.
I wonder how long until he converts and becomes Brother Donald.
For a fairly short period of time.
It appears to buy influence.
Exactly.
We are
regions
with
of the north.
Saudi Arabia. We're staying with Saudi Arabia.
It buys silence.
Mashallah, mashallah, Brother Donald.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
It buys power.
Deputy Crown Prince, thank you very much. This was a great day and a great honor.
What price did we really pay? What price did the world pay?
And now it's time to keep our eyes on just what it could buy in a second Trump administration.
We really have a great friendship, a great relationship, and I think we'll probably only get better.
What else is left for them to buy? They kind of bought a lot of it, didn't they? Alright. Here is a I was meant to show you guys this earlier, but I got distracted and I forgot. Have you all heard of the Simple Sabotage Field Manual? It's a declassified CIA guide to sabotaging fascism, or really whatever you want, any government you want, from the World War II era. I just want to read you this page. So I'm going to take chat off the screen just so you guys can see it properly. So, general interference with organizations and production. Step 1, A. Organize and conferences. 1. Insist on doing everything through channels. Never permit shortcuts to be taken in order to expedite decisions. 2. Make speeches. Talk as frequently as possible and at great length. Illustrate your points by long anecdotes and accounts of personal experiences. Never hesitate to make a few appropriate patriotic comments. I'm sure a lot of you are already feeling something pretty familiar already. When possible, refer all matters to committees for, quote, further study and consideration. Attempt to make committees as large as possible, never less than 5. 4. Bring up irrelevant issues as frequently as possible. 5. Haggle over the precise wording of communications, minutes, and resolutions. 6. Refer back to matters decided upon at the last meeting and attempt to reopen the question of the advisability of that decision. 7. Advocate caution. Be reasonable. Urge your fellow conferencees to be reasonable and avoid haste, which might result in embarrassment and difficulties later. This means don't do anything, you know, because being reasonable... think about it in the context of every time we talk about how we should, you know, arm Ukraine more, how we should give them permission to we should have given those the ATACMS missiles to them and given them permission to hit deeper into Russia ages ago. Be reasonable. You're being too hasty. This might be too dangerous. Be worried about the propriety of any decision. Raise the question of whether such action is contemplated lies within the jurisdiction of the group, whether it might conflict with the policy of some higher echelon. This is a field manual, which I'll link, of how to make decision-making more difficult for governments. I mean, this was during World War II, but I mean, general devices for lowering morale and creating confusion. Give lengthy and incomprehensible explanations when questioned. Report imaginary spies or dangers to the Gestapo or police. Act stupid. Be as irritable and as quarrelsome as possible without getting yourself in trouble. This just sounds like the vast majority of the Republican Party. But this is a full document you can find, by the way. It's literally just called the Simple Sabotage Field Manual. So I'll link this in chat if you guys want to have a read at it. It's old. It still is definitely in use in context. And it'll tie in because we're trying to learn here how to adapt our messaging to be able to get through the barrier that the right wing has, the woke barrier, to be able to get them to listen to us, to understand things. And understanding how they obfuscate information is key to being able to do that. And now we're going to this is brand new, actually. I have no idea what the hell this one's about, but it's alt-right playbook, so let's give it a go.
The Rubicon is a river in Italy. The story goes that at the end of the governorship of Julius Caesar, he was ordered to disband his army and stay north of the Rubicon. When instead Caesar marched his army across the river and towards Rome, it was considered an act of treason and the beginning of the Roman Civil War, at the end of which Caesar would reign victorious. It is said, as he forded the Rubicon, Caesar declared, "The die is cast." In today's vernacular, we refer to a metaphoric Rubicon as the point of no return. Children cross the Rubicon into adulthood. Isolationist governments cross the Rubicon into international politics.
I've never heard this term used in this manner before. Now I'm learning too.
Each of us will cast the die several times in our own lives. But we say also that movements, that people, cross the Rubicon when they become irredeemable. When times are bad, we wonder anxiously how far from the Rubicon we are. When does an insurgency become a war? A demonstration? A riot?
I get it now.
When is the moment an economy in danger
in this
becomes one in collapse? We scan the horizon for the riverbank, hoping we didn't cross it some ways back. The thing about points of no return, the reason we worry over them so much, is it's rare to know where they are until...
Guess what? We're kind of right there right now. We're standing on the edge of the Rubicon.
Till they are some ways behind you. The Rubicon is not the Mississippi. It is a muddy little creek history lost track of for centuries. In the United States, we are increasingly comfortable saying that our democracy is under threat, that we are at risk of descending into authoritarianism.
This is what that means, that we are at the border of the Rubicon. Once we cross that Rubicon, then we become an authoritarian country. And the steps that are being taken right now are steps in that direction. We're literally like creating manufacturing consent to invade like a foreign country, which is technically our ally.
To say that the threat has arrived. And I'm referring to myself when I say that. I'm not ready to say it's arrived. No one wants to call it prematurely. The right screams that the left, Black Lives Matter, Antifa, some thinly veiled caricature of the Jews, are ready to kick down your door and bash your teeth in. And I talk...
Which is what I keep saying. This is why these people are so radicalized. They shock and awe. It is, again, read Naomi Klein's The Shock Doctrine. That is something that will tie very much into this, and it's actually, like, historically very important for things like the Iraq War, the Afghanistan War. Everything that happened post 9/11 is directly relatable to the shock doctrine. She explains it very well in that book, and like I'm not going to go into it. Read the book.
Talk about why they say this. Their need to exaggerate the threat from the left so that when they aggress against us, it seems like self-defense, so that we are to blame for any violence we suffer. I talk about the danger of this thinking being accepted. I say the way mainstream conservative politicians and media legitimize these arguments is worrying.
And we need to really step it up here, right? I'm not ready to say that we have crossed that Rubicon just yet, but we are there. Start screaming. Be loud. Ignore all of the people that are like all of the bots, honestly, coming there and trying to tell you that you're being extreme, that you're being overdramatic, that you're exaggerating. It doesn't matter. Now, again, we've talked about this. Don't call them Nazis and fascists. Call them Stalin. Call them CCP pilled. Change the wording because they've already killed the meaning of those words. But there are words that we can use that piss them off. Call them Marxists. Call them Chinese Marxist spies. It doesn't matter. But They are bringing us to this edge. The Chinese Marxist spies in the Republican Party are bringing us closer to war with the world. Like we are descending into chaos. Now, yes, we are leftists in here. Pose the top shagger. But we are learning about how to adapt leftist rhetoric using tactics from the right, flipping them on their head and injecting our rhetoric into it while taking theirs out, because the right has a woke filter. They don't listen to you if you sound even remotely woke. So using words that they like to use against us, against them, is the better tactic. Calling them fascists and calling them Nazis makes them happy. Call them cringe, call them weird, call them stupid, call them retards, call them CCP pills. Oh cool, goodbye, have fun.
But I don't say.
They just keep
They are
running,
saying
man.
this in preparation to kick down your door and bash in your teeth. I want people to listen to me.
So again, the Republican Party is going, like, the right is coming to bash your door down. Donald Trump took 1,500 prisoners out of jails, emptied the prisons, and sent them to your communities. Look at this one. He just got killed for starting a fight with a cop. You want people that are cop assaulters freed from prison by your president, the guy you support? How about the two that just got arrested for pedophilia? Your president is bringing pedophiles and cop killers to your neighborhood because they are indoctrinated by the CCP. They want Donald Trump to be Joseph Stalin instead of Hitler. It hits better and it gets through better. Not that it doesn't need to be true, it just needs to get through. And realistically, there's not all that much of a difference anyway.
And bash in your teeth.
And that was just, we just had those.
I want people to listen to me. I don't want to sound irrational. I don't want to sound like them. And I don't want it to be true yet.
Sometimes you need to sound like them because they won't hear you otherwise.
Say, for the sake of argument, you are, at this moment, standing ankle deep in the water, desperately wondering how many paces you are from the south bank of the Rubicon.
You know what? In fact, a really good example was that guy that just came in, the top shagger. He asked if we were leftists before he said anything. Clearly, the rhetoric was not obvious enough for him to instantly clock us as leftists. That is just another example of how that works. Yeah.
There was a time when any number of things would have been the moment. If you could go back to 2015 and ask, is a candidate promising to jail his political opponents, or a president building concentration camps at the border, or a lame duck provoking an insurrection to overturn a vote, the moment where you would unequivocally call him a fascist? And we would have said, no question. But those moments came, and they went. And we called them troubling. We called them dangerous. But it still seemed alarmist to call.
Yeah, the weird snitching on your coworkers thing does feel a lot like Stalin. Yeah, that literally is. That's what I mean. Use that rhetoric. Spread that rhetoric. I call them groomers because they want children to carry rape babies. Call them groomers because they want to indoctrinate your kids into religious extremism. They are the groomers. I've seen a photo, I'll pull it up for you. It's in my living source document somewhere, of like a parent taking a picture of his kid, and it's like a 6-year-old white baby, and he's holding chains in his hand, and behind him is a shackled black child, and behind him is a shackled girl, and he's wearing like a Trumper t-shirt. They're indoctrinating, they're grooming children to become like Stalin's youth, Hitler's youth, the Waffen-SS. Like, they are grooming children. They want to groom children, and they continue to do so. The rape babies part is one part of it. There's so much more than that. They want to groom men into being hateful, racists, dangerous, militarized, and obedient workers, and they want to groom girls into being modest, quiet, Christian value, trad wife, like incubators for babies. That's what they're doing. That is what they've been doing this for years. Subservient, thank you. Subservient trad wives that exist solely to produce babies. They're incubators. This is what they're grooming children for. And again, like, this is the rhetoric that will get through. They hear it. They get mad. You call them a Marxist, and they get so mad. I was going to nag you to call in too, but it was the day of your test. Call in for what? Sorry, I missed that.
Call them fascist. Journalists and policy wonks still reacted with surprise if you came anywhere near the word.
How can you say that?
You could still run a campaign on reasoning with the right.
This is why we lost, by the way. This is what happened. Kamala Harris tried to reason with the right. She was out there with fucking Liz Cheney, pretending like they're like besties and they're for civility politics. You need to adopt their tactics. You don't need to adopt their rhetoric. You don't even need to lie. Some of us can, and I don't think it's immoral for you to slightly, like, I don't think it's immoral to lie to somebody to stop them from driving off a cliff. But on top of that, you don't need to do so. You can still use these tactics and be entirely truthful and ethical. Just keep it in mind. Have you seen Luke Beasley's original interview with Isabella Movie? She's a tradwife influencer on the right. No, I haven't, but I did read Lauren Southern's like thing that she came out with explaining how horrible her life was when she was still a tradwife, and she's like the original tradwife. Think it'd be good to watch on stream? Yeah, you can link it in the Discord in stream discussion, and I'll throw that on the list because like we're gonna have a lot of stuff on that general vicinity to talk about anyway later in the week, so that'll be cool. Thank you, Shardsburg.
Republicans have made great strides by being so blatantly horrible that accurately describing their behavior sounds like hyperbole. It seems we are always approaching the other side
into Wick. Right. No worries. I think I should be also having a conversation with Wick sometime next week anyway.
of the Rubicon, never arriving. We can turn back. The north is still the nearer bank. And there is a knack to this. Everyone expects it to happen all at once.
No.
That one day we will wake up to swastikas and kids in cages and unmarked vans disappearing people off the streets.
Hey, look, we've already had the kids in cages. We've already had the vans disappearing people on the streets. We've already had the swastikas. We're already here. We just, crossing the Rubicon isn't just having the authoritarian and the fascist things happen. It's realizing that we are there. And we are inching closer and closer and closer to that point of no return. We can stop this. We still could. But we need to convince, some of the right, but realistically, not even them. The 84 million streams discussion, please, Shardsburg. The 84 million registered voters in the United States who didn't vote. They didn't vote because no one gave them a reason to. Give them a reason to care, not to vote. Voting's dead. We're not having another free and fair election in this country, not for a long time. But what you can do is get them to pay attention. And that's the point. We are here, and if we just blindly continue down the path that we are on, we are going to get much, much, much worse. Now, people are realizing, but they forget. Remember, a lot of the right got very angry after the H-1B stuff, and then that quieted down. And still, some of them still are pretty mad about that. Then we got a lot of the right that is mad about cuts to federal programs that benefited them specifically. A lot of people, again, white women are the greatest recipients, or were the greatest recipients of DEI programs, just lost their jobs. Now, these people are angry. Use the moment while they're angry to at least inject some of the rhetoric into their brain, because the news cycle keeps moving and they're brainwashed. They're trained to forget what just happened and continue moving forward. And if you take the time in person to talk to these people and online to continue making noise, to continue creating counter propaganda, then some of them will hear it. You need to be the Karens. You need to be the annoying people on the street yelling that, like we used to talk about, the right-wing Karens that complain about everything in the stores and they're being stupid and ridiculous. Be that person. It is called The Grudge. Just make her ideas look make her ideas look ridiculous. Exactly. The public in general is still so adamantly against the reality of it. Some know it's bad, but many truly are not aware. Leftist Leo, part of that is because they're afraid. Do you know how difficult it is for like a person who's 45 years old, understanding that everything that they like their entire culture, their society has changed, their country has changed, that they don't live in the same system that they used to before, that their lives are now forever different in the worst possible ways, that they now have to fight for survival, that they have to fight to save their neighbors from survival, that the jackboots are coming to town and arresting American citizens. This needs to be like, people are afraid, and it goes back to that feeling of discomfort that most people can't sit with. They need to get that feeling out. They need to remove the discomfort. And so thinking and analyzing the information is incredibly difficult. So what you do is you flood it. You do exactly what they did. We need more content creators on the left to constantly be screaming this shit. We need to make it a consistent noise that they can't ignore. Keep making noise. Trump backed off with the federal freeze. Exactly, Infallible Pal. However, I think that was mostly just testing boundaries to see how ready the country is. But again, if we're not ready enough, then keep screaming. Maybe it'll slow them down a bit. Matrix, I heard you're in Australia. Not gonna lie, being stuck in this dying country is horrifying, and I have a mild degree of envy. I came here in 2018, and I am very happy that I did. If you really, really need to leave the United States, Australia does offer a visa where you can come and live here for a year and get access to public health care, but you have to work on a farm for 2 months out of that year. That's a fairly easy one to get your hands on. Other than that, immigrating to Australia is pretty difficult. But, you know, I do understand the envy. I feel bad sometimes talking about stuff, but like, honestly, we're headed right in your direction too. I covered this like yesterday and the day before, where we're going straight towards MAGA as well. We have politicians here wearing "Make Australia Great Again" hats. Ik ben dead. How does RFK Jr. fit in with this part of the ideology? RFK Jr. fits into an entirely different part of this ideology. It's not entirely connected here. He exists for the reasons of... You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna take my own advice because this is gonna sound... His job is eugenics. That's what his job is. His job is to stop you from being able to afford a vaccine, to stop vaccine mandates in schools, to make it more difficult for you to get medication, because they want the weak people to die out and natural selection. And look, it's also a distraction, but it's also eugenics. This does sound terrifying. I know human instinct is to protect oneself, and understanding this information and really conceptualizing it hurts. So you want to not do it. It hurts. It's fucking terrifying. My parents are still struggling. I finally got my father to really understand. But like, he's 65. These people live their entire lives. And the only reason that like, even the fact that like my parents grew up in Turkey is the only reason that I have a bit of an easier time convincing them, because Turkey's been an authoritarian state for more than a decade. It's easier to conceptualize. They're going to start squeezing, and when they can tear you out, they will. Right now, what they're doing is they're flooding us with horrible shit, half of which they back down on, but then they go and put even more terrible shit because they want you to feel like we've lost, that we have no chance. Like that idiot that came in saying, haha, we lost, enjoy forever. Like, they're not talking about this being temporary. They're talking about Trump running for 3 or 4 terms. Obviously, he can't, because he's gonna die before then. Like, I really will not... I would be shocked if he made it to the end of this administration. But the plan isn't democracy. Democracy died, like I said during the inauguration day. The American, democracy got shot on January 6th, 2021. And we've been on life support since. And we died on election night, and the funeral was inauguration day. We live in a different country now. Or rather, you do. I say we, but I mean, I am also an American citizen, so I can say we.
But those all happened on different days.
No, they're not, leftist Leo.
And the
Half of them
swastikas
are bots, too.
were a natural extension of the barely coded language of the administration's supporters. The cages were the next step after their family separation policy. And the vans were not a surprise after years of police militarization.
Again, look, I mean, I explained this a little differently, but one more time, just because, like, this right here has happened already in several different ways, on several different levels, and is now so deeply ingrained in our society that we don't even question it anymore.
Unmarked vans disappearing people off the streets. But those all happened on different days. And the swastikas were a natural extension of the barely coded language of the administration's supporters. The cages were the next step after their family separation policy. And the vans were not a surprise after years of police militarization. You don't have to cross the river quickly, just steadily, so that every step makes the last one seem inevitable and the next one obvious. The people who say, this will never happen on our watch, they'll just divert the river south to keep it true. It's losing.
I hear a lot. America wouldn't let this happen. The American people will rise up. They won't let this happen. Like, you're watching it happen. But, like, it's not even just the politicians. The average American that isn't full-on MAGA, that is not a politically literate as I am, just like a regular person, normal on the street, my friends even. Oh, but someone will stop this, right? America won't let this happen. The people will rise up. Yet the people saying this have no intention of themselves going out into the street and rising up. You're letting it happen. Everyone asks, how did Hitler manage to convince the entirety of Germany to be on board? This is how. Slowly and steadily.
Losing a little ground on a dozen fronts every day. It's seeing so many lines crossed, you can't even remember where you used to draw them. It's the readiness to give up on things being better and just wanting them to be quiet. I can't tell you if that moment has come. I don't know how to call it any better than you. So instead, I'm going to ask you to do something. I want you to decide
Again, don't do violence. I don't support violence. Do not start violence. But if people are attacking you, you have the right to defend yourself. And if there are people in your community that are threatening violence, there are ways that you can talk to them, because a lot of these people will back down. They're pussies. I have a video in the Discord of it. You can talk to them in a way that will reduce the chance of violence. And if you can't, make sure that they hit you first. Like, don't start the violence. Yeah, exactly. But also, if you're mentally stable enough, buy a gun. Learn how to use it. Go out and join your community. Get them involved. Get them to care. I feel like a broken record with the community stuff, but it is our key. It's the only escape. The only way off this river is collectively. Because I can push as far as I want back. I want to step back. But if the entirety of the country is intent on stepping forward, we're going to step forward. You need to go and talk to people in person. Online interaction is not changing as many minds as we need it to. You can do both, but talk to people in person. Go, if you're a white guy, go talk to the police. I'm not kidding. Go hang out with the fire department, the police. Go hang out with the people that are, wearing MAGA hats, but they're not, like, fully insane MAGA. Like, you can spot the difference. Talk to them. You have to talk to these people like you are a teacher of a 4th grade class and your class is intent on smashing their head against the wall over and over again instead of, like, doing the classwork. And so you have to gently parent them away from this. That's the way that we have right now to safely be able to at least do some harm reduction. But I'm not sure we can prevent us from crossing this river anymore. I think the best we can hope for is to be prepared for what comes after.
this moment. what the Rubicon is for you. What is that undeniable instant where if something drastic does not happen immediately, your rights and freedoms are forfeit?
That was, to
And
me,
don't show up.
inauguration day. That was the inauguration day for me. Yes, I did see that.
In my comments saying it already happened years or centuries ago, you're not wrong.
I mean, yes.
But cynicism is acceptance. I'm asking, when would be the time to act?
Now.
Write it down. Put it on your phone or your dry erase board or post it on your bathroom mirror.
But also, yes,
So when
take his advice. Draw a line. Think of a line for your. Take a moment and think. What is your line for? We are too far gone. We are now not a democracy. And then from that point on, accept it. White guy here, autistic as fuck. Any tips on how to initiate with cops? Yes. Be very nice to them. I would start out by asking them a question. It doesn't matter whether you know the answer or not. Find a question of something. Like, for example, I was driving cross country one night. I was leaving North Carolina. There was a big hurricane, and it was like 2 a.m. I'm in Virginia, and I pull into like a parking lot where there's like a restaurant, a 7-Eleven, and whatnot. And I want to sleep because I've been driving for hours and hours and hours. And a cop car pulls up right next to me. And so what I do is I roll down the window and I called the cop over. You initiate this conversation. And so I asked him, I said, am I allowed to sleep in my car in this state? Like, I'm really sorry to bother you, but I've been driving all night, and I know some states that you're not allowed to sleep in your car, and some states you are. And so, help me out. And the cop, incredibly nice. Although, if I hadn't, because I drove a little shithole of a car, and I look like a mess, and it's 2 a.m. in a hurricane, I'm driving this person. Like, the hurricane hadn't really hit where I was. We were well past it. But it's raining, it's at nighttime, it's 2 a.m. I'm in a hoodie, my car looks like shit. The cop would have come and, at the very least, would have thought of me in a negative context rather than just a positive, helpful one if I didn't call him over. And I had a conversation with this cop. The cop says, well, you are, but like, this isn't a safe area. Do you have a gun in your car? And I say, I don't own a gun. And the cop is disappointed that I don't have a gun because I can put it on your dash. And I say, I have a decorative knife in my trunk. But no, you're not allowed to have that in the state. And then we laugh about how stupid that is. And then the cop, he's like, pull over there under the spotlight and sleep there. And I took a 2-hour nap while the cop sat in his car and watched me sleep to make sure that I was safe. Now, part of that is probably some privilege, because I'm not white, but I can pass in certain points as white. And so that worked. But the idea is you engage with them positively, you're polite, and you ask them for help with something easy. And then you just chit chat with them. And from that point, once you get that rapport built, because don't bring up anything in the first interaction you have with these people. Just be nice. But then you have to do it again and again. Then you start seeing them on the street. You start saying hi. And then once you feel like there is a comfortable amount of rapport there, then you can have a chat with them and lightly start throwing stuffs in there. That price of eggs these days are really rough. I don't know why, we're not doing anything about this bird flu. I saw that, we don't get any information from the CDC anymore. I don't know how many people are sick. It's kind of, and then you start and move forward. I've had similar experiences when I called for mental health issues. They were nice to me and helped me when I asked them for help and spoke to them calmly and appreciatively. But privilege, exactly. And that's why I say, if you're privileged, do this, with the police at the very least. The fire department, however, you don't really need that much privilege to do this with the fire department. They're generally nice, but they also, making friends with the fire department when you're a group that is, let's say hypothetically a trans woman of color makes friends with a firefighter, then makes friends with a couple other firefighters. Those firefighters are friends with the cops. So then You can, one day you see the firefighters and the cops kind of like hanging out because, if you live in rural America, they often do. And then you can go and say hi to the police and they might, be sussed by you. But then you have the firefighters there who are like backing you up, who are giving you validity to your, not only just like your existence, but that you are not a bad person, that you're not someone to be targeted. And then that leads into you being able to maybe not make friends with the cops, but build at least a rapport so that, let's say, you as a trans woman of color do this now, and then in like a year, if the jackboots are coming looking for trans people to arrest, well, you have the local fire department and police who like you, and they don't think of you as like, even if they're MAGA, they don't think of you the same way. And so they might hide you. They might just not point you out. They might help protect you. This is one of the ways where you can A, help protect yourself, but B, start to influence your community in person and bring them towards other things. Another thing you can do is try and advocate for social groups in your community. Book clubs. Build a community garden. If there's a big empty lot in your town that's been sitting there for a while, start a fundraiser. Go knock on some doors and say, hey, look, there's this empty lot of land, and I think that we should, hey, look, food prices are getting expensive. Do you think it'd be fun if we start a community garden where we could grow some tomatoes, some cucumbers, some onions and whatnot? Would you be signing this petition to say that, you're in favor of this for the county to approve, and then start a fundraiser to buy, the land? You can do this. These are the types of activities that help A, bring a community closer together, but B, incentivize them away from the hate, away from the insanity, and then also allows you to reach them because now you're a trusted, known member of the community. That's okay, Headless Chicken. Does that make sense? Though? Like, is that, are you following? In that there are many ways that are small you can use to make a difference. But again, like, this line has been crossed for me already. We're already here. Now is the time to do something about it. Good, I'm glad.
When that moment comes, you will remember that this was your Rubicon. Because it won't feel like it anymore. It will feel like the next logical step. And
by the way, that's true, because like I said, we've already crossed the Rubicon in my perspective, and every step after just feels like the next logical step forward.
Ask yourself, when that moment comes, what is the right thing to do?
No, you don't ask them nicely not to be hateful racist. You don't ask them to not do that. You convince them to through indirect means.
You don't have to have an answer yet, but think on it. Because we haven't been doing it.
No, we have not.
As a leftist, the futures I envision are full of possibility. I am fond of saying, there are 100 ways forward and only one way back. So many things we could try if we allow ourselves to let go of white supremacy, of capitalism, of patriarchy. Imagining the future is a kind of world building. To be on the left, at least the way I try to do it, is to desire a spreading out, a pluralizing, an abandonment of hierarchy, and a sharing of power between us all. I don't know if that future is likely, but I know it's possible.
Exactly, and this is what I'm trying to tell all of you. There are 100 ways forward and only one way back, but the only way back is by spreading everything. We need community. But we have hope. That future is not set in stone. We are not in... it's not impossible to change the course of where we're going. I'm afraid that it's been so difficult for us to work together, even just on the left. And I'm more afraid that not enough people will actually do the going outside, do the work of leaving their house, of talking to their neighbors, of knocking on doors, of talking to strangers, of making friends in person, of building community, because online social interaction is not enough. It's not enough. You know why? Because the Republicans have in-person community. Everything that they say online doesn't matter because they have it in person too. They go to church. Their churches are indoctrination centers at this point, most of them. I mean, there's definitely churches that aren't, but the MAGA churches, the mega churches, those are indoctrination centers. You can't run through fire without someone to protect you from the flames. Community is our fire suit, and we put the most vulnerable at the very center and big ass spikes on the outside. Perfectly said, Schwarzborg, genuinely. And this is the time. I'm afraid not enough of you are going to go outside because you've all been either doomer pilled or are so addicted to social media, or are also so absolutely terrified of in-person social interaction that no one will do this. And if that's the case, then we're fucked. But the only way that you can, like, it doesn't matter what I think, you have to do it. I'm going to make a point of going to the bar this weekend, talk to strangers. I live in a small town, USA. They'll probably be Trumpers. I'm so proud of you, Corn Cob. Go, like, hang out, do it. Buy someone a beer, maybe. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, you'll make friends one way or the other. Some of those people are probably good. Some of them are probably Trumpers. Some of them are probably good people that would have voted for Bernie, but voted for Trump. There are... The average American's political ideology is not black and white. The average MAGA's political ideology is not black and white. You could talk to 10 MAGA on the street and ask them several questions of, like, varying magnitudes, and they'll have political positions that are left, right, center, nonsense. Like, they don't have a coherent ideology. Most people don't. Most people aren't set in either the left or the right. Only the more extreme are. And to be fair, I am one of the left. I'm the extremist on the left. I'm just an extremist in the way of I want you to build community and make friends and be happy and, you know, live a comfortable life. And the others are extremists that want to exterminate people. There's a difference, you know? But you don't want to be on the extreme end. You want to be in the middle or closer to the left, realistically. The middle of the left. You know, take the center and the right, put it away, and then just take the left side of the spectrum. You want to be on the middle of the left when you talk to these people. Until they find out you're LGBT or an immigrant. No, not most of them. They don't act the same way in person that they do online. Again, you can go and, like, Donald Trump would let Caitlyn Jenner use the women's restroom. Absolutely. Like, understand that the way that people interact online is not always the case in person. They don't think the same way. Like, they don't hate LGBT people for existing. They hate LGBT people because they think that these are, like, people that are attacking children in schools. But if you have a rapport with them and they know you, that's not going to pop into their head. They have an idea of what they hate, and almost nobody in this world falls into that idea. Unless you have blue hair, piercings everywhere, and you're a teacher, and you're trans, then they're not going to come after you for being trans. If you're an immigrant, but you own a business, if you speak English well, like, there is a difference. Not all MAGA are extremists. A lot of them have no fucking idea what they're thinking or what they're talking about. Talk about billionaires, code it correctly, use the right words. Exactly. I've made several videos on this, and there's two, like, I'm going to make this one and another more, and another one come out, like, this weekend. But, like, watch this entire playbook. Don't even wait for me. Go watch the alt-right playbook, learn how they spoke to us, learn how they propagandized to us, and learn how to adapt and do it the other way around.
That's not how things look on the right. For the right, left to its own devices, all roads lead to Rome.
Simply, Steve, if you think that every single one of the American people on the right that are even remotely in support of this cannot be changed, then you've already lost. You've taken the doom pill. If you're already there, like, there is no change that can be made other than violence, and I don't want that. I want to try and avoid that. And regardless, I still think violence will happen, but this is still the way to protect the most people. You might fail 7 out of 10 times, but you'll get 3 people. The point here is to protect as many people as possible. Damn essay post in here.
Telling what you're gonna do.
Yes, like exactly. Some of these people you can cut out. You don't have to deal with all of them, but you should still try with some of them. If you don't try, then A, you're not protecting as many people, but B, you're just going to have more people to fight against. The opposition is just going to continue to grow if you don't try and bring any of them over to your side. And again, you don't even have to go after people that are MAGA. I want you to convince the people who aren't paying attention at all. 84 million Americans didn't vote. They don't pay attention to politics. They don't know what's happening half the time. Maybe they know some shit. Maybe they watch on TikTok and they get a whole bunch of misinformation. They understand like a third of what's happening in the wrong context. So don't try and convince the MAGA. Convince the people that are in the middle. Convince the people that don't pay attention, that don't care, that don't listen, that don't know. I mean, look. Here's an example. Here's an example of someone, this is a school board meeting in, I assume, somewhere in rural America.
When I went to his bedroom to say goodnight, and he was crying because of the abuse that he was enduring in this school system.
Then why didn't you stay in Mexico?
Do you see how many people got mad at that? Like, there is still humanity left in this country. And yes, then talk to somebody else. If the person that you... like, if this person isn't convincible, fuck them, leave them. It doesn't matter. Don't waste your time with the people that can't be convinced. There's plenty of people who can. Leave the ones that are too far gone. They don't matter. Everyone who just gasped in this room, you can convince them.
Then why didn't you stay in Mexico?
You need to leave!
I love the lady who says you need to leave. There is still an ability to convince Americans to change, to come over, to understand. You don't even have to change. Here's a Jan 6er that pled guilty and wrote a letter to Congress explaining why she's guilty, who now argues with other people on Twitter about why the Jan 6ers are guilty because she was guilty. My name is Pam Hemphill. I'm a cancer survivor and a retired substance abuse counselor. I owned and operated a state-operated DUI treatment center, and I'm a recovering alcoholic with 44 years sober in August. I was in the crowd at the Capitol on January 6, 2021. I would appreciate my story being entered into public record to attempt to right the wrongs that I have done, and to hopefully provide the American people with facts that sadly too many of us did not know when we arrived in that morning on January 6th. I was charged for my participation in the day's events. I pleaded guilty. I served 60 days in prison. I am not a victim of the government. The Justice Department was not weaponized against me. I was a participant who broke the law. I would like to do my part to contribute to the collective healing that our nation needs after these events, as well as address the constant gaslighting. Whoa. Fuck. Sorry, my computer just broke for a second. As well as address the constant gaslighting perpetuated by those who refuse to accept accountability for their part in what happened on that day, that continues to go on across America. As I mentioned, I'm a retired substance abuse counselor. For over 28 years, I provided assistance and support to people struggling with addiction. As a person recovering myself, my program involves making direct amends, which means more than just words or simple apologies. It takes action that demonstrates our new way of life. It requires acknowledging and aligning our values to our actions by admitting wrongdoings, and then living by those principles. By speaking out with the facts has come at a great risk to my personal safety, my well-being, but I believe that not speaking out about what I have learned only serves those who continue to gaslight and lie in order to protect their own interests. I also want others who have felt betrayed and misled to know that they are not alone. We have an opportunity to accomplish what we thought we came to the Capitol on January 6th for by admitting our wrongs and sharing our facts. More than half of America doesn't vote. Here, copy that, take that, put it somewhere in your phone, and show some people what, like, give this to not even just MAGA, just spread that around. Does it matter? Does it matter that it's relevant? Does it matter that it's current discourse? No. Who gives a shit? Spread the message. It doesn't matter. I know you're doom-pilled, but snap the fuck out of it. Like, even if you were a minority, we could build a coalition, become the majority. I don't think Simply Steve is necessarily doom-pilled. I think Simply Steve is revolution-pilled. But we need to try to come out of this by building coalition and becoming the majority. And I think that we can. I really do. I think that if you can get more people to understand. Remember, like, what think about what the right says. They have the 3%ers, don't they? The neo-Nazi group, with the claim that you need 3% of a population to overthrow a government. There's a literal neo-Nazi group called the 3%ers. Get 3% of the American population to protect democracy. That's a doable thing. What's 3% of the United States population? Make it 5. Let's make it 5, just for fun. Because, fuck those neo-Nazis. Come on, give me an answer. 1% is 3.4 million, so, give you that. Make me do fucking math. No, I understand that you do your research, and you're not wrong either, Simply Steve. You're not. But I think that you're missing something. I think that they're 10.2 million. Thank you. You think that, like, 10 million people more. 84 million people that were registered to vote in the US didn't vote. 10, 15 of those, you think we can't change their minds? Like, try. That's all I'm asking. You might end up being right. And all of us should prepare for that eventuality. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try to avoid it first. Does that mean, like, can we agree on this? That you might be right, and we should all be ready for that, and we should all prepare. But also, we should try and stop it from happening. I mean, you know what? We could probably... No, never mind. That one's too bought by money. We need more people, like, media people, content creators, talking about this shit. I got one more thing for you. I just want to go to the bathroom real quick, and then we're gonna watch How Humans Invented Nationalism. I think understanding a little bit of this. To be fair, this is Johnny Harris, so you know, I'm sure not all of it is in the highest quality of detail, but don't worry, I can fill some of it in. We'll watch that when I get back. Fucking hell, I'm gonna die this week, guys. Genuinely. Like, it is so hot. It's supposed to be triple digits for the next 5 days here. It might go down to like 97, 98 for a couple of them, and I still have no air conditioning until Wednesday. For me is when a guy's going to come to have a look at my air conditioner to see if they can even fix it. And I'm going to die. Fun times. Alright, so real quick, I just want to add in there that we're not going to have time to look over the Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard clips today, but I will have a look at them over the weekend, and we'll have a look at them on Monday, Sunday your time, because I just go by stream time now. So Sunday for you guys, Sunday morning, same time as usual, we'll be going over that stuff, unless some more insane shit happens, which probably the case, because, you know, anytime I take a weekend, I come back with like 7 years worth of news to cover. But I also can't even stream during the day. The sun has risen and I have about an hour before it gets too hot in here. So let's get through this.
Our world is built on an idea. It's an idea so powerful that we fight and die for it. We draw our maps around it. It shapes our politics and forms the basis of our very identity, who we think we are.
Lots of water.
It's an idea so pervasive that you've probably never even stopped to notice how weird it is. Because here's the thing, this idea is completely made up. And even though it might feel like it's been around forever, it's actually newer than you think.
Oh, I will. That's why I'm taking the weekend off, because it's going to be like 107 degrees. I'm going to sleep and, I don't know, probably go outside and go spend my time somewhere air-conditioned. That's the point, you know? I quickly, even because like when it's 107 degrees during the day, even doing like a stream at night like I've been doing won't work, because it's still like 92 degrees at 2 o'clock in the morning. This was like this earlier last week. You can do both of those things simply, Steve. I have it in the Discord. In fact, I have A, how to talk to these people, and B, I have self-defense tactics. I have a entire like set of videos on how to build a first aid kit for massive blood loss in case you go to a protest and someone gets shot. I talk about how to do both of these all the time. I practice both of these things all the time. You can do one and the other. Learn how to talk to people and also learn how to defend yourself. Learn how to use a weapon. If you can't get a gun, let's say you're a felon, then learn how to go take some martial arts classes. Go do boxing. Go hang out at a gym. And if you don't feel comfortable at a gym, then go and do some shit in the woods. Go do archery. Go learn how to fight with a sword. I have done both. Learning how to sword fight, by the way, is incredibly useful, even if you don't know how to fight. Learn CPR and first aid. That's, in fact, in the article that I have on how to do first aid for, let's say, a bullet wound in an emergency situation at a protest, so you can get someone to a hospital before they die. Learn how to protect yourself, learn how to protect your community, but also learn how to talk to your community and get them to learn how to do it as well. You need both. You can't have one without the other. I keep saying this all the time. We are too individualistic and not enough community focused. You need both. I'm anti-Trump, I'm anti-stupid, but the stupid people aren't stupid because they're born stupid. You can decultify somebody. It's not easy, but again, stop worrying about MAGA. There are tons of people who are not in the cult that you can convince. Go talk to people and find one that isn't a cultist and convince them. You're like this, like your entire aspect being there's nothing I can do other than like learn how to fight is stupid. It's not productive. It is anti-productive. It goes literally against the point of everything. There's no SRA in Arizona. That really sucks. Maybe we can contact SRA in other parts of the country and see if they can start a what would they be called? Not a club. There's a word for this. Start a branch or something. Not branch either. What's the word? It's gonna bother me now. You would say this to like motorcycle clubs, like a different a different, not a division either, but like, you know what I mean? Call other parts of the SRA and see if you can maybe convince them to help you start your own sector, not sector, come on, branches, thank you. See if you can open a branch in Arizona with the help of other branches. Maybe people in other branches know people in Arizona that could also, you know, come together and try and start one with you. Again, because the SRA is not just about like guns, or it's not even about socialism. It's not politics related. It's about learning how to use weapons, but it's also about community support and disaster support, outreach. These are the important parts. This is how you can get across to people, by helping them. And again, by the way, no one's coming to save you, and elections are kind of dead, but I still, for a little while at least, but I still advocate you try and join politics. Go run for your local council, go run for your state legislature, go run for your school board. You will still be able to have the power to make some changes. It might not be anywhere near enough, it might be marginal, but the more of us are in government, even on a local level, the less they can do. The DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, won 50 state legislature seats this election, more than any third party has done in decades. You can be that. Click, what do you mean click the Queen Matriarch? No, Shardspurk, that's okay, I understand. Like, you're a mod, you got power. You didn't ban him for too long, right? Yeah, okay, yeah, like, that's fair. That's why you guys have the power, because I'm too nice, and then we get too distracted, and we get far off topic. You're good. And what's up, Tyler? Tyler is a troll, but he's also a very funny troll, and I'm a fan, so let him be for a little bit, if he's gonna troll. I do very much enjoy your comments on my videos. They're quite funny.
That idea is called the nation. It says that a country is more than just the land drawn into a set of borders. It's actually a giant community that is united by heritage and identity.
Yeah.
It says that the people, the land, the state, they're all one thing. That thing is called a nation. You're not just a person who happens to live in a place called America. You're American, or Brazilian, or Japanese, or Mexican, or Egyptian, Nigerian, Dutch, Micronesian. But let's stop a moment to learn the story of where this idea came from and how it took over everything.
Because once you do, by the way, in my belief that like, not only just nationalism, but being proud of your country is something that I don't agree with, because pride should be reserved for something that you've accomplished. You can like your country, you can be, you know, an active participant. You like the people in your country. You can like your culture, which, by the way, like trying to keep culture consistent is the death of culture. You need to, but you can advocate. You can spread the message of, you know, I like the people in my country. I like the messaging. I like my politics. Damn, I lost a follower. I think Simply Steve might have just unfollowed. Jesus. Well, that's pussy shit. Whatever it is. Regardless of that, you have this idea of, you know, my country is my country and that I'm proud of it, but you were just born there by accident. You have done nothing to it. You can be proud of the things that your country does that you advocate for. You can be proud of the people in your country that you know, engage with. You can be proud of yourself. You can be proud of groups that you go out and protest with. But being proud of just the existence of your country is something that I disagree with. And I think that that is a proto-nationalism idea.
So much about our world suddenly makes sense.
Okay, cool.
I don't know if it was him.
Great to see you.
Great to see you.
It feels wrong to call it made up, I know. Like, it sort of contradicts everything you've ever been told about the world.
That's Max Fisher, my old colleague, who taught me a lot about journalism. Max was a New York Times columnist, he wrote this book, and now he hosts a couple of podcasts. And he recently planted this idea in my mind of just how fake countries really are. So I wanted to bring him on to help me understand it and then explain it to you. It really does feel like countries are like natural, like they're a fundamental law of humans and human society.
Well, just one.
Take France as an example. If I tell you France is made up, that feels wrong.
I mean, it does feel wrong because I look at a bunch of old
This
maps
is a really good
and
explanation
even
of what I mean
way
here.
back in time.
Okay, good. Good. Then you're not a pussy. Based. I don't know who that was. They probably got mad at me saying that, like, you shouldn't be proud of your country.
There is a
People get mad at
shape
that
on
shit.
the map called France or the Kingdom of France, whatever, and it's changed, but like France was there for a really long time.
But okay, think about it.
Oh, a click. That's what you meant, Queen Matriarch. Thank you. I was so confused. There's a delay on YouTube because I forgot to set the settings to low latency.
Is that true? France, like most countries, is built around a story. And that story says that there's always been a French people who share a culture, an ethnicity, and an eternal connection to the land. The borders and the government might have changed over the years, but this land has always been some version of France. Wrong. It's not true.
Okay, but show me why not.
Okay, we think that borders like France's formed because they contained people with the same ethnicity who spoke the same language, right? But when you overlay a map of the actual genetic makeup in Europe, it looks like this.
There is quite a large mix. Like, for example, I haven't done a 23andMe, but I've seen my parents'. And, I mean, I'm Turkish, so pretty close to Europe. And all the fuck over the place, down to Africa, all the way to Asia, like Mongolia. You don't have this one ethnicity. Your nationality isn't real. It is a social construct, and it's okay to like it. There's nothing wrong with that. But to be proud of your country is something very different than to be proud of the people in your country, the things that you do, the things that you work for, the things that you advocate for. Pride should be reserved for something you accomplish, not for something that happens by accident.
Now look at France, and you'll see that any given part of the country has
Maddie.
closer
And I don't
genetic
plan
links
to.
with foreigners across the border than they do with their own countrymen.
Yeah, but like,
One more time?
you talk to Europeans.
Sorry, I missed that.
Across the border than they do with any given part of the country has closer genetic links with foreigners across the border than they do with their own countrymen.
Yeah, but like, you talk to Europeans who see their country as like the home of their unique ethnic group. And I think there's even studies on this that show that like Germany is for Germans and Italy is for Italians. Like these borders were drawn around groups of people because...
Sounds like something, you hear from AFD, Germany is for Germans. That kind of idea is proto-nationalism. Now, of course, the AFD is fully nationalism, but, they're Nazis. It's the literal Nazi party. But we have this in America, too. We are proud of America. Okay, but what about America are you proud of that you had any involvement in? What are you proud of about your country? And why are you proud of it if you've not been involved with it at all? Let's say I can say that I like the New Deal. I like FDR's policies. Can't say that I'm proud of America for the New Deal because I had no part in it.
Because of their common ethnicity.
So people from certain areas might share certain traits, like red hair, for example, but look at a map that shows the distribution of red hair, and you see stuff like this never lines up with national borders.
Okay, so countries aren't correlated with ethnicity, but what about like language?
So today, sure, people within these borders predominantly speak one language, but this only happened really, really recently. Here's a map of languages in France as of the early 1800s.
That's a lot. That's not even, that's just a couple hundred years ago, which in the grand scheme of time of human history is nothing. It's nothing. This is the era of like when Marx was alive.
Only the people in this
We are a part of history right now, but history is like we've always been. History doesn't exist. We are in the present, we look back at history, but it's not real, it's past. We are in the, like, time isn't linear. Time is a concept that, like, we've created. History exists because it happened, but you are creating the future right now. You're writing history this moment. I'm writing history this moment. Each of us are. History is also something that we look back on with a biased view. History is written by the victors. We've all heard that before. We don't know everything about history. History is an idea that we've made up in our minds. You know, like, not right now, but, you know, eventually, maybe, yes, you might be a historic figure. Depends on how relevant you are to the discourse 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 100 years from now.
One area spoke something close to modern-day French. Most people in France spoke something else and had for hundreds of years.
Wow, that's surprising to me, that there were a bunch of different languages within today's France. So people living in this land were culturally and genetically fractured. That's what these maps show. And they spoke a bunch of different languages.
There's, like, literally no way for us to know at this point. There's no records of Stoner. What if the Mongols were actually the good guys? I suppose I should actually read the question now. We have no idea. Now, some of the things they did were probably bad. Some of the things they did were probably good, just like any other culture, any other country, any other empire. Of course, some of the things they did were very bad, like Genghis Khan did a lot of bad shit. I'm sure they did a lot of good shit too. Again, like, I'm part Mongol going back, like, in my parents' like ethnic tree. There's some of that. I'm part, like, what is it, Sudanese even. It doesn't matter. Your ethnicity is made up. It is about the actions that you take now that matter. History is written by the victors, as you have said, as we have all said. It doesn't matter in a way that affects you now, because you don't know for a fact what happened at any point in time. You know what you know. You know the things that you have learned. You might know some of history, obviously, like we all know some history here. I like to talk about history often. I believe in historic materialism, and we talk about that, but the history that we know is not the full picture. And so basing our reality off of these preconceived notions of what we consider historically accurate is not an accurate way to continue on forward. Like, you can have that in your mind, you can have that as a base construct of what you build your ideology on, but you do not have to refer back to it. It doesn't matter after a point. Once you build the foundations, then history is irrelevant. You are now creating history. We could call them mostly peaceful, just in case. Like, I wouldn't even know. I haven't studied them too much because I mean, maybe that's my Western chauvinism. Maybe I need to learn more about the East. Maddie Holmes, also the past genetic components of past cultures is not going to match current ones at all. Yeah, absolutely. Not even a little bit. So nationalism is genuinely stupid. It is a refusal for progress, which is literally just the death of society. Every single person that argues my culture is under attack and I want to save it is arguing for the death of their culture. Because that's not how the world works. Cultures need to grow and change to continue on, to be adapting new things that come in, to be adapted into new cultures. You change, you come go. Look at these, all of these different languages that were spoken in France just 300 years ago. Are all of these cultures dead? Of course not. They're not dead. They're all just part of France now. But they all still keep their own cultural aspects. If you go to where Breton is over here, and if you go to where Leonis is here, they will still have much of their traditions, but they also have new ones because they've grown. They've adapted. Any culture that says they are under attack is killing their culture, I'm confused, I think. No, what I mean, when you see right-wingers talking about how people are let's take Germany. Yes, yes, now you get it. Like, Germany is for Germans. These Syrians are coming in and they're changing Germany. Well, that's not a bad thing. You're adapting and you're taking parts of a new culture and adding them to your culture and improving. For example, there's a lot of Turkish people that live in Germany, and now Germans eat a lot more Turkish food. That's culture that they've adapted and have now is become part of theirs. They like it. It's a good thing. It's growth. A lack of growth is the death of society. Well, what about African countries and such? Obviously, that's an exception. No, not necessarily. Like they are also growing in culture. Like this applies everywhere. There is no such thing as a country. It's all made up. And like, yes, we know what the Germans did historically, and yes, we know about the AfD. That doesn't mean all Germans are bad. It doesn't mean Germany's real. Simply Steve, I'm gonna leave with this. Have fun with your nicey nice approach. You're still not even listening to me, mate, because I said do both. Just show them you're weak. And again, me talking about how you should build self-defense mechanisms, how you should learn how to buy a gun, learn how to use a gun, go and learn martial arts, learn first aid, prepare for them to attack you, but then also try. You think that that's being weak and play nice? You're just dooming, man. You've already lost. If you're not gonna try, and you just want to fight until the death, what are you, like a 17-year-old who wants to die in glory in battle and go to Valhalla? Shut the fuck up. You're not helping here. You're a moron. You need to go out and actually give a shit. Try and convince people. No one's saying you shouldn't learn how to protect yourself. No one's saying that you shouldn't learn how to engage with people in a way that encourages them to protect themselves. No one's saying you shouldn't learn how to fight, that you shouldn't expect violence. You're just the one saying that there's no hope for anybody else and that we should all just give up on the world and prepare to fight everybody. Shut the fuck up, go touch some grass.
Languages, but they still belonged to one big political entity. There was a France here. Again, I've got this tool and I scroll all the way back to the 1200s. And I see a thing called the Kingdom of France, ruled by a king.
Sorry, that really makes me mad. When people, argue with a shadow version of me in their head that says things that I'm not actually saying, that shit really makes me mad. The idea of you can't do both, isn't even, you're not even engaging with it. You're just imagining that I'm saying, no, you can't do that. You shouldn't learn how to fight. You should learn just how to talk to people. Learn how to protect yourself. And try and get other people on board on your side. There's plenty of Americans you can convince. You don't have to go after MAGA.
Who was apparently ruling people who lived on all of this land. So wouldn't these people be considered French? Isn't this proof that countries have existed for hundreds, if not thousands of years?
Actually, no, not in the way that we mean countries today. For someone living down here, hundreds of kilometers from the King's Palace in Paris, there was no concept of being French. They probably identify with the people in their village or their town, but that is about it. What do you care if another town hundreds of miles away happens to be ruled by the same king, who, by the way, is just some guy who levies taxes on you occasionally?
Okay, so...
By the way, this is still true. Because again, if you live in Louisiana, you have your own culture. You have systems that come from other cultures that have been integrated, which are different from someone in, let's say, Wisconsin. But they still are part of the same country. Believing that everything is the same, whether you're in Wisconsin or whether you're in, Shreveport, Louisiana, or... that's a stupid concept, to think that everything that you believe is the same, that your culture is the same. You don't have that sameness. There is no consistent culture like that. There is no one place on earth where everything is that culture and has no influence of others. There is no one place on earth that is just one ethnic group. None of this shit exists. It's all made up. The French king pushed hard to homogenize France to a huge extent. I get that, but we're also doing this now. France was culturally and linguistically diverse for the longest time. As we saw, there was hundreds of languages spoken in France just in the early 1800s. None of the ideas of nationalism are real. They're all made up.
French people at this time were more like subjects who happen to be ruled by the same person living in a faraway capital, as opposed to today where countries
Exactly,
are
I'm
more
agreeing
like
with you.
one giant club.
Sorry
where
if
we
I
all
come off a little like snappy. I'm just a little mad now. Take food and buying stuff out of the equation. There's no difference between people. It's not true. Beliefs are entirely different. Cultures are entirely different. Religion is entirely different. Like everything is so different. It's not food. It's not buying stuff. That's just the consumerist stuff. No, I know. I got snappy at the comment that I made. Sorry, Maddie Holmes. Didn't mean to snap at you. But no, it's not. It's not the same. Even like take consumerism out of the picture. What is the similarities that are homogenized between a guy in Louisiana and a guy in Montana? They have entirely different dialects, they have different beliefs, they have different people around them, there's different cultures that they engage with consistently. Let's say Louisiana has go to New Orleans. They believe in witchcraft over there. It's like a tourist thing. Obviously it comes from a consumerist, like capitalistized version of beliefs of Haitian groups and of like Dominican groups and of like South American, Caribbean cultures that have been integrated into not only the architecture, not only the language, not only the naming of the places, but of the way that people interact with each other, the things that people believe in these areas. I'm not talking about food and buying shit, although that does also add into it, but no one is the same. No, like I'm from New York and I lived in I grew up in New Jersey. I've lived in New York, I've lived in North Carolina, I've lived in Colorado, I've lived in Turkey, I've lived in Montenegro, I've lived in Australia. There is significant difference between just like I've also lived in 3 different cities in Turkey, Istanbul, Izmir, I've lived in Ankara. There are differences even within a country based on the region of dialect, beliefs, religious beliefs, cultural traditions, ways of interacting with people. All of these change. Expectations and social norms, all of these change very dramatically just based on where you are. I saw this video. This person's based in Red Pill. What's the channel again? Johnny Harris. Johnny Harris is good. He actually is based in Red Pill, but he often does leave out some information. But at the same time, he wants to appeal to a broader audience, which is like people on the left get really mad at Johnny Harris because he doesn't say the stuff that makes you sound like a conspiracy theorist. So, which is why I'm here. We can watch him and I can say the stuff that makes me sound like a conspiracy theorist. I'll take the L.
all feel unified.
I'll send you
and
the
we're
link.
willing to die for a national story.
Right, and borders used to fluctuate all the time. If you lived up here and your town switched from the French king to the English king, did your identity suddenly flip from French to English too? No, you're still just a farmer from a village trying to scrape by.
Okay, so that's France. There was divided languages and ethnicities, arbitrary borders, and not really a sense of like unified France.
He's rumored to be a Fed. I was being called CIA earlier. And Shards Park, one thing I just want to add to what you said, because you're exactly correct. But if you want a revolution, I've talked about this before. The only successful revolution we can possibly have is a collective liberation, a cultural revolution, not in the Maoist way, a collective liberation of the working class from the bottom up, including women, children, religious groups, ethnic groups, everybody. It has to be the bourgeoisie is the only people that are not included. Everyone in the proletariat, everyone is my brother and sister in arms. Every child, every man, woman, every religion, every non-binary, every culture, it doesn't matter. It's just it's the rich, and that's it. It's all of us versus like 3,000 billionaires. Also, your lag isn't as bad as you think. I'm being naughty, stealing company time. It's difficult to find a spot to do the thing. Gotta be discreet when you're on the phone. Ooh, watching me at work. Naughty, naughty. Although, thank you. America's too big for a violent revolution to work unless it's literally everywhere at the same time. We're too diffuse. Exactly. And this is what I mean. Because I fully believe that the right wing will start a violent revolution in this country. in our lifetime. But the point isn't to fight against them. The point is to have convinced enough of America that at least to listen to our rhetoric enough that it's sitting in the back of their head. So then when shit starts to hit the fan and they start to get scared, we seem like the reasonable people. And also, at the same time, buy guns, learn how to use them. The right wing has all of the guns. Learn how to protect yourself. And when the time comes that we have to defend ourselves, we are the rational ones. We have the support of the broader public, and we can also defend our communities. Then we win. That's the thing. That's the game. They're going to start it. We're going to win if we can manage to do this. You have to get people to care. You have to get people to listen. And yes, you have to learn how to defend yourself. You both. Not one or the other.
But what about elsewhere? Is this happening everywhere?
That's everywhere.
Okay, but what about like China? China was a place where you had...
The game is rigged. So play as if you're playing a rigged game. I said this as a joke yesterday, but we're playing a rigged game, and I'm the type of person who likes hacked Pokemon ROMs that are made to be frustratingly hard. So like I feel like I might be the right person here to understand how to play the long game and beat the rigged game. At least one of them. I'm the perfect kind of autist to do the strategy, all right?
A powerful imperial government. They were proud of their identity. They saw themselves as the world's central civilization. Like when I look at Chinese history, there seems to be this cultural identity that lasted and still seems to last into today.
So that version of ancient Chinese identity that you're referring to, that was felt strongly among the political elite in the capital, but basically nowhere else. Most people under their rule did not speak Chinese and did not think of themselves as Chinese. The borders were always shifting and even sometimes...
Game Shark, you think I cheat? Hell nah.
Split between rival empires, which meant there was no fixed sense of what constituted the Chinese people or Chinese land.
So actually very similar to the French story. So let's get back to that. If I look at my little time lapse of maps, eventually the shape of France does turn into France, the France that we know today. How does...
I will have dual citizenship. I have to renounce my Turkish citizenship because America only lets you have two. Australia doesn't care how many that you have. But Turkey is actually pretty based with that, because if you renounce your Turkish citizenship, you still get to keep all of your benefits. Renouncing your Turkish citizenship is just like a paper thing. Like, it doesn't matter, because there's a lot of Turkish people that live in Germany, and Germany doesn't let you have dual citizenship. So Turkey has laws that you can renounce your citizenship, but still continue to have every benefit of being a Turkish citizen anyway.
How does that happen?
A big step in that direction, and this applies for China too, is by becoming an empire.
Ah, okay. Empires, yes. I know empires.
Empires.
That's something that I've actually looked quite a bit into. And I want to kind of approach the imperial history of France and Europe and the world, but through this lens of it was very fractured, and sort of see where it goes from there.
Again, this idea of empires comes from the ideas of nationalism, of the nation, of pride in your nation. This is where it leads.
Wait, before we go on, I'm flying to Saudi Arabia tonight, literally in a few hours. And one of the big issues that I face when I travel is staying connected on my phone. It's pretty expensive to just let my phone connect to the local network, and my carrier back here in the United States charges me a ton of money every day. So I've started using eSIMs, which is, the reason I'm telling you about this is because it's the sponsor of today's video, Airalo.
I just,
a moment ago, right before filming this, went on to Airalo and found Saudi Arabia and went through a literal 90-second sign up and checkout process where I was able to purchase a large data pack and get this QR code. At the moment I land in Saudi Arabia, I scan this and set it up on my phone, and boom, I will have access to high-speed data, a lot of it. And I got it for a really affordable price. If you travel, you should definitely download this app to be ready next time you land in a new place. Having high-speed internet on your phone is so important when you're traveling, at least for me. And Airalo is making it so easy to get really good, affordable, high-speed data packs. There's no SIM cards that you're installing, nothing physical.
Empire
it's
is
all
a
digital
technical
and all
term,
very
Tyler?
smooth
I mean,
and
it's
easy. And there are
kind of
over 200 countries and regions
pretty,
represented where you can get an eSIM.
common, isn't
So
it?
next time you're going on the road, check this out. I did this on my computer, but I'm currently downloading the app. Okay, I've got the app, I've signed up. No matter where I am in the world, I will easily be able to jump in and sign up for an eSIM. When you buy your first eSIM, you use the code Johnny3
Law doesn't
and you
even
will
really
get
matter
$3
anymore,
off your
guys.
first eSIM purchase. This is a cool product and I'm very excited about it. If it's interesting to you, you can do two things. Go to try.airlo.com/JohnnyHarris and sign up and download the app. This will allow you to quickly buy an eSIM next time you land in some other country or before you go. eSIMs are game changers when you're traveling. I'm very happy Airlo exists and I'm very grateful that they sponsored today's video. With that, let's dive back into this history. Okay, so Max has sufficiently convinced me that countries aren't real, that they're made up in our minds, and that France was not a real country until recently. So I've been looking into what happens next, trying to answer this question of when does France start to look like the France of today? The first thing I thought of here was the French Revolution, the late 1700s. What looks more like national spirit than a bunch of people rising up together to overthrow their king?
Let them eat cake.
But it turns out that we're
You know,
not
she never said that, right? Like, Marie Antoinette was not like the villain that we painted her as. She never said, let them eat cake. She was actually in favor of giving more to the citizens of France. We just kind of blame her for, I mean, I was going to say for no reason, but because of misogyny. Oh, by the way, going back to the point of being able to protect yourself, here's a gender diverse person who is learning how to protect themselves. See, you can do both. Build community and learn to protect yourself.
even close. People at this time still basically didn't speak French. They didn't share some French identity. In fact, the French Revolution can kind of be seen as the start of the long road of building a French identity. The process of a bunch of fractured communities unifying under one story. This revolution embodied a fairly new idea, that the government actually derives its legitimacy not from God or some other natural right, but from the people
I still don't
themselves.
understand why you don't think you can do both. Like, it seems stubborn and it seems reactionary. You sound reactionary. You sound like MAGA does. Why don't you do both? Why don't you even try to do both? Like, you can try and fail. There's nothing wrong with that. And you can still continue to have your beliefs. You don't have to change anything. All you have to do is talk to human fucking beings. This antisocial behavior is how we got here in the first place. This refusal to talk to other people is how we got here in the first place. This individual, I'll become a martyr and everyone else is dumber than me and I am smarter than everyone else and I'm done talking to time for action. That's how we fucking got here.
That all of these people were not royal subjects, but rather citizens. That this country was theirs, which turned all of this land, at least in their minds, into a new kind of thing. The soil that they came from and owned together. But listen, this is all still really abstract in people's minds. It's like a very new idea, and it would remain so until this guy came around. Napoleon Bonaparte advanced the process of turning France into France, perhaps more than
By
any other
convincing the French that they had one national identity, they should be proud of it, and that they deserve more. It's the same concept.
person. Remember how France looked like this? Well, Napoleon started to make it look a lot more like this. He rallied the people around this new idea of patriotism, complete with symbols and songs and art that emphasized French greatness. The idea
Again, indoctrination, this is the same concept of what we're facing right now. It's just a proto version. The convincing of all of these different groups that they are one France is the same thing that we're getting in America of all of the media based on patriotism, America first. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, they're lying. And obviously, like, Napoleon was also pulling shit behind the scenes, but it is all based on words, not reality. Do you know how many different ethnicities we have in America? Do you want to look at a map of ethnicity across America? Quality image. We are a diverse mix of peoples. Most people live on the coasts, and there are mixes. There are lots of different people everywhere. There is no one America. We are a country of immigrants. All of us are, unless you're Native American. And so, again, the idea of patriotism for America comes from a pride in American values, the American dream. But you're not living that dream and you're not engaging with those values. So you don't deserve the pride. Pride should be reserved for something you do.
Idea that we all belong to one giant tribe. This idea was further cemented when Napoleon recruited men from all around this country to come join his army.
It changes over
to
time,
fight
Tyler.
for France.
Look at it 30
giving them
years
the
ago.
sense that they were all joined in a glorious national fight, and in the process, spreading that nationalistic idea all throughout Europe. Napoleon did something else that was very important, and you can see it in this painting. Instead of pledging loyalty to the Pope, as European kings had always done, here he is crowning himself. The Catholic Church at this time had been declining in power, and Napoleon was sidelining it in favor of himself, his imperial cult of personality. This was a pretty smooth power play, but it also helped shift people's sense of loyalty away from religion and towards their nation. By the end of his reign, Napoleon's France was pretty unrecognizable from those scattered, loosely connected kingdoms that had dominated.
Here's 2010. Red is Germans. And Mexicans is salmon colored. The map changes over time because there's no such thing as one consistent ethnic cultural country. All of this shit's made up.
This land for many, many years. It was looking a lot more like one thing, like a country. Okay, but there was still a lot more to do before France became as unified as we think of it today. The revolution eventually faltered, these Napoleonic wars didn't really work out, but then something bigger happened. Industrialization. What Napoleon and others previously had done had helped unify France kind of mentally, psychologically. But what industrialization does is it unites it physically with iron and concrete. Here come all these.
At this point during industrialization is when you start to have this idea of individualism over community become more and more and more prominent, because community does not fit with the idea of an industrial workforce. The separate individual needs to focus on their productivity, their efficiency. And I mean, this is right around like the time where Marx would have been alive, writing Capital. We can see that in his writing. I should really do another Marx stream. I haven't read Capital in a little bit for you guys, but this is the point in time where we stop, where we move away from community, where we become a less, like, a culture that is less focused on each other and more focused on ourselves. We don't want to grow anymore. We want to stay the same, and we as ourselves want to rise up in the class rankings. We want to rank up to the upper class, which does not work. That doesn't happen. Very rarely can someone go from the lower classes to the upper class, because classism is built to not have that be easy. It's built to prevent that from happening. And then we use these systems to separate people, and we continued on from here. Everything from this point onward was a decline in community. Now, you don't need to remove any of the other aspects of this. Arguably, some should be. But if you reintegrate community into the system, make it a cooperative, your incentive is to cooperate with yourself, with your neighbors, to improve not only your life, but the life of the people around you, because there is no difference, there is no culture, there is no nationality. Culture, sure, you know what, fine, there is culture, but culture changes. There's no consistent culture. There's no nationality. You don't need pride in your nation. You need pride in your community. the people around you that work with you to both better your life and theirs. Liberation of the individual through liberation of the community. Leftist Leo, don't stop talking. That's one thing you shouldn't do. Just because people are getting cross with you, that doesn't mean that they're just frustrated with the doom pill stuff. There's still hope. I'm not going to say anything else, but I just wanted you to say there is community out there for everyone. And yes, it's good to fight back against real threats, but it's also good to be able to have diplomacy with people who think that they are right-wing because of populist rhetoric. Perfectly said, Leftist Leo.
Factories, and factories need trains to bring in raw materials and to send out finished products. So you see all these new train networks that put France's towns within just a few hours of each other, interlinking communities that had always been separated by distance. In turn, this brought more people into the cities, melting pots of people from all over the country now swirling around together. All of their little regional identities were mixing into a new French identity,
Shut up, Tyler.
something they all shared. Factory work more and more required people to read, so the government built a national school system. They taught the French language, along with French national pride and values. Soon, all the Bretons and the Occitans
As George Carlin would call them, indoctrination centers. Now, obviously, there's some things that you learn in school that are useful, but they also teach you how to live in a class structure. Again, you go to school, all of you have been to high school, I assume, middle school, elementary school. Why is it built to function like a workday? I wonder. Why are you separated into groups? Why are you incentivized to form cliques inside of these groups? Why are some kids, specifically generally the rich and attractive kids, the popular kids, and they get a higher degree of respect and social allowance in what they're allowed to do and how they're allowed to behave, versus kids that are outside of those groups, because it teaches you class structure. Now, again, not saying that education's bad. In fact, a lot of Marx himself specifically did not like the idea of schools, of education, in the manner that they were built at the time. And I can understand that, but I don't think giving up on education is a good idea either. I think we need to reform education from the bottom up to teach people not how to live in class structure, not how to live in a society where they go to work every day, but to communicate and be cooperative with each other, to work together, to care about their fellow student. Now, of course, we have no ability to do this right now. We don't have this power, but this is the correct pathway. It's about all of the systems that currently exist are not innately negative. Well, some of them are actually, but most of them are not. But all of them can be reformed to be useful in a way that is designed to create a society of cooperation, of good faith, of improving each other's lives and improving your own. We had multiple politician kids at my school, and the majority were insufferable. Yeah. The mayor's kid in my high school bought a BMW before he had his permit, and then crashed it before he even had his driver's license.
would become
Got a new one
Frenchmen.
after too.
The school teachers were
Insufferable.
kind of like heroes. They were nicknamed the foot soldiers on the front lines of this effort to indoctrinate the next generation in this new national identity. Rising literacy meant mass media, newspapers. Now people could read about the events of the day, making them feel a part of a community. They could keep up to date on the nation's politics, making the capital feel within reach to everyone. Now, remember how Napoleon had built all of those outposts throughout the country? Well, now
Before we move on, I just wanna show this part of the thing again. Hold on, where is it? Where's the list? Give me the list, motherfucker. Here we go. Imagine a system built on all of these exact systems, minus the conscription, minus change the national symbols to community-centric symbols. Everyone gets citizenship. We can remove step one. We are all part of the same. We are all human. I'm proudly a globalist. I don't give a shit about your country. I think we should all be one people. I just think it should be a direct democracy and built not on the profit incentive, not on capital, not on a means of production that is owned by a few, not on material conditions in which we have to live in that are difficult, that are struggle-based, that are honestly immoral and unethical to put people through. Imagine this system with everyone has citizenship, community-centric symbols, no conscription, a decline of the church, railways, cool, cities, cool, schools that exist to teach you to be cooperative, to teach you to have empathy, to teach you critical thinking, as well as history, math, English, or whatever language you speak. You still can have all of those systems, and a mass media built on something like what I do, this type of media. I feel like maybe a society that is built on those ideals, which are very, very, very slightly different than what we have here. Not a massive difference. Not even a noticeable difference for the vast majority of the citizens. Not until, they start getting paid more. The idea of mass media here is key because we use mass media currently to indoctrinate. But indoctrination, again, propaganda and indoctrination are not good or bad words. They are neutral words that have meanings. But you can indoctrinate somebody into critical thinking. For example, I do this. I indoctrinate you into not believing anything anyone says, to think about it. Not even me. Don't believe me. Sit there, think about what I said, and if you have a disagreement, air it. If you find something that disagrees with it, analyze what I said versus that, and decide on your own. Maybe go talk to your neighbors, talk about it with your community, have a discussion, and figure out what is correct this way. Because I'll tell you a little secret. Right and wrong are based on what is best for you and the community. That's it. That's it. That's what right and wrong is what makes life better for the most amount of people, or even just better in general. It doesn't have to be for everybody, because something could be right and be only good for you, but it could be right and good for everybody. When something is wrong is it when it's negative for you, the community, both or separately. It doesn't matter. Anybody else. If it's bad, then it's bad for various different reasons. Wrong is wrong because of how the consequences come out afterward, how the outcomes are. You need to be able to analyze these things. Don't believe you, that would mean that I'm supposed to believe everyone. Wait, but no, exactly. You don't believe anybody. You believe yourself, and you take in information from whatever source, ideally multiple. Take information. There's a reason we watch Fox News every now and again on this channel, because I like to know what the right wing is thinking. I like to have that information, as well as the information that I get from my left-wing sources, so that I can analyze them and see what I think, my personal view of what is the correct answer, what is real. We decide our reality ourselves, but when we talk to others, like I do with you, our reality is decided by a collective. When I say something, someone earlier said something that someone corrected me on, and I changed. I said, I'm sorry, right, I'm wrong. There we go. That's different. Suddenly, the entire belief that I had on that one thing shifted slightly. Why? Because of the community interaction. Because somebody else had a point that they had pointed out that I had missed. But I should believe them because you told me not to. No, you should believe them because you feel that it's right, and that, you have to decide this for yourself as well as with others. You believe something if it makes sense to you, but then you go and share it with others and see what they think. And if they think it makes sense to them, then it makes sense, and you hold on to that. And if someone challenges that belief, then you analyze that belief with their challenge, you take that into account, and if it is enough of a challenge, like if the challenge is correct, then you either add it to your belief or you change your belief accordingly. You need to use critical thinking all the time. Every moment of every day, you should be using some amount of critical thinking. Good day, mate. Good morning, Cheeseburger Merv. Good to see you. It's been a hot minute. These midnight streams are not great for my Aussie viewers. But do you understand what I mean of deciding what to believe is a community effort? And the right gets this. because that's how they've indoctrinated their people, is they have this community that continues to reinforce these beliefs. However, I want to build a community that is built on challenging beliefs to find the right answer through answering every challenge. Every single challenge will allow you to A, grow your knowledge base, B, either change your ideals or change someone else's based on who's incorrect, and C, interact with new ideas that interact with existing beliefs that you have from a non-biased perspective.
Newspapers. Now people could read about the events of the day, making them feel a part of a community. They could keep up to date on the nation's politics, making the capital feel within reach to everyone. Now remember how Napoleon had built all of those outposts throughout the country? Well now, thanks to all of these advances in travel and communication, the central government could actually rule over these places, over every corner of the country, through a uniform, universal government system, rather than through local lords and magistrates. And, like in the schools, they mandated that all of this was done in the French language, and conveying the French national story, pride in the nation. So yeah, when Max says that the nation is a new thing, he's really right. It wasn't until like 1870 or 1880 that you start to see a modern French identity that kind of looks like the one we know today. And some historians...
This is what I mean. Like, this is a new idea. This isn't something that's so ingrained in human society that we can't change it.
The guy who wrote this book argued that it didn't really fully happen until the 1910s, like 100 years ago. Some beautiful maps in this book, by the way. So, countries are a new thing, but here's the deal. Our leaders don't want us to know that. In France, the ruling elite at the time didn't want to admit that France was kind of a new thing. That would sound way too weak and delicate. So they kind of constructed a national mythology that implied that France has kind of been around forever.
Oh look, sounds kind of familiar.
They wanted people to believe that the idea
Sounds kind of like Manifest Destiny to me.
France was...
Yeah, you're telling me, Cheeseburger Merv, I have no air conditioning until Wednesday.
Eternal. It was fixed. And therefore, so were these borders, this shape. That was a much more compelling story that created a sense of loyalty and patriotism among the French people. And it totally worked. This idea spread not just in France, but throughout this whole continent.
In Italy, it began when an ambitious rabble-rouser set his followers marching on Rome.
And eventually, our entire world would be built off of this idea.
This was happening all over Europe.
So France's nation building really seems like it was top-down. Was it like that everywhere?
It's a lot of both top-down and bottom-up. So Napoleon had spread these ideas.
I have several fans. I have a lot of fans, but the fans don't really do much when it's that hot. Again, I'm going to be going out and going and spending time in other air-conditioned places. I'll still have the fans on and like cold water for Frank and all of that. I'm actually take Frank with me.
As he'd conquered across Europe. And as that way of thinking sunk in...
I don't have a car, I drive a moped, so I can't do that either.
Had spread these ideas as he'd conquered across Europe. And as that way of thinking sunk in, more and more people wanted a nation. People all over Europe staged this wave of revolutions that mostly failed, but got people animated to fight for what they saw as unrealized national homelands. And
I do have friends, though. So that's helpful.
Some fought wars of independence or unification that did eventually create nations.
Okay, like Italy eventually did that, right? It was super fractured, seemingly, and then it all comes together.
Yes, though even when Italy finally unified in 1861...
Wait, 1861? That's so recent.
Oh, it gets even wilder. Only 2.5% of people in the new Italy even spoke Italian, and almost none of them even thought of themselves as Italian. One of the unification leaders has this famous quote that I love. He said, "We have made Italy, and now we have to make Italians."
Wow, so how do you do that? How do you make Italians?
It was mostly the same as in France. Schools, national administration, industrialization, and a lot of national myth-making.
So
you can take Turkey as an example, too. The Ottoman Empire fell, and Ataturk, the guy who founded Turkey based off of some of the beliefs of the Ottomans, but the language is built on some Ottomans, some Armenians, some Latin. Like, you don't have any one culture that is a dominant culture that supersedes everything else. No matter where you are in the world, you are not any one culture. You are not a real, like, countries don't exist no matter where you are. And this idea will keep coming up over and over and over again. And we need to understand this to understand nationalism. You need to explain this to somebody for them to understand that patriotism isn't like it's a myth. You're fighting for a myth. And Cheeseburger Merv, you'll be happy to know that more people think I'm CIA now.
What I saw was that France doesn't finish that process until like 100 years ago, like 1910. Was it the same for Italy?
Italy started even later, and it was not as industrialized as France had been, so it went much slower. Even by 1950, only 20% spoke Italian,
1950.
and
This is
people
after
mostly
World War
identified
II.
with their regional language or with their city and not with Italy. That only really changed with the first national TV channels in the 1960s. There was even this famous TV show, It's Never Too Late, that taught people Italian.
Non è mai troppo tardi.
Non è mai troppo tardi.
All of which is to say that this process of internal nation building, of becoming a country, can take like a century, and it's all really recent.
What's crazy about this is once you start to really get your head around the national myth, you kind of see it everywhere. And you start to see how much it has influenced our modern history, identities that have led to war and conflict all over the world. So let's go back to Europe really quick and look at a few more, like Germany. Germany unified in like the 1860s and 70s. Its process was a lot like Italy's. And it actually inspired other countries to rise up with this ethnic nationalism all across Europe, carving old empires into new countries. Serbia.
If the nation is a myth, is that IRS guy that keeps coming after me a figment of my imagination? No. See, the law is a threat that the ruling, like the majority ruling group of any given area makes on its citizens. So, like, the government is not a nationality. The government is it's almost just a corporation, just a different kind of one. And it is a group of people with power enough to threaten you to follow its laws. Every law is a threat. Every government uses violence as a threat to continue to stay in power, to continue to control you. And that's the point here. You know, like, nationalism is built on the need to control, is built on a myth that gets people not only agreeing with each other that they have this right to control, and not they as the people, but I mean the people above them, the nation's leaders are the ones that get control, because the nation's citizens were convinced that we are all one nation, and these are the people that are leading us to glory. That myth perpetuates into the population so that when they make their threat of violence, because again, if you don't pay the IRS, what happens? They arrest you. You go to jail. That's violence. That's the threat of violence against you that is perpetuated by the public's belief in the myth of the nation.
Romania, Norway, Bulgaria, Albania, a lot of them followed a similar template. But the invention of all of these new countries was kind of like a powder keg that eventually exploded into the First World War. The winners got together and redrew the entire map around the national idea. One nation for one people. The idea is that this would kind of create peace, because if one people were just in these boundaries, then there'd be no need to fight wars, right? Wrong. Because borders were never going to be perfectly drawn around a people. Like, this is Germany's border, but this is where all the German speakers are. You can see they don't line up. So instead, all of this redrawing of borders led to ultra-nationalists rising up across Europe on promises to conquer the land that they considered rightfully theirs, which led...
This is the outcome all the way. Like, every time, this is the point of nationalism. This is where it leads to. Now, I think you can be like, I love the geographic features of Australia rather than the cultural identity. Sure, I also do think it's one of the dopest sanctuaries on earth, but patriotic is a term that I don't like to use here. You missed the bit where I said pride should be reserved for something that you have accomplished. You shouldn't be proud of your country, but you can like your country. You can advocate that it's great. You can, it's just the patriotism is part of that national myth. You didn't make Australia, but it is a dope sanctuary. You can enjoy Australia. You could love Australia. You could love the people of Australia. You can be proud of you and your people and the things that you accomplish. You can be proud of the history of the groups that you are within, the forces that you are working with to create the change, where you're going on that road and where you came from, because you are a part of it. But if you are not actively a participant in something, then pride and patriotism, I feel, don't make sense here. Proud of Pine Gap, I mean, no comment, Zach.
To yet another world war. And this gets to the dark side of the idea of a nation. It very naturally breeds the persecution of minorities. Because if a nation is supposedly defined by its shared ethnic identity, then anyone who is not in that majority identity is an outsider. They're a threat to the character of the nation. Now, of course, the national identity, the national character, the ethnic identity, all of this was made up, but boy did people start to believe that it was real. Fascists would go on to murder millions in the name of nationalism.
Because it feels good. Because it feels like a community. This is how they do this. They take away your community, and then they build a mythological one that is significantly larger but excludes most of that community. There is now a class structure in this community where the dominant group gets to oppress every other group. But none of this is real. None of this existed. It was already communities that existed all over. Every part, like we looked at that map of France from the early 1800s. Those were all different ethnicities that had various different communities in them. The homogenization of this led specifically to one group being in charge of the rest of those groups, and that group in charge, again, the dominant majority power in a country, then gets to use threats of violence to control a country. And then let's say something goes wrong. Let's say your economy isn't doing great. And so how do you deal with that? Well, you ramp up and you spark nationalism, pride. You need to fight. They're taking this from you. And it leads up and up and up and up until you get to this point. That's the entire outcome. You can't have nationalism without ending up at this point, at least not historically.
An idea that was basically invented 70 years earlier. So we've been talking about Europe, but things like railways and mass media spread around the world, and so did the idea of a nation. Just like in Europe, communities tied by language or history started to think of themselves as nationalities, ready to fight for nations of their own. Oftentimes, this happened in places where people were forced together by arbitrary imperial borders, often drawn by Europeans. But even that was a unifying idea that led people to rise up, to kick their colonizers out, and to fight for their own nationality.
Lennon, I've been streaming since 3 a.m.
Yeah. And soon the entire world would be defined by this idea of the nation. Firm borders, centralized governments, flags, and pride in...
I have to stream at night because it's too hot during the day and I don't have air conditioning. I have to have 2 LED lights on facing me and I have no air conditioning. It's like 97 degrees during the day.
Your country. But while this looks neat on a map, it's not perfect, because the idea of a nation is inherently imperfect. We have this idea that every person is entitled to a nation of their own, but the way those people identify ebbs and flows and changes.
Want to link it? Because we can watch it another time, Zach, because like this is a topic that I regularly kind of bring up, just not in like this detail. We've never talked about the nation not being real, but like we were kind of getting there anyway. If you have another one, hell yeah.
one box. We start wars over territory that our national myth says belongs to us. We fight over who belongs in our national community and who doesn't, and who gets to decide. So much of the conflict and violence in our world today comes from our belief in the nation. And my question in all of this is there a better way, a more peaceful way to organize ourselves? And yet it feels like we're stuck in this way. These identities that seem so firm, and they seem like they're getting like firmer and more intense every year. Like this is the only way that we can organize our world, by countries and nationalities.
The good news is that it's not necessarily as fixed as you might think. National identities can change. Like, let's go back to France, where it's becoming more accepted that you can be French regardless of your race or religion or your place of birth. But at the same time, there's also a rising backlash to that clings to the idea of France as just for the French. You know, like it or not, people need some sort of collective identity to hold on to, and national identity is just the one we have right now.
It seems like one answer is that we still have these identities that are fixed around land and borders, but that they can expand and become bigger and take on different meaning. Like the idea of European, that feels like an identity that is very real. It's still collective and it's still
very
defined,
new.
but it doesn't have the danger of exclusion, ethnicity, competition, and war, at least not within those big borders. How would you describe a cosmopolitan identity?
Think of people who live in a big global city like New York or Hong Kong.
So the right wing have national identity politics. Nationalist identity politics. Yes, exactly. That is what it is. Their entire base is nationalist identity politics. And yes, Harris is a lib. It is what it is. It's still a good video. And like Infallible Foul, I posted that in the media sharing channel on the Discord as well.
Or London or Singapore, and this identity that you are a person of the world, that you're a globe traveler, that you're taking in many different cultures, that's kind of cosmopolitan identity. Which is ironic, we don't think of that as an identity, but it absolutely is, and it's one that's taken the place of national identity.
What else do you think exists out there that could replace?
It's a difficult connection to make because it doesn't seem the same as the type of identity that we normally consider. But no, this is a deeper ingrained mythological nationalist identity politics. Johnny Harris is like, Europe doesn't have racism. We talked about that before we started the video. I did say, you know, he leaves stuff out. I'm here to fill in the gaps that Johnny leaves.
This. And does the nation ever go away? Or does it just get watered down?
If he knew everything, then I couldn't watch this video. It would be content stealing because then I would have nothing to say.
And become less salient over time.
There are lots of places that you can get your sense of identity and your sense of community from. I mean, I think there are people who find that in religion. You can find that in your profession. You can find that in your local community, which is the way that a lot of people used to do it.
Yes, they do, male rights. They constantly do. They just have it coded so you can't understand it. That's the entire point of this video.
All becoming more aware and more conscious of the fact that we need to get community from someplace is making us a little more thoughtful about it, and at times more constructive about it. Although
tell me you're not paying attention without telling me you're not paying attention.
Of do we want a hardened national identity that's about us versus them and who's in and who's out, or do we want to create some sort of a way of thinking about our role in our community and our identity that is more inclusive?
I also wonder...
It's not even just about inclusivity. It's about reality. It's literally just... It's not about inclusivity. It's just reality. There is no such thing as a country. There is no such thing as a nationality. There's no such thing as one consistent, unchanging culture.
If humans need an enemy, like... or at least... in a nationalistic context, there seems to have to be a them in order for there to be an us.
But
I do wonder within our psychology if these identities that don't have an enemy are less potent or have less staying power than the kind of embattled sense of like, I'm an American and terrorists are out to get me.
Well, that's true because it's reactionary. It is based on emotional reaction that goes above and separates you from the actual community. You don't need an enemy to survive. Your enemy is death. And your point in life is to A, not die as quick as like for as long as possible, and to improve your life standards as well as your community's life standards. Because again, improving your community improves your life, and improving your life when you are cooperative with your community improves the community. It is a circle of balance that impacts everybody, it benefits everybody. But it doesn't benefit one person over everybody else, which is why we built these myths, because there were people who wanted power, and you can't do that in a cooperative community-based setting because everybody works together. One person's benefit is supposed to benefit the community so that the community can grow and then benefit that one person even more so. But if you remove that community aspect and you make it a myth of a nation and you give someone an enemy, then you can remove any of the benefit for the community and give all of that benefit to the individual. That's the point of nationalism.
Like having an enemy is such a potent way to coalesce people around fear.
I think that's totally true. I think there's so much evidence that psychologically just our brains are so much more drawn to identities that are defined around fighting and resisting
like
and
making
fearing
patterns.
some outgroup, some them.
It's our brain.
But I think that just goes to show that it is something that we have to be conscious about and really thoughtful about in order to rise above.
So this has been a pretty fascinating history for me. And after charting through it, I'm left with this feeling that countries and nations are ideas that we as a world are still learning to live with peacefully. But ultimately, countries are just that. They're an
I think we can move past this, because the right really does not like the idea of globalism. But again, countries aren't real. We are all mixed. I mean, look at the maps of early. This is the spread of Here we go. Where is it? Gimme. Here we go. That's ethnic groups in Europe. None of them are attributable to any one country. All of these spread out. There is a global aspect to humanity, and we need to return to that. Return with a V to this. Return with a V to community instead of individual-based life. You can still have some of that individualism, but you need to balance it out with community, because otherwise you either go to one extreme or the other. What's the extreme of individualism? The extreme of individualism is fascism. What's the extreme of too much community and not enough individualism? It's also fascism. I'm a humanist, just not a nationalist. True. I'm having a good day, Wardega. Good morning. Just another witch lord. What did the world look like at this time Visora wants to return to? Like, not a really one... Like, it's not returning to that world. It's returning to that type of interaction, is all I mean. We don't want to go back to the past. I want to keep the good parts of today, but I want to... Yeah, by the way, good to see you. Happy first time watch. I want to keep everything that is beneficial to us today, but I want to remove this idea of the individual matters more than the community. Both are equal. This is a map of ethnicities across Europe. We were talking about how people and how countries aren't real, how we talk about the world as if it's split up into specific groups and specific countries. Everyone in America is American. Everyone in France is French. Everyone in Germany is German. But none of that's true. We are all a mix of ethnicities, cultures, not trying to preserve a culture, preserve a national identity is the death of a culture, is the death of that country. What we need to do is engage in a way that is beneficial to us and to them. In the title, America Under Attack, you mean this crash? No, we went over a bunch of stuff in this video. You should watch the stream from the beginning. We went over a lot of people's rights being taken away. The crash was not an attack. The crash was just blatant stupidity that you can blame directly on the Trump administration for firing hundreds of FAA workers when they were already understaffed. It's an attack on humanity in America. Zach, I think that not only the boomers, but the memes of the boomers will keep the race realism apparent throughout our lifetime. Sadly, a couple generations after us might learn. I get that, but it is our. It's in the very beginning, and I will cut it into videos. It is our job to at least try and perpetuate this idea of what benefits your community benefits you, and to stop trying to give power to one specific person on top of everybody else. That's not how humanity has worked. Like, again, we learned in this video that for like the idea of a country is just barely 150 years old. It's Italy wasn't Italy until after World War II. They didn't have a national identity. They made this shit up because it perpetuates this individualistic system where one person is above everyone else. The idea of race is old, but race doesn't have to play into this at all. It doesn't have to. You can be any race and still engage in community. It's the idea of nations. It's the idea of nationalism. It's the idea of patriotism that are the things that cause these problems, because all of those separate you from the rest of your community. Because again, what happens in a country that is specifically, like, again, let's go back to France here. This is all of the different languages that were spoken in France in about 1850. Now, all of these are slightly different cultures. If you go here, they have different cultural aspects. If you go here, they have different cultural aspects. But then when France unifies, all of these smaller cultural aspects are, some of them are adopted into the greater cultural like zeitgeist, or some of them are just erased. And you don't need to do this, because what happened at the end when all of this coalesced just created an empire. This is right before Napoleon. And this idea of nations, this idea of coalescing, is what leads to nationalism, which leads to violent war, it leads to segregation, it leads to class structures, and it leads to empires. It leads to fascism. Again, too much individualism without any community, fascism. Too much community without any individualism, also fascism. You need to find a middle ground where you have individual and community-based engagement. You need to be engaging in a cooperative sense, not in a personal benefit sense, not in the profit motive. This is required to get out of the capitalist framework anyway. And again, this is not going to happen in our lifetime. I have no expectation of that. Frank! Come say hi. Hi. Aw. Okay. He's so camera shy. Yeah, he's too camera shy. But you guys understand what I mean? Like, this is not something that's just gonna happen in our lifetime, but it's something that we have to work towards. It is something that we have to engage in our communities now, while we're under threat of fascism, while we're under threat of attack from the dominant cultural group, the dominant power holding structure, with their threats of violence. And again, violence doesn't need to mean like militias. It literally can just mean arrest you and put you in jail. Someone said the IRS. If you don't pay the IRS, they will do violence against you. They will put you in jail. That is what laws are. They are threats based on the dominant cultural controlling majority of any given country, or really area of land. It doesn't have to be a country. That will threaten you to follow what they want you to do with violence. That's it. You need to do this interpersonally, not on a systemic level. We're not anywhere close to the level of systemic, like, denationalization. But you need to, at least for yourself, understand that the idea of the nation is a made-up idea, and that we are all people that belong on this earth, and that we are all equal, and that we are all giving our power to somebody above us because of this idea of patriotism, of nationalism, of pride in your culture. Cultures change. That's how they grow. Nations aren't real. They are drawn borders of land that are created by a person in power to control a group in them. Everyone in the world is part of my nation. I believe that no matter where you are watching from, you are part of my nation. Unless you are a billionaire, then I care about you as much as I care about my neighbor. damn, you pretty much did Bulletproof Bullet, because I'm kind of at the end of stream right now. Like, we did 6 hours. Yeah, yep. It's okay, because I put out 3 new videos on YouTube today, and I'm going to be cutting a couple more up today to put out this weekend. So you'll have plenty of content to watch while I die from heat stroke this weekend. Anyway, look, if you guys like have more questions on this, we'll watch that video that Zach sent us of the Tom Nicholas video, because Tom Nicholas is based and is more specific about certain things than Johnny Harris would be, and so that'll be fun. The main point again being, go talk to your neighbors, build a community, go learn how to defend yourself, go learn how to talk to humans in your space, and join the Discord. It's going to be going to the grocery store to hang out in the freezer section all night. I mean, maybe, but also, like, I do have, like, friends that I can go hang out with. That's another benefit of community, you know? Like, you can go and maybe see some of your friends, and they could help you. And if it's too hot, then, I don't know, they have air conditioning. They might have a pool. Alright. Now, we're going to raid Cosmopolitics today. And I hope you all have a lovely weekend. I will see you on Discord. I'll be around.